Hello and welcome into the live stream. For everybody tuning in on YouTube, thanks for being here. For everyone who's already joined and continues to join on TikTok, once again, thanks for being here. If you've never been here before, what we do is simple. We debate Trump supporters and we try to change their minds. Donald Trump is the worst president of your life, and I believe that with certain conviction, and I have the evidence to back it up. And the purpose of these live streams is to convince more people to hop off that Trump train and come to the right side of history, which of course right now is just the anti-Trump side of history. So, all right, before we hop into our debates on a daily basis, we also like to go through the breaking news. The breaking news of today is kind of nuts. Last night, Stephen Miller went on CNN. Stephen Miller, of course, is a part of Donald Trump's administration. Stephen Miller's also someone I would confidently refer to as a fascist. He's insane. And while Stephen Miller was sitting down on CNN, the CNN host explicitly asked Stephen Miller if the administration would rule out an invasion of Greenland with military force. He couldn't answer the question, but the CNN interviewer, the journalist, continued to ask him. And after repeating this question about 1 billion times, it became clear that no, Stephen Miller, speaking on behalf of the administration, was not willing to rule out a military invasion of one of our allies. And after that interview went live, it was then followed up with a post from our own government on Twitter saying, this hemisphere is Trump's. This hemisphere is ours. So what we're witnessing live in 4K is a sentiment of expansionism, of conquest, invasion, imperialism, the overtake and overthrow of what apparently our government thinks is our hemisphere, saying this is our hemisphere. And of course, that comes along with a lot of problems. We went through those problems yesterday because the breaking news today is very similar to the breaking news yesterday. No, this is not our hemisphere. Canada's not ours. Mexico's not ours. Greenland's not ours. Colombia's not ours. Cuba's not ours. Venezuela's not ours. And I guess we'll go ahead and continue to have conversations with Trump supporters that disagree. Then one other thing I'd like to bring up before we hop into this first debate with Walker. Our first Trump supporters already connected to the live stream. Today is the 5th anniversary of January 6th. 5 years ago today, domestic terrorists stormed our Capitol, broke windows, beat cops with rods and tried to kill them with stun guns, smeared their shit on the walls inside while flying the Confederate flag, stole property, took congressmen and women's laptops, took food out of the lunch hall, okay, took mementos off of their desks, and broke many things in the process, causing around, what was it, $3 million worth of damage? And it was a little under a year ago today that Donald Trump turned around and gave them all full and complete presidential pardons and labeled them as patriots. And then today, funded by you, the taxpayer, the Trump administration is now rewriting history and describing J6 on their website as a peaceful protest that then turned into chaos because of the antagonization of law enforcement officers. So, one last thing. If you're a Trump supporter because you think Trump backs the blue, cares about law enforcement, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Not only did he pardon their would-be killers, not only did he label them as patriots, okay, but now he's actually blame shifting J6 to the law enforcement officers, throwing them under the bus for the third time. Now, we're going to go ahead and hop into the debates for the day. There's the news. Our first Trump supporters are already connected into the live stream. Walker, I'm going to go ahead and pass you the mic now. Quite frankly, if you'd like to repeat what you already told me, and we'll go from there. The mic and the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like Venezuela, what do you think about that? The president over there is very controlling and he didn't get elected. So and he was still trying to like run the country whenever he wasn't elected. and Trump did something good by going over there and arresting him, and all the Venezuela people were like praising Trump and for what Trump's done. What do you think about that?
Well, we've been talking about Venezuela for the last 3 days. I don't expect to stop talking about it anytime soon, so I'll just quickly run over my thoughts again. I stand by and with the Venezuelans celebrating. I mean, they went from having a dictator to not having that dictator anymore, so I get it. But simultaneously, I just disagree with the decision because not only was it in violation of the law and constitution, but it also creates a permission structure to allow for imperialism and the illegal annexation of legitimate governments and overthrow of them. I mean, in the 48 hours after Donald Trump went into Venezuela, now he's turning around and saying that he wants to do the same thing to Colombia, even though their president was duly elected by their people. And now they won't rule out the use of military force to annex, invade, and steal Greenland from Denmark, which is also a really huge issue, considering the fact that Denmark and Greenland are part of NATO. Article 5 could be invoked, and global tensions could be at an all-time high in either of our lives. So there's like my quick, 60 seconds or less recap over why I disagree with that militant action. But I actually want to ask you about something you had said before we even started the live stream on YouTube. When you first joined, I asked you why you support Trump, and what did you say?
The reason why I support Trump is like he's just like he makes everything better. So you see gas prices are finally dropping. Like like gas prices were outrageous, and then now you finally see it finally starting to drop. What a coincidence! Like, you know what I mean?
Well, that's not what you said earlier. I want you to repeat what you said earlier. Well, don't worry. We'll also address gas prices. Okay, I'm willing to talk about whatever. But specifically, what did you say earlier? Do you even remember?
No, I don't remember.
Oh, Walker.
There's so many good things.
Yeah, you said that you support Trump because you think Democrats are crazy.
Yeah, that is right too.
Oh, God damn it, dude. How can you possibly sit here and label the Democrats as the crazies? Meanwhile, you're supporting somebody.
Well, I mean, what did Kamala Harris do? Kamala Harris, what did she do in vice president? She didn't do anything.
Even if you were right and she didn't do anything, that wouldn't make her a crazy leader. That'd just make her an ineffective leader. Okay, but she did do a bunch. You just don't know it because you're uneducated.
She didn't do anything.
Yeah, really? Okay.
Her job was
listen,
to
she
what?
actually did more than Trump as president. Yeah. So she worked with Biden to pass some of the best policy our country's ever seen in modern American history, like the PACT Act that invested $800 million into the expansion of VA healthcare, allowing over 1 million new veterans to access those services. So are you going to sit here and say that 1 million new veterans having access to VA covered healthcare services that they didn't have before her and Biden just don't matter? That they don't matter? That doesn't matter? Okay,
No,
that
they
wasn't
didn't.
anything.
They did
That's
nothing
very
but bad for
disrespectful to
us.
our veterans. Why was it bad to expand veterans' access to health care?
They didn't do that.
They did with the PACT Act.
So JD Vance is a Marine. Do you support him?
Well,
Or
I
he
think
was a
that,
Marine?
well, before we talk about JD Vance, don't try to squirm out of a concession. You said they never made an investment into VA healthcare. Facts say otherwise. They passed the PACT Act. It was an $800 million investment. Can't deny it. Go ahead and concede, Walker.
I don't remember seeing that anywhere.
Dude, well, it's just once again because you weren't looking close enough. You probably spend your days on YouTube Shorts watching videos about 9mm handguns. You probably don't do too much political research, but that's okay because I gotcha. I can
All right,
help you out
educate
here.
me. Educate me on why
Actually,
the
Walker,
Democrats
I'm
are
just,
better than the Republicans.
I'm just gonna have you read this. This is off of VA like .com/gov. Okay, I'm gonna have you read this. Okay, let's just go ahead and pull it up here. There we go. Let's go ahead and just save it as an image. Pop it up over on TikTok. Let's have Mr. Walker. Oh my goodness. Excuse me. Read this for us. Go ahead, Mr. Walker. Read this for us.
See, that's not true. I've already seen that.
This isn't true?
Yeah, that's not true at all.
Okay, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and take a screenshot of this, including the URL. So I want you to see the I want you to see the URL of the website where this is coming from. Let's just go ahead and pull up this. Perfect. Can you read off that URL for us?
Where's that at?
Right there in the middle of the screen. What is that? Is that va.gov?
Yeah, it is.
So are you accusing the VA of lying to us?
Well, that's just not a true resource
Why do you say that? I mean, it's va.gov.
because I mean the MAGA websites would not say anything bad about Trump.
MAGA websites not saying anything bad about Trump is
Like Fox News,
indicative of
like CNN is going to obviously
Okay.
dog Trump.
Wow. So first and foremost, this isn't dogging Trump. It's just talking about a policy that the Biden-Harris administration passed. Second of all, it's not coming from CNN. It's coming from va.gov, which, by the way, is managed by Trump's administration. And third of all, I don't even have a third point. Go ahead. I'm just really flabbergasted. So you're denying
Like,
that the
why
PACT
do
Act
you
is real?
think Trump
No,
is so
no,
bad?
no, no, no. I want you to stop squirming here. Why are you denying that the PACT Act is real?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, I've already told you what it is 4 times. You said it was fake. It was a bill passed under the Biden-Harris administration that funded $800 million to the expansion of VA healthcare programs.
Trump does the same exact thing.
No, he doesn't. He's actually cut the VA, fun fact. But earlier your argument is that the PACT Act isn't real. It never got passed, and I'm lying to you. Do you still defend that premise?
Say that again.
Wow. Earlier you said that the PACT Act wasn't real, it never passed, and that I was lying to you. Is it something that you still defend?
I don't know. I would just have to look into it and see.
How about this, my friend? Here's just a screenshot of congress.gov. Congress.gov, HR 3967, honoring our PACT Act of 2022. We look at the bottom, tracker, pass Senate, sign into law. Any more denial, Walker, is just you being
Nah, I can't
willfully
deny that.
dense. Yeah, exactly. You can't deny that. Precisely.
Yeah, there's no denying that because
So the Biden-Harris administration did help this country's veterans.
I'd say that, yeah, possibly.
Okay, good. Next question. How many branches of government are there?
Like, what do you mean? Like,
Doesn't
of the
even
government?
Yes.
Like, is that like military? What are you talking about there?
Super cool. Next question. How many senators are there?
I don't know.
Super cool. Next question. How many amendments are there to the Constitution?
Is there like 13?
Super cool. Next question. How many continents are there? Take
Like
your
67?
67. Awesome. Last question. Is Trump the best president of your life?
Yes. He is the strongest president because nobody wants to mess with him.
Yeah. Thanks for your time. You have a good one, Walker. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest, y'all. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Wow, I almost feel bad. All right, let's go to get that next guest, Nate Dog 18, loaded up into the box here. Hey, Alexis, thank you. Thank you so much for the... Whoa, actually, Alexis, thank you so much for the 30, 40... For the $50 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for that love, Alexis. Yo, let's get 500 Alexis W's. Down below in that comment section, Alexis with a $50 says, I just want to come up on the live and ask a question about something real quick. Well, Alexis, at the moment, I'm only having Trump supporters up here to debate, but if you could actually attach your message, or your question to like one of the donations that you've already sent. And seriously, thank you so much for the $50. Show some love to Alexis down below in the comment section. Also, thank you, Peter, for the $5 who says the PACT Act has personally helped me in my life. That's cool. Shannon, thank you for the $5 as well. Appreciate you so much. And then Michael, oh my God. Thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo. Michael, you are the fucking goat. Good to see you once again, as always. While we're hopping into this next debate, I want to see so many W. Michaels flooding the live chats. Michael says, I'm a veteran and the PACT Act has helped me significantly since I was exposed to toxic substances. Thank you for standing up for us. Well, thank you so much for standing up for your country. You're a true goddamn patriot. Thank you for being here and thank you for the love. And then over on TikTok, Ellie, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for the flying jets. And then Phil, thank you for the $20 as well. Let's get 200 Phil W's, who says this guy's the IQ of a fucking toad. Honestly, that's a little disrespectful to toads, but I get your point. Appreciate you for the $20. Show some love to Phil. And yeah, let's go ahead and hop into the next debate. Hi, Nate. Do you support Trump?
Yeah. I mean, I would say generally. I don't think he's like the greatest person or anything.
Ellie,
but
thank you for the time and Jim Gun. Thank you.
But I think he's I think he's better than what the opposite was.
Oh yeah, totally got you. Do you think he's a good public speaker?
I think he's all right.
Then explain,
like I said,
I want to really, yeah.
Was that a good public
Sorry,
speech?
what'd you say?
If he is a good public speaker, explain this.
I want to really, yeah. I want to really, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, showing one. I mean, showing a 5-second clip of him messing around doesn't disprove his public speaking abilities.
Okay, no, for sure. So why do you support Trump as president?
I would say mainly he has a better policy on abortion.
How old are you?
Than the other candidates. I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay, got it. So you're like, okay, you support Trump as president because you think that his policy on abortion is good. Of course, his policy on abortion is that it should be left up to the state. So do you agree with him?
No. I never said it's good. I just think it's better than the alternative.
Okay, so you think that it's preferable to have it left up to the state compared to having a nationwide protection. Why is that?
I think abortion is murder.
Okay. And what is this claim rooted in? Christianity or secularism? Where are you getting this from?
I mean, so yeah, I'm a Christian. I guess you could say it was rooted in Christianity, but I don't think you need to be a Christian.
Oh, no,
I think you could definitely be an atheist.
So I agree that there's secular arguments for why abortion's wrong. I just happened to ask you because I just wanted to be sure. It just changes my counter argument a little bit. What branch of Christianity do you hold to?
I'm a Lutheran.
You're a Lutheran. Okay, so you don't accept like a church magisterium or anything. So,
no.
All right. So reading the gospel, can we agree that there's no real framework that describes how maybe one sin is worse than any other? And, you know, including the Lutherans, you kind of hold on to this interpretation.
I would disagree with this. Could you pull up John 19:11?
John 19:11. That's where Jesus says, like a man has committed a greater sin.
Yeah.
How do we determine what the greater sin is?
Well, I think first of all, you could look at the Old Testament. You could see there's different punishments for different crimes, and you can see. You
really don't want to pull on the moral law of the Old Testament because it also says that slavery is okay.
No. I'm just saying. So in the Old Testament, you have certain laws that have different punishments than other certain laws, and we can clearly see that murder is punishable by death.
Well, one of the other punishments in the Old Testament would be the fact that I think this is Exodus 21 verses 20 through 21. It says that if you beat your slave with a rod and they don't die in 3 days, then you're all good to go. So do you think that like everyone who's like punished for like beating slaves with rods that didn't die, we shouldn't have punished them?
No. I think that we can clearly see the purpose of the Old Testament isn't to be the perfect moral law, because we can obviously see Jesus in like Matthew 19 where he says he permitted certain things due to the hardness of your hearts. And then you have like originally the Israelites wanted a king. God said, "No, I'm your king. You don't need a king."
Okay, so
And then
if
He
you
allowed
don't
them to
think
have
that the moral
kings.
law of the Old Testament is reliable because it's not perfect, then why are you appealing to it right now to justify
No,
your
no, no.
argument?
I don't think that the morality given to the Israelites in the Old Testament is God's ideal. However, I think we can clearly see, and this could also just be from common sense. I think murder is worse than something like stealing a bagel.
Well, I mean, common sense is just appealing to a moral standard that's not true of the divine, all-knowing God, right? So all of a sudden, you're operating outside of the context of the gospel. And you said that you think that the punishment for murder should be death.
You
So if you
originally
want to
said,
interrupt me, thanks. So you said that the punishment for murder is death. So do you think like women who get abortion should be executed?
no, because murder isn't illegal in the U.S.
What's that?
Murder, no, excuse me. Abortion isn't illegal. I misspoke. Abortion isn't illegal in
But
the
I mean, you
U.S.
just said that according to the Old Testament, the punishment for murder is death.
Yeah, but if the law of the land is that a certain type of murder is illegal, you can't hold people accountable for something that's not against the law.
Wait, so you can't hold somebody accountable for something that's against the law. So you don't want to hold individuals accountable for their sins, and you think that the law of the land overwhelms the law of God.
No, no, they'll be held accountable to God in due time, but I think that humans don't have the right to punish people for things that the law of the land doesn't state as unlawful.
Really? So you don't think,
Yeah.
wait, so you think that the Nuremberg trials were immoral because the law of the land in Germany through the 1930s and 40s was clearly that it was legal to kill, enslave, rape, and genocide Jewish individuals?
You know, that actually is a good point. I might have to rethink. Yeah, yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah. So I mean, I think that like retroactive enforcement of punishment for things that were technically considered as legal is definitely okay in many circumstances.
Yeah,
Nuremberg and then the two Geneva Conventions would be the most obvious. Or, you know, like another one would be, you know, the fact that child marriage is legal in like many of our states. But if I see a 40-year-old man like marrying a 14-year-old girl, even if it's legal, you know, like I would want to do things to him that I can't say on TikTok live. Right, and that'd be a
yeah.
form of holding him accountable for what he did, even though it's legal. So,
Yeah, yeah. So I guess what I would say to that would be that women who get abortions are kind of finessed into getting them, like I guess you could say, influence, and it's not entirely them understanding what's happening.
well, I
And
mean,
so I think that's very different than the Nuremberg trials and like the Nazi officers doing what they were doing.
well, I mean, listen, I think it's kind of like crazy to assume that women don't know what they're doing. I think that's probably rooted within some like misogynistic values that you hold.
No, no, no.
And like, and like, B, let's just, you know,
I-
let's just frame this as a hypothetical, I guess. If a woman perfectly understands that getting an abortion kills a human life and she gets an abortion, should she be executed because you think that the punishment for murder is death?
I would say no. Yeah, yeah. I think you have a good point. I would say no, but that would be simply because we can't make assumptions on who knows what is murder and who knows what isn't.
Okay, but so you're saying that if we knew with certain knowledge that it was the case, they knew they're killing a human life, then you'd be okay with executing them?
Well, no.
Okay, well then your
Well,
last
like
argument doesn't follow because the reason why you just said you wouldn't be okay with executing women who access abortion is because you don't think that we can make an assumption about their mental state and assume that they knew that they were killing a human being. Okay, well, like hypothetically, if we had certain knowledge that they did know, maybe they confessed to it under perjury of court. All right, well then it would follow, given your own position, that it would be good to execute them.
Well, I think you have to look into the context of that. So if they, yeah, you do make a good point.
Right. And like, obviously, I don't want this good point to entail that therefore you think we should execute women that get abortions, but I more so
Yeah.
want this point to entail that therefore you should see the absurdity in the argument that you're making.
What the root argument that abortion should be illegal?
Well, I mean, it's kind of like the tangential like conclusions of said root argument kind of in turn demonstrate the absurdity of the logic underpinning the root position. And I mean, like, there's many other like super absurd outcomes as well, right? You know, like for instance, do you think it's murder to kill a zygote?
I'm not educated on the science of that.
So a
You'd have
zygote,
to.
that's the first stage of human development. So a zygote or blastocyst is what is like what is in existence the moment conception is over, and that's the first stage of human development. It's unique human life.
Yeah. If it's unique human life, then yes, it is murder.
Okay, but all of a sudden, I just think that's insane because now we're calling women on like birth control that are sexually active in many circumstances murderers. Okay, because like there's many forms of birth control that will allow for conception to occur, then prevent that zygote from implanting into the uterine lining, starving it to death. Okay, all right. A good example of this
Yeah.
would
So
be an IUD.
So I would say that birth control would be wrong.
Well, the conclusion that I'm looking for that would follow your logic would be that birth control is wrong. It's that women that have IUDs and are sexually active that know those IUDs can kill zygotes, that do kill zygotes, would be murderers under your view.
Oh yeah, I think we have to put into context what we mean by murderers, because, like, dictionarily, murder is just the unjust killing of humans, but I think that there's a broad scope. So I don't think a woman that does something like that.
Is a fair definition of the word murderer just one who is culpable for murder?
Well, define culpable.
Responsible.
So, sorry, say that again.
Responsible.
Yeah. What was your definite? Wait, hold on.
A murderer is somebody who's
I'm sorry.
culpable for murder.
The definition of murder?
No, murderer. Can we agree that the definition of murderer is someone who is culpable for murder?
Someone who's responsible for murder. I mean, yeah, I would say that.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, a woman that has an ID that knows how it works, knows that it can kill zygotes, but then continues to engage in sex, leading to the death of a zygote, definitely would be responsible for the death of that zygote. Okay, right. They chose to get the IUD, and they know how it works, and they still choose to be sexually active, knowing that introduced the likelihood of a zygote being killed, and then the zygote was killed, they'd be culpable for that outcome. So under your view, yeah, women who are sexually active with IUDs, right, are culpable for murder.
I mean, yeah, just going back to what we mean by murder is murder has kind of a connotation of being this like brutal act where you're.
Well, the reason why is because it is. Murder's always wrong. It's definitionally wrong. And you agreed to this earlier when you said it was unjust. So, right, I understand what you're trying to say. You're saying, oh, yeah, technically women are murderers, okay? Right, technically women that are sexually active on birth control are murderers. But, we usually assign that term a negative connotation, and maybe we shouldn't do that in this sense, okay? Because, it's kind of crazy. But the thing is that we should always assign a negative connotation to murder. We should always say that murder is wrong in every circumstance. Every murder is just terrible, right? And I think that this is supposed to demonstrate how crazy it is to say that it is unjust, wrongful, or murder to kill a zygote.
Yeah, well, I'll make a parallel. Like, technically, an 18-year-old who has sex with a 17-year-old would be a grapist under the law, but I don't know if it's appropriate to go around calling them a grapist. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, so first and foremost, technically in accordance with the law, you're wrong. Most states have Romeo and Juliet clauses, which basically just means that if an 18-year-old is like with a 17-year-old when they're like both minors, meaning that they're like both 17 or something, and then one of the 17-year-olds turns 18, and then they continue.
Yeah, but what if that's not the case
with one another? It would not be considered as rape due to the Romeo and Juliet clause.
Yeah, but I'm saying, what if that's not the case? What if it's an 18-year-old hooks up with a 17-year-old?
Yeah, like for instance, if like an 18-year-old were to hook up with a 17-year-old on the 18th birthday, and the 17-year-old's going to turn 18 tomorrow, okay, like no, if the law considers that to be rape, then I'm going to say that the law is wrong.
Exactly.
It's not that I'd say that, oh, technically the law is true, technically that's actually rape, but we just shouldn't think that's wrong. No, what I'd say is that the law's wrong. All right, because I don't think that's rape. Because I think that the 17-year-old on the last day of their age, and then the 18-year-old on the first day of their age, are going to have like identical rational faculties, under typical circumstances. And I'm not going to assign the label grape to that. I'm not going to assign the label rapist to the 18-year-old.
No. I know what you mean.
The same way that you shouldn't assign the label murder to kill it a zygote.
Well, I think the label is appropriate because it technically is murder. I just think it gives off the wrong connotation to go
Okay, but like
around.
that's absurd. It is obviously absurd to say that you are a murderer if you're sexually active on birth control. That's like fucking nuts. Like this is like obviously a reductio to the view. Like that's just obviously crazy. That's like obviously like a that's like obviously like a successful reductio to the view. Okay, we shouldn't say that it's, we shouldn't say right that all human life has the right to life.
All human life has the right to life. Yeah, I mean, I would disagree with that. If it's
I just don't think it's our species that makes us valuable.
okay, so what is it?
Our higher level rationale. Like for instance, if hypothetically if Superman was real and came down to Earth tomorrow, would he have the right to life?
If sure.
But is he a part of our species? No.
I'm sorry, I'm not updated with the Marvel universe or whatever. Is Superman not human?
No, he's not human. He's Kryptonian.
Yeah, I mean, well, we don't kill dogs in like Western societies. So I wouldn't say
Wait,
that only humans
Wait,
are
I,
worthy.
I have a question. Do you think that like dogs are like significantly less valuable than humans?
Yeah,
So would you argue that Superman is significantly less valuable than humans?
I mean, yeah, if he's not created in the image of God, it's just like an
so then it just all goes back to God, bro, dude. Jesus Christ.
well, yeah, that's
so then
what I
if
would.
so if it just all
Well,
goes back to God, okay, well
well,
then I'd argue
so-
that you just
so-
have,
so
you just have no
let's say-
cogent.
let's say-
you don't have a
hold on.
cogent and defensible basis to use
Hey,
the gospel to
Dean.
implement legislation on the subject matter. Okay, like
Dean, let's say it doesn't go back to God. Why is having rationality basis for the right to life?
because I think that having rationality and possessing a mind is what grants you well-being, because it introduces
Why?
an environment where a conflict of desires could be present, and we definitionally describe a well-being as a confliction of one's own desires. So I think that this would be
And
required
so-
in order for harm to be present. I think that there's a reason why you could harm a human, you could harm a dog, you could harm a cat, but you can't harm a blade of grass or a rock. And then, like seemingly, the difference between a blade of grass, a rock, and a human would be the fact that the blade of grass and the rock don't possess like a mind. And I mean, we could just kind of do right like an exchange of traits to see if it is the mind and which is of moral value instead of humans. Like for instance, if a blade of grass possessed the same biological genome as me, would I all of a sudden say that blade of grass has the right to life? No. If that blade of grass, possessed a heartbeat, would I say that blade of grass has a right to life? No. If that blade of grass was for whatever reason technically a member of the Homo sapien species, would I say that blade of grass has a right to life? No. But if that blade of grass had a mind, okay, had personhood, would I assign moral value to that blade of grass? Sure. So I mean, I just think that it's kind of insane to posit that
No,
these
but
other traits are what makes us morally valuable.
I'm sorry. Can we just go back to the root of why, like, human life is valuable when it's rational?
I already told you.
Yeah, and then you went on a whole other thing, and I just want you to restate that.
It's because I think that a mind is required to like grant or bestow a well-being on an individual, and I think that a well-being would be an environment where interests can conflict, and I'd say that it's negative conflicting interests, and which would be in many senses right, like would like describe things that we shouldn't do, or would describe to me like what we like should or shouldn't do. Now,
But why?
are you just rejecting that like rationality or mind is what makes somebody morally valuable?
Well, not that itself, because I would say under an atheistic worldview, why is well-being good to have?
Why is it good to have a well-being? So are you just asking me to like continually reduce my stance? Because inevitably my stance is just gonna reduce,
do you think
inevitably
do you think Schmittler should have well-being?
One moment. Inevitably, my position and my moral positions are just going to reduce to either an unexplainable axiom or an intuition. But
So an intuition.
also, you're saying, should Schmittler have a well-being? So a well-being would be a descriptive fact. Like, I believe that you descriptively possess a well-being given that you have a mind. Now,
Wait,
like
repeat that.
So possessing a well-being would be a descriptive fact, not a normative one. So it's not should an individual have a well-being. It's that if you are an individual, then you do have a well-being. And now maybe should we like honor Hitler's well-being? Like no. I'd say right that we have like good reason to insurmount his well-being, regardless of that's killing him, imprisoning him, so on and so forth.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I'm not like versed in philosophy, but yeah. I hear what you're saying. But anyway, I'll let someone else get up. You low-key cooked me if I'm being honest, but yeah, have a good one, dude.
Have a good one, bro. You take care. All right, we're gonna go to move on to the next guest. By the way, Nate, you are significantly better versed in philosophy than vast majority of people that come up here. So keep on researching, dude. Honestly, you seem good faith. I wouldn't doubt it. If you continue down this path, if you continue to have these conversations, by the time you're like 19 or 20, you'll probably be on my side of the fence. I was a lot like him when I was like 16 or so. I came into these conversations with like a decently open mind, but I held to like the same position he did. I was pro-life. And it was actually like in conversations with pro-choicers, with my ability to admit that like I was wrong on particular points that inevitably led to my mind being changed. So I actually have an appreciation for guests like that last person. And I'd seriously put money on the claim that give him another year, give him more of these conversations, that he will probably end up changing his mind. Hello, Teflon Don. Do you support Trump?
What's up, Dean? Yes, I do.
Okay, you are muffling your mic, my friend.
Is it better now or no?
No. There's something royally fucked up going. Dude, unplug any external microphone devices. Unplug any Bluetooth devices. No, you left. You left. All right. We're going to go to move on to the next guest here. He is actually back in the queue. Perfect. While he's loading up here and fixing the issues with his mic, I actually have a couple people to thank you real quick. Jared, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. And Jared, I'm going to check that one out. Justin, thank you for the $5. And then Nikki, thank you for the $10, who says, Dean, I just wanted to tell you that my ex is an influencer, and I found out after we broke up that he was buddies with Joel Patrick because he offered to let me stay at Joel's house during a hurricane in Florida. Oh my God. Okay, so they specifically asked me not to read out who the influencer was? Nikki, you dated them? No fucking way. That's crazy, Nikki. That's crazy. I'm very familiar with him. Thank you for the $10. Then Ellie, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Oh my God, Ellie, thank you so much. Ellie with a $50 says, let's cook today. Listen, we're going to be cooking the frauds. We're going to be cooking the MAGA all day, every day. You know it, Ellie. Thank you so much for your kindness and your generosity. Like, deadass, $50 is a shit ton of money. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get 500 Ellie W down below in that comment section. Let's also get 500 Alexis W's down below for the $50 as well. Oh my goodness. Alexis with the $50 says, I wanted to understand how Trump was almost impeached in his last presidency, but isn't now. What exactly is impeachment? I just wanted to know. I've been wondering this for so long. I researched it, but I feel like I don't get it. Okay, so the reason why he was almost impeached in the second half of his first term, but isn't almost getting impeached now, is because in the second half of his first term, the Democrats held the majority. And because the Democrats held the majority, they could get like a majority approval almost in both chambers to like go through with impeachment. Now, the thing is, the reason why he's not getting impeached now is because there's a Republican majority in the Senate and a Republican majority in the House of Representatives. As long as the Republicans hold on to a majority in both chambers of Congress, he will not be getting impeached. But see, the thing is Donald Trump said, if we don't win midterms, the Democrats will impeach me. Pretty much meaning that if the Democrats sweep with a blue wave in the midterms like we're expecting them to, right, you'll probably get impeached. And there's also like some other like underlying reasons why he didn't get impeached in his first term. Like, for instance, the second impeachment trial for him was once he was like already out of office, right? And a lot of like the congressmen and women just didn't know that you can impeach a president that is no longer in office. So they voted against it. It's a fun fucking fact. And then Jolene, thank you for the $1 over on PayPal. Yo, thank you so much for the $100, Sonia. Oh my God, bro. That is crazy. Thank you so much for the love and kindness. I am undeserving, Sonia. That is so much money. Goddamn. Sonia with $100 says, keep fighting the good fight, Dean. From Sonia. Sonia, I love you. All the peace and love of the world to you. While we're hopping into this next debate, make sure that Sonia knows that she's loved down below. And then also Disgusted Veteran, thank you for the $50 over on Super Chat. On YouTube, he says, Joe Bob from Jubilee made my blood boil. You offer facts to people that don't use them. MAGA are literally holding a green ball and swearing it's yellow. Keep fighting for your generation, sir. This boomer is so proud of you. Well, thank you so much for watching my Jubilee episode. I love you, Veteran. You've been here for like over a year at this point. We all love you. Show some extra special love to the donors, especially Veteran and Sonia. Max, welcome into Sport Trump.
Oh yeah. No, I don't, because as you can tell, I'm British.
Unfortunately, I do have to ban you because we are just looking for MAGA. You do take care, Max. You do take care. Quite frankly, moving on to the next guest, we got leftist propaganda joining the stream, dude. Holy cow, man. Let's see if we can find a Trump supporter that won't run away. Looks like leftist propaganda did run away. We got Aves loading up into the box. We got Isaiah loading up into the box. We got, oh my goodness, so many people loading up into the box. Aves, do you support Trump? Aves, you got 5 seconds. Oh, she's already gone. Isaiah, do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you, Isaiah?
Old enough to be on TikTok.
I think that means under the age of 18. Moving on, once again, to Teflon Don, the same guy that we've been trying to pull up here like a billion times, but he just keeps on fucking leaving.
Is my mic better now?
Repeat it. Repeat yourself.
I said, is my mic better now?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll just come back later then.
Okay. I mean, it's like we could definitely hear you. It is still just a little bit echoey. Not echoey, but muffled. Like, I think it'd be good enough to debate. It's kind of like teetering that line, but I feel like it'd be good enough if you do want to come up here. Hey, man, what's up, Mike? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Can you, like, are you taking a shit?
Nah, bro. I ain't. I swear. Sorry, dude. I want you to impregnate me and call me.
He's taking a shit. Moving on to the next guest. Hey, Rogue, thank you so much for the $2 over on Venmo, who says, do you happen to debate Marxists by any chance? We have a conversation here and there. And then Talabi, thank you for the 10 euros on Super Chat, who says, BBC reps are being silenced like you and are not allowed to use the word kidnap when discussing Venezuela. Very important. Thank you for letting me know. I'm going to research that. And then Kat, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's going on, leftist propaganda? Are you a big Trump guy?
Hello?
Hi, are you a big
I
Trump
didn't
guy?
run, by the way. Why'd you say I ran?
Because you left.
I didn't leave. You kicked me.
I didn't kick you.
Dude, I wasn't even on the app, so how'd I leave?
It probably just auto disconnected you.
No, okay,
So you didn't
sure.
run. I can see
Never
the
had that
photos.
happen before.
Okay.
Huh?
Well, if I kicked you, then I probably wouldn't have brought you back up again, Alex. Use your bread.
Okay.
Have I debated you before?
Change your thing to why do you support Nick Fuentes?
No, dude. This live will get smelly as shit, okay? All like the incel chud maxing, unshowered
All the chads?
young males. No, dude. This live will get smelly as shit, okay? I'd get like some type of disease just by like talking to y'all back to back for over an hour. I'm good off
Might
that.
hit 5 mil.
I'm good off that. Let's go to get on to that next guest, y'all. On the opposite of the queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, we got Jason loading up into the box right now, y'all. Smelly. Yeesh. Yo, E-Bro, thank you for the money, God. What's up, man? Do you support Trump? Jason, you got 5 seconds to respond before I just kick you. Okay, well, it looks like he left on his own. Guys, go ahead and take a good look at the guest request. Make sure that you're not in it if you don't plan to come up here and debate. We got a bunch of people hopping in that I then accept up, and then they just automatically turn around and leave. Zion, do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do. I do.
Oh, you really shouldn't. I mean, he's like unbelievably the worst president of your life to just such an insane degree. I mean, dude, he's like right now, like kind of wanting to invade one of our allies that's a part of NATO that could totally start a third world war. Not saying it will, just saying that it could. All right. What are you doing?
I think that there's a lot of things that I think, especially in this time, we're learning to embrace. Just embrace us being American and putting America first. And I think that there's a lot of things that over the past administrations, there's been a lot of tongue in cheek and like shielding. But I respect and like Trump because he's very upfront with supporting America and doing what it takes to ensure our viability in the future.
I think that Donald Trump makes me, if anything, embarrassed to be an American under his presidency. Okay? I would love to embrace this country. I would love to label myself a true patriot. I would love to label myself a proud American. I just simply can't do that when the commander-in-chief is giving illegal directives to our military and then saying that any Democrat who says that the military doesn't have to follow them should be sentenced to death. I feel embarrassed to say that when our commander-in-chief is destroying our country, eroding our economy, reducing our GDP growth, destroying jobs, causing bankruptcies, while then also taking away from the low and middle class by making making their health care go up by over $1,000 per month and just taking 10 million of them off of Medicaid through the big beautiful bill. And then on top of that all, refusing to abide by a court order to feed 16 million starving American children, while in the process distancing us from all of our allies, now putting NATO swinging on a floss thread because he, might invade Greenland with the military, on top of the fact that he's an adjudicated rapist, 34-count felon who's boasted about sexually exploiting women and girls and should be kept so far away from the Oval Office, in my mind, probably kept behind bars.
Wow, you're really hitting on all you're hitting on all the beach. I thought we were okay. I'll try to address as much of that as possible.
You can choose
Trump
what you
is
want
the
to
person-
address. If you want to go point by point, that's fine. I don't want to overwhelm you.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll just, I guess, address the overall sentiment you're displaying, and then we can kind of go one by one. So, on the overall scale, Trump is the president we need right now because he's not squeaky clean, and I'm never admitting that, but he's the person that's going to do and be very public about how Americans have been feeling for a while. And I think that it's very disingenuous to say that because he won the popular vote and the electoral vote. So over half the country at least think that he's the person that they need after seeing his first term. And so I think that it's very, like I said, disingenuous, and you're alienating half of the country by saying Trump is the worst thing for America, worst president, terrible, all that stuff there. That's the first thing. Second off, he's the person we need because if I have a clogged pipe in my house and I have 50 plumbers come by who are like, yeah, they're so polite, they're good people, blah, 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 but then they don't fix the problem, that's going to cause me to say, you know what? I don't care if you're smoking cigarettes, if you're cursing, if maybe I wouldn't even trust you around my kids. This problem is something that we need to fix. And so Trump is the guy who's going to come in and actually fix it. And so far, what he's done in this term, I love the savagery that he's coming in with because he's fixing problems. He's doing things that other presidents have either been scared to do or that they've been, tongue-in-cheek, been dancing around. So I think that that's what we need is more honesty in that aspect. And I think that that's why he won. And that's a truth that you have to really look into and admit because he did win.
Okay.
So why do you think Trump won? Let me ask you that.
Can I actually just respond to the points that you made first?
You loaded me up. I'm loading you up too.
It's okay. I wrote them down, so it's all right. I could keep track.
That's fair enough.
So
Take
one of
your
the
time.
things that you said is that he won the popular and electoral vote, therefore over 50% of the country supports him. So not only did he get 50% of the vote from the popular vote, he got 49.9. But according to AP today, his overall approval rating is, I think it might even be below 30%. So you're wrong there. But then you tried to use the fact
Hold on.
that he
Hold
won.
on. Are you talking about his approval rating now?
Yeah, I'm talking about the fact that 50% of Americans didn't support him during the election, and 50% of Americans don't support him today.
So how did he win the popular vote?
Because it doesn't require a majority; it just requires the most out of all the candidates. And the majority would be the most
there
if
you
there's
go.
only two candidates, but because there's third parties, the most didn't mean the majority.
Okay, perfect. So on to the next point.
Okay, on to the next point. You said that because he won the popular and electoral vote, I'm disingenuous for calling him a terrible president. So this is a appeal to populist fallacy. Basically what you're saying is that when I state a fact, when I make an argument that entails a conclusion that he's doing something that's bad, it's in virtue of that fact false because so many people voted for him. So basically what you're saying is if a lot of people find X to be true, then an individual...
That wasn't my point with that.
That's what I wrote down. So if I incorrectly interpreted your point, feel free to correct me.
You did. My whole point was, irrespective of the fact that he won 50%, it could have been 30%. I'm saying that there is a large population of America who voted for Trump because they felt like what he was preaching was something that would benefit America. And so when you go off and
that's
say
why
that,
I'm disingenuous for calling him bad.
well, no, I say you're disingenuous for saying he's the worst president ever.
Okay, well, what I say is that he's the worst president of any of our life. So why am I disingenuous for saying that?
Okay. Well, that's a different assertion than saying he's the worst president we've ever had.
Well, yeah, it is exactly. So you misrepresented my own assertion.
Well, no. Did you not say earlier that he was the worst president we've ever had?
No, I said he's the worst president that we've ever had in any of our lifetimes. That's what I repeat every single day when I start the live stream.
Okay, well,
by the way, the only reason that I don't say with confidence that he's the worst president that this country's ever had is because of like Andrew Jackson, the Trail of Tears, etc. He's up there. He's definitely
okay. Well,
there.
either way, I would disagree with you on that fact as well.
Well, I understand, but I just want to be clear. Here.
Was.
Earlier, I think that you did call me disingenuous for calling him the worst president of any of our lives because he won the election.
I still think that that's true because we've had Joe Biden as our president and we had Obama. I think Joe Biden was, I would even say, objectively worse than Donald Trump.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go and add that point to the list. Is worse than Trump. I just want to be clear. I think that you are now misrepresenting the position that you set forth earlier to make it seem like it makes more sense. Because I do believe with strong conviction that less than 5 minutes ago, the claim that you made is that I'm disingenuous for calling him a bad president because a lot of people they support him. And from my perspective, it seems like you're revising that claim now to just argue that you think I'm disingenuous by calling him the worst president of any of our lives because you think that there's been worse presidents than him in our lives, like Biden. But I'm okay. Maybe that's what you originally said, and I just genuinely misheard you. That's fine. But
Yeah,
now I
yeah,
just
man.
want to
I
move
guess
on to the
that was
fourth
my
point.
point.
Now I just want to move on to the fourth point that you made, which amounted to
Okay.
the conclusion that even though he has a bad character, he's fixing problems. So first and foremost, I'd like you to address the problems that he's fixing. But secondarily here, I feel like the analogy that you gave me wasn't necessarily correlative because you made an analogy out of plumbers. First and foremost, I'd like to make it clear that if somebody wanted to come and do some work in my house, do some plumbing, and a court found them guilty for rape, I wouldn't let them in my house the same way I wouldn't let Donald Trump in the Oval. But second of all, I am definitely going to hold character to a higher value for the president of the most powerful country that's ever existed in the history of planet Earth compared to a plumber at my house, because not only should we not embolden a predator and give them power over their prey, but then also a good character is going to be an essential attribute of being a good president, because the point of a president is public service, not self-service.
Now, hold on. Real quickly, you made an assertion that I'm pretty sure I've done a little research on this, and of course, everyone listening, you all can feel free to Google this as well. As far as the rape allegation, the young lady did not show up for the trial to testify, and the charges were ultimately dropped against him for that. He
Okay,
didn't get convicted.
so
He
you're
didn't get
talking
jail
about
time.
you're talking about Katie
It
Johnson.
was a false allegation.
So I'm actually when I say that a court found him guilty for
The,
rape,
the
I'm
woman,
referring
the woman
to.
well, hold on. The woman who accused
Okay,
Trump of
I'll let you
rape,
finish.
she said rape is sexy. She said this. Look it
Okay.
up.
Wow. Okay. So first and foremost, Katie Johnson is not E. Jean Carroll. Those are two different people. Second of all, E. Jean Carroll never said that she thinks rape is sexy. How much do you want to bet?
So, like I said, you can Google it and see.
I know, but I want to put some money on it.
This is
You
what I've
sound like
seen.
a man who has confidence in your convictions, and if you have confidence in this conviction, it seems like I'm
For the
giving you an
most part, for the
opportunity to
most
make
part.
some money. So how much money would you like to make, given that you're obviously right? $100? Want to bet? $100?
No, I'm not into the game of betting. But
Well, I mean, it's
even
not a
for
bet if
the-
you're right.
Okay, let's do this. Even if I'm wrong that she said that, let's put it this way: he was not convicted and charged and put through for rape.
Oh, when you say convicted, what do you mean? Do you just mean found guilty?
No. I'm saying that he would. This is not something where he raped her and it's beyond a reasonable doubt of law.
Oh, okay. So you'd argue that even though he was found guilty for it in a civil court of law, it wasn't proved beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt.
Yes.
Okay, I actually disagree because I don't
Well,
think there's
well,
any.
at least like I said, this is not my strong point, but this is from my research. This is what I found out. So
Yeah, I'd argue that we actually. I have more confidence than like beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. I'd say it's damn near certainty. I mean, like on top of all the evidence that E. Jean Carroll suggested in the trial that the jury accepted, that then was used to find him guilty of raping her. We also had the inconsistencies within his own testimony, like he lied about never meeting her. Then, I mean, of course, E. Jean Carroll gave the jury a picture of them together. He also lied about saying that he never do anything to her because she wasn't his type, but then he confused a picture of his ex-wife to be her. Obviously, his ex-wife was his type. But he also has
That's
like,
hilarious.
25 credible accusations from other women. He was best friends with Epstein, knew what he was doing with his girls per an Epstein email from 2011, sending him letters depicting the naked body of a woman or girl with a statement, may every new day be another wonderful secret. And on top of that all, I mean, we know that he has a character of a man to engage in sexual violence because he's admitted to it. Okay, he admitted to engaging in sexual violence via the sexual exploitation and the naked bodies of women and girls and Miss Teen USA and Miss USA when speaking with Howard Stern in 2005. And then just the last cherry on top here is in the Access Hollywood tapes, he admitted to doing what the jury found him guilty for doing to her. Right? Like he said, he just grabbed a woman by the P word. He doesn't need to ask first. The jury determined that he grabbed E. Jean Carroll by her female member without asking first and penetrated it with his fingers. So,
Okay.
in combination of these
fair enough.
facts,
Well,
inconsistencies within his own testimony, being best friends with Epstein, then corroborating character evidence because we know that he's engaged in sexual violence similar to rape, like the sexual exploitation of beauty pageant contestants. I think that it's definitely true beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt.
Okay, fair enough. I'll give you that because I'll go and do some more research because this is not something that I've done a lot of research on. Like I said, I've only done a smattering of research on it. However, That being said, I still don't think that disqualifies him from being a good president. Period.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, well, leave it to Trump supporter in 2025 to argue
Well,
that
no,
even if
hold
you've
on.
like
Well,
perved on
hold on.
naked kids and
Let me
raped women,
explain
that's not
myself. Well,
disqualifying
hold
from
on.
being the
Let me
president.
explain myself. Let me
Oh,
explain why.
don't worry. I'll
Look,
definitely let you explain yourself. The mic and the floor is yours.
you're like, I'll let you dig your hole deeper, but let me explain myself.
Precisely.
Because I'm a Christian, and if you look at, you know who David in the Bible is?
I mean, I'm
King
not too
David.
familiar. King David. Old
That's
Testament,
fair
not
enough.
too
Well, King
familiar.
David, the Bible says that David was a man after God's heart. And he genuinely was a good man. He's the man that killed Goliath. He did all these wonderful things in God's name. This is the same man who then went out, was supposed to be going to war, stayed home from going to war, and he saw Bathsheba in there. He brought her up to his room, made her committed adultery with her, and had her husband killed. He still remained king over Israel. And so there's a many-fold examples of different leaders in the Bible, because as humans, we're not perfect. And I know, Dean, you may not have ever essayed a woman or anything like that, but I know you're not perfect either. That perfection isn't a qualification that God requires us in order to be in a position of leading. It's humility and it's different things like that. And so God is powerful enough to where he shows that regardless of your character, he can take what the devil intended for bad and make it good. And so, like I said, you can look at Moses. Moses did a bunch of bad things. Samson, he was sleeping around. He was doing all these different things. Solomon, the list goes on and on. So from a Christian perspective, for you to withdraw your support from Donald Trump simply because he has a past and a history of doing bad things, that doesn't refute the fact that God can still use him in office to do his will.
Wow. So basically what you're saying is that you don't care what he's done. He could have. Listen, I let you speak. I'm not strawmanning you. You just let me say.
Because you're
two
saying
words.
I don't care. I didn't say I didn't care. I didn't say I didn't care.
I don't think that you do
Don't
care.
put words in my mouth.
Index to your support for him as president. That's a fact.
Not caring is different than knowing that regardless of his past, God can
regardless
still
of what it
use him
is,
today.
you're still going to support him as president. I say that we could colloquially define that sentiment as not caring. Now, if you'll let me speak and have you listen. I don't understand why you disagree with that. You're saying regardless of what he's done, I'm still going to support him. Meaning I don't care what he's done, I'm still going to support him. I think that those two sentences mean the same thing. Now, if you'll let me speak, I'd really appreciate it. All that you're saying here is that Donald Trump could have raped and murdered a school bus full of children in the 90s, and you'd still support him as president today because you think that God is speaking through him. I think that the age of religious religious extremism might be a good
That's
word.
not what I said, by the way. That's not what I meant.
This is almost like, I just feel like this is religious psychosis. There we go. That's the phrase I'm looking for. I think that we live in an age of religious psychosis where you're trying to mutilate this gospel that's supposed to represent the good and stand against the bad, that we're supposed to use as a symbol of peace and love and unity, to rather use it as a machine to drive hate and division and to justify the horrendous actions described by God in the Bible as condemnable by eternal death and hell. Okay? It's a massive contortion. It's the same contortion that the evangelical Christians did 150 years ago in America, where they cherry-picked Leviticus 25 out of the Bible, called it the slave Bible, then gave it to the enslaved African Americans to convince them that God wanted them to be slaves. You're trying to, in the name of Christianity, argue and tell us all that he could have raped a woman, kidnapped children, raped them too, murdered them, blew up a bus, okay, leveled a family of 5, but at the end of the day, none of these things matter relative to your support for him as president because you think that God is using him as an instrument to achieve the greater good. And I guess the first question that I have for you, this is what sticks out to me, is if God is willing to use Trump as an instrument to achieve the greater good, then why wasn't he willing to use Biden? 5 minutes ago, you were telling us about how bad of a president Biden was, about how he was not fighting for the best interests of this country, about how he was destroying this country, the worst president of our lifetimes, objectively, and I quote, worse than Trump. Why didn't God use Biden as one of his instruments? In fact, from my perspective, I would argue you just take that logic of God using Donald Trump as an instrument for the greater good, God using the president as an instrument for the greater good, and you throw it straight out the window when it's no longer politically advantageous to you and your cult.
So, first off, what you're doing is you're misconstruing my position, first off. Second off, I'm a Christian, and if you understand how Christians believe in God's sovereignty, I believe God did use Biden for his will. I think everything that happens is happening because God allows it and God ordained it. Because at the end of the day, the Bible is prophecy. There's a huge chunk of the Bible that's prophecy. Majority of it's prophecy. And a lot of it's prophesizing that this is how it all comes to an end. So everything that happens is not is this leading to God's final goal and will for us? Real quickly, hold on.
Oh, well, the hand's
It's
up
not-
because I don't want to interrupt you. I just want to be able to speak when you're done. Right?
Okay,
Kind of like
that's
applying
fine.
a sense of urgency because there's a point that you just made that I want to respond to.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I would raise my hand too if I had my camera. Can I turn my camera on?
If you want.
Okay, sweet. I didn't know if that was an option. Okay, there we go. Hey, Dean.
You have to
But
click,
yeah, no,
you have to
so-
click save. There you go.
Okay, but the reason why I say that is because God uses it. We as Christians believe that everything is ordained by God and it's heading to a point. And so, even God used Pharaoh, who was an evil man, for His purposes. So, good, evil, it doesn't matter. God's using everyone for His glory.
I have a question.
But go ahead. Yeah,
Is God all good?
you said, is God all good?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Is God perfect?
God is as perfect as it can be. God is the definition of perfect.
God's the
Whatever God
definition
does
of the
is
perfect, and God is all good. Well, then obviously God's will is too, right?
Absolutely.
So then God's will is perfectly good, and then you think everything in which occurs is allowed by God, and is a part of His own will. So therefore, everything which occurs
Absolutely.
is perfectly good in turn. So you think the fact that
Absolutely.
Charlie Kirk got assassinated was perfectly good, right?
According to God's will, absolutely. The Bible says that what the devil meant for evil, and I knew Charlie Kirk. My sister Zoe, she did a podcast with him. Zoe Bethel, you can Google this. The Bible says if you read the Bible, what the devil means for evil, God uses for good. Look at Jesus Christ's death. The devil meant to kill the Son of God. He's getting a kick out of this. But God turned it around for His glory. Now the death of Jesus Christ allows us as Christians and believers to have redemptions for our sins.
Okay, next question. We're going to go and take it up a notch.
Okay.
Jeffrey Epstein and everything that he did in his life was perfectly good, right?
According to God's will. Now, see, I see what you're trying to do here. What you're trying to do is equivocate all these negative attributes and sinful things that we as humans do to being God's divine will. So
well,
let me give you an example.
in accordance. I'm just
the
gonna take 15 seconds.
You asked the question. Okay, go ahead.
In accordance with everything you've said, that's not an equivocation. It's a fact. You just said that Charlie Kirk getting assassinated was perfectly good because you said the action and will of the shooter was in accordance with God's will. And this is repeating and echoing off of the earlier sentiment that you described, which is God allows everything in which occurs to allow, and it is part of His greater plan.
Exactly, yes. So the issue is that what I'm talking about when I say everything is a part of God's perfect will is because there's this endpoint that we're getting to, and God accounts for all good and evil. That happens. It's not going to prevent God from getting to His end goal. So when I say it's a part of God's perfect will, He knows what He's going to do. He knows that it's going to end with the rapture. It's going to end with the tribulation. It's going to end with all these different things.
Okay,
So that's what
sorry. I don't want the preaching. I don't want the preaching.
No,
If Charlie, I just want to better understand your view
You don't
here.
want the preaching. The preaching
I just want to better understand your view here. You said
So-
absolutely in response to my question, was Charlie Kirk's assassination perfectly good? So just to better understand your view
No.
here,
Now you're twisting it because I didn't say it was perfectly good. I said
You did.
according to God's will. I said if that's what happened, it's a part of God's will.
Okay,
That's what I
but you said that God's will is
I didn't
perfectly
say
good.
it was perfectly good.
Yes, you did,
So
because
I'm-
God's will is perfectly good. If it's a part of
No,
something
see-
that's perfectly good, then it's perfectly good.
Oh, Dean, you're better than this. You understand the difference between saying that.
This is
as
a
whole-
logical implication. Think about it. If I have a pizza that is
You're better
100
than this.
No, you're better than this. If I have a pizza that is 100% cheese, and then I take any
What?
slice of that pizza, it's going to be a slice of cheese pizza, right?
What? No.
You didn't track
what
that?
What are you talking about pizza?
I'm making an analogy. Listen, if I have a pizza that's 100% cheese, and I take any slice of that pizza slice in turn will also be 100% cheese, right?
Okay.
You right? So
Yes.
then if we have a will that's 100% perfectly good, if we take any part of that will, it will in turn also be 100% perfectly good. Because in fact, if we took a part of that will and it wasn't 100% perfectly good, then the composed will as a whole wouldn't be either.
Okay, absolutely. So I guess I'll throw you another analogy back. For example, if let's say I want to be a doctor, and I've been going to medical school, whatever, blah blah blah, and something tragic happens to where I can no longer go to school. But then I end up being a missionary or something that I feel that I would have never thought of. If we look at that independent thing of me getting kicked out of medical school, you'd be like, was that good? And it's like, well,
Did
yeah.
you control that variable?
Well, hold on, whoa, let me finish. Dean, I listen to you. Come on, Dean.
It's a clarifying question. Did you control that variable of getting kicked out of medical school?
No.
Okay.
Just
Well,
something random.
but does God control all variables of His will?
Well, hold on. Let me finish the analogy. I listened to your cheese pizza story.
Well,
Come on.
I just already explained how the scenario is not analogous, but go ahead.
Well, okay. Well, let me finish it. Maybe you'll learn something. So whether or not, because it can go either way, whether you had something directly to do with you getting kicked out of school or it happened accidentally, it doesn't matter. You're being pedantic. What I'm saying is that
Intentionality, of course, matters.
Well, hold on. Let me finish the
Because God is 100% intentional.
Dean, I let you finish. So what I'm saying is that whether I dropped out and it was intentional or whatever the case may be, however it happened, I'm no longer in school. And if you were to ask someone and just isolate that one incident and say, oh, was you getting kicked out or dropping out of medical school, was that a good thing? And people will say, I don't know. It depends on the context. There's a great saying where the guy says, oh man, your horse broke his leg. Man, that's a bad thing. He said, I don't know. We'll see. And then his son goes out, right? Or his son's, excuse me, let me start from the beginning.
Yeah, notice how we've already lost 800 viewers since you started this spiel. It's because you're not saying anything that makes any sense.
What is that? What are you talking about? It doesn't matter. Just listen, Dean. We're having a great conversation. You made a cheese pizza analogy. Let me just finish this analogy. At the end of the day, context matters, okay? And that's what I'm saying. Of course, you can cherry pick Epstein, Hitler. You can cherry pick these little terrible events. Like, was that good? But good is a contextual thing. And so if you don't look at incidents in their context, of course, you're going to pull off the wrong meaning from it. And what you want to do is cherry pick and isolate these different things and be like, oh, is this thing good? Why, my sister got murdered yesterday. Is that good? It's like, Dean, no, we're smarter than this.
So first and foremost,
you're smarter than
so
Dean,
first and foremost, he's
you're
still
smarter
talking.
than this.
I think that I'm smarter than you, and I think that I'm proving that to every viewer. So first and foremost,
I disagree.
Okay, well, you also disagree with the Holocaust being bad, so I don't think you're a reliable,
Once again,
reliable
bad and
standard
good
of
are
truth,
contextual in those.
right? And then the quote unquote context that you're applying to things that are bad or good here, right? That would be the context that describes why they're bad or good. So, like for instance, you would say that you think that the Holocaust was perfectly good because of its context, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you've lost your mind.
Okay, well, this is what I'm saying. As a Christian,
you've lost your fucking mind.
What I'm letting you know is that, and of course, I believe.
You've lost your goddamn mind.
Hear me out, Dean.
Should I hear you out? Should I hear out the guy that thinks that the Holocaust was perfectly good? So the Holocaust is perfectly good because of the context. Child rape is perfectly good because of the context. Murder is perfectly good because of the context.
Like I said, what you're doing now is disingenuous because I just explained.
It's not disingenuous because you just affirmed that that's the case.
No, I explained how context matters.
Don't deny that you just explicitly affirmed that was the case. I asked you if you thought that the Holocaust was perfectly good because of the context, and you said yes. Don't run away from that now. You can't deny the statements that you made less than 30 seconds ago. I'm not being disingenuous. I'm just stating it as it is. You could rant and ramble all day long to try to conjure up the context that explains why the Holocaust or child rape is perfectly good. But at the end of the day, no one's going to be here to stick around and hear it, you crazy motherfucker. You've lost your absolute mind. Now, I have one last question for you before I kick your ass off of my life and never have you back.
Okay, whoa, no need to be rude, D.
Oh, okay.
You're better than this.
Me being quote-unquote rude is a part of God's will, therefore it's perfectly good. So you just told me that there's no reason for me to be perfectly good? Oh.
No, see, this is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I have a question. Do you think that it's perfectly good to be gay or trans?
Gay or trans? Okay, see, now what you're trying to do is here. So once again, like, are you gonna let me finish explaining, or are you gonna
I just want an answer to my question, that's all.
No, hold on. Are you gonna let me explain it? Are you gonna let me answer it?
Yeah, just answer it real quick. Is it, or is it not?
Okay, good. Well, no, because you want me to answer on your terms. I'm letting you know that things are more complex than you're trying to boil it down to.
Well, so ultimately your answer is going to be it either is or it isn't.
Well, hold on. If you listen, I will explain it in a way that makes sense. If you don't listen,
dude, it's not the way that I want you to answer. It's just what it is. It's either true that you affirm it's perfectly good, or it's not true that you affirm that it's perfectly good. It's simple. I mean, now of course you could give an explanation.
You mute me.
Listen, give your long-winded explanation after you just answer the question. Is it true that you
Okay.
think being
Well,
gay
I don't
and
believe
trans
you're
is
gonna let me
perfectly
finish.
good? Or is
I
it
think
not
you're
true
just
that you
clip
think that
farming.
being gay and trans
I think
is
you're just
perfectly
clip
good?
farming.
And I
So
think that you're
listen,
just
listen.
running away from the question.
No, no, no. Okay, listen then. How it works is, and this goes back to the little Hitler. This goes back to everything we've been talking about. So there's men's free will that God has given us to do bad and to do
Are
wrong
you going to
things.
answer my question or not?
Dean, don't be TikTok brained. I know you want everything like this, like microwave.
Okay, he's not going to answer the question, so we're just going to kick him. Go ahead and hop inside of that cube. You happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. By the way, guys, notice how he could answer the question. He said that he does think that the Holocaust was perfectly good. Okay, but then all of a sudden,
Dean
this guy's
can
like,
rape
"Fuck."
my
But then, like, all of a sudden, we had like the question. So therefore, do you also think it's perfectly good to be gay or trans? And he just straight up couldn't answer it. See, that guy thinks that being like trans is worse than committing the Holocaust. So we're obviously gonna kick him out like super duper quickly. I mean, incredibly quickly. Let's go to get that next guest up here. We got a couple people to thank. Link, thank you so much for the 150 Australian dollars over on YouTube. Link, you absolute madman. Thank you so much for your love and kindness. Link with a 150 says, just woke up from an EDIBLE. Hope you feel better than I do right now. Oh yeah, yeesh, Link. Listen. I don't know, man. I've heard some stories. That doesn't always feel great, huh? But seriously, thank you so much for the 150 Australian dollars. You were absolutely fucking incredible. Everybody, please show some love to Link down below. As well as Omega, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube, who says religion is a copian of the MAGAs. I love religious people. I hate people that take religion and turn them into a weapon of hate and division, though. Thank you so much for the $20, Omega. Show some love to Omega down below. And then Damien, thank you for the $10, who says, tell the guests that conservative Christians are not real Christians, and that's a fact. Yeah, many of them aren't. Just Charlie, thank you for the $10, who says, my MAGA ex is posting videos of me saying that I'm racist because he said I can't say the... because I said he can't say the N-word as a white man. It's gotten a lot of views without any context. He won't leave me alone. What should I do? Laugh in his fucking face because he's an international embarrassment. I hope that helped. And then Talabi, thank you so much for the $10. And then Kate, thank you so much for the $10. We are all caught up over on YouTube Super Chat. Let's just make sure that this next guest is MAGA before we also catch up on Venmo and PayPal. Chloe, are you MAGA?
I am.
Terrible. Ooh, yeesh. Very embarrassing. Okay. All right. Sounds good. I'm just going to go and thank a couple more people here before we hop into our debate. Thank you so much, Lauren, for the $20 over on PayPal. Lauren, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Lauren with the big 20 says, as a liberal Christian, that last guest was insane. Yeah, no, absolutely. He lost his goddamn mind. I mean, he was arguing that the Holocaust was perfectly good. Thank you for the $20, Lauren. Let's get 200 Lauren W's down below and 500 Clayton W's. Oh my God. Dude, Clayton, thank you for the $50. That's fucking nuts, dude. Clay, that goes so far, man. Thank you so much. Clayton with the 50 says, this guest is a very reason that people are leaving the Christian church in mass drones. Yes, that is why, okay? Stop putting a bad name on Christianity. Preach the true values of the religion, and the religion will prosper, because you could always... all right, judge a religion by the fruits in which it bears. And obviously, those are false, bad fruits, okay? I'd also like to very quickly thank, dude, fucking Danielle. Holy cow. Thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Thank you so much for your love and kindness, Danielle. You've been supporting me for so long. All the love in the world to you. I want to see 1,000 Danielle W's. That is so much money. That is insane. I don't deserve that. Danielle says, you've been crucial to my sanity for the last year. Thank you for your intelligence, humor, and righteous anger. As somebody from the 80s, I also need you to know that Chud is a good movie. Love you, D. Never heard of it. I'll have to check it out. Thank you for the $100, Danielle. And then, of course, Robert and Mason, thank you for the $5. We're all caught up over there on Venmo. Zach, thank you so much for the $25. I appreciate you so much for the love. Show some love to Zach down below for the $25, everyone. Isis, thank you for the $10, who says, asking about child abuse is God's will and kids getting blown up in Gaza is also great and perfect for God's will. What a sick fucking game. If that's God's will, then God is evil. Okay? Ellie, thank you so much for the $20 as well over on Venmo. 200 LEWs, who says, I grew up in a family who loves traveling. I remember sitting in a cafe in France and a couple asking us if America is joking voting for Trump in 2016. Charcuterie was eaten in embarrassment and silence. Yeah, look at where we're at now. We're all being laughed at on the international stage. Thank you for the $20. And then one last one here. Thank you so much, Chandler, for the $25 as well on Venmo. Says, Dean, it's been a bit, but I'm back and I've missed your lives like crazy. Well, welcome back, Chandler. I hope that you enjoyed the stream today, and thank you so much for your love and kindness. Everyone, please show some love to every single one of our donors down below in those live chats. And if you want to support me, support what we do here, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on YouTube. And Adam, thank you so very much for the Magic Force, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, Chloe, I have a question. You've obviously been here before, but you've never been on my live and told us why you support Trump as president. You actually just spend your time on my live, complaining about Kirk. So let's instead try to stick to the prompt today. Answer the question above my head. How do you still support the worst president of your life as president?
He's actually just proven himself to be the best president of my life. Yeah.
1 second. Okay. All right. Why is that?
What he just did for Venezuela was beautiful. Truly.
Okay. Anything else? Or is that it?
No, I mean, I've given you reasons before, Dean. And if you remember me, then you know why.
I honestly, the only thing I remember about you is your love for Charlie Kirk. Not really any reasons why you support Trump as president. Do you want to repeat them?
No, I've been on here a couple of times. Yeah. We can talk about immigration policies. We can talk about the big, beautiful bill and how that benefits people. We can talk about his love for our country. We can talk about Venezuela once again, saving those people. He just saved so many people, and everyone's so blind to it.
I do agree or disagree that what he did to Venezuela is creating a permission structure to allow for the illegal annexation and conquest of foreign countries with legitimate governments.
Let me ask you something, Dean. Do you know what's happening to
just asked
the
you a
children?
question.
And what was that?
Do you think that what he did in Venezuela is creating a permission structure to allow for illegal conquest and overthrow of legitimate governments in other countries?
Not so much, no.
Okay.
Are you just making an implication that he's a dictator?
Well, I think what I'm implying here, right, is that the celebration of the overthrow of Maduro, and like the acceptance of the Trump administration doing that illegally in violation of Article 1, is seemingly like creating this permission structure to allow for that type of rhetoric and that type of action, even when the country is not ran by a dictatorship. Like for instance, I mean, less than 24 hours after doing what he did to Venezuela, he turned around and said that he wanted to do it to Colombia, even though Colombia's president is duly elected. And now, like, he's posting on Twitter about how this whole hemisphere is ours. Okay, he threatened to annex and invade Greenland, one of our allies, a part of NATO. And then even today, the administration explicitly would not rule out using military intervention to achieve that goal. Okay, Trump was like, yeah, Greenland is going to be ours, and the EU knows it. He also said that, we may go into Mexico if they don't step their act up. Same thing with Cuba, right? It just seems like this is creating a permission structure to allow for bold-faced imperialism, which is obviously very bad. So can we agree that what it is causing with this permission structure of allowing very similar rhetoric and potential actions in the future towards other countries with legitimate governments is very, very bad?
Yeah. Okay. So we can agree that if the structure wasn't benefiting people at all, that would be bad. But if you look at the country itself and you look at how many people were actually saved, especially the children, in which I see everyone tries to advocate for, obviously, in any situation, any country, any city, any state, do you know the rates in which children are actually...
You care about Venezuelans?
I'm telling you that these people were saved.
You don't care about Venezuelans.
I'm telling you these people were saved.
Stop acting like you care about them. Donald Trump has spent...
running away from my statement.
One second. Donald Trump has spent the last year shitting on Venezuelans. Okay? Dude, he literally says that they're escapees from mental institutions, prisons, violent gang members that are coming into America to grape your wife, kidnap your children, eat your family, pets, and dog. Okay, he's been infringing, specifically on Venezuelans' human and constitutional rights. He deported 3 planes worth of them to Sica in El Salvador, where they're then beaten, tortured, and starved forced to kneel by the guards overnight, and if they fall, they're beat. By the way, in violation of their Fifth Amendment rights, like you had a federal judge rule, right, that he deported them with no due process, and he had to turn those plans around, and the Trump administration just straight up refused. Right? I don't understand why you were virtue signaling and you're acting, right, as if you care about the Venezuelan people, because obviously you don't if you support Donald Trump in a second term, and you called him the best president of your life, so you do. And then secondly, right, you try to say that you support these actions, okay, right, if they're benefiting people. Dude, I'm so sorry. Invading a member of NATO, threatening a military invasion, boots on the ground to annex and steal Greenland is not benefiting anyone. Okay, overthrowing Colombia's government isn't benefiting anyone. This just creates hyper levels of global tension, especially with Greenland since they're part of NATO. Okay, and B, even in areas where we're not allies with them and Article 5 of NATO couldn't be invoked, leading to a potential third world war, it creates destabilization in the region. And I think that we should have all learned this by now. Look at what happened in Iraq after we killed Saddam Hussein. He was a murderous, terrible, terrible person. And the day we killed him, Iraqi individuals, citizens were celebrating. Okay, but then it started an endless 20-year war where 1 million Iraqi citizens died. And if you go to Iraq today and you ask them what their thoughts are on America, they'll tell you very bad words, very bad ones. Okay? All right. And then after we inevitably pulled out, the region was so destabilized that in Afghanistan, the Taliban just moved in and overthrew their government. Now all of a sudden they're worse off than they were before. So I don't know. Those are my thoughts. It creates a really bad permission structure on the global stage. Now, global tensions are the highest they've been during our lifetimes. Okay, I don't want our president to be emboldened to play expansionist dictator and consume other countries to be a part of the American project. And I certainly don't want these areas to be destabilized and introducing what has been historically proven to be the case of higher levels of instability and power vacuums where authoritarian regimes then overtake.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Is that okay?
Yeah.
What do you think would have been more beneficial for those people? What do you think the better plan would have been for them to be free?
Oh, I could give you one that just on the face value isn't something is just preferable to what happened.
Okay.
Here's something preferable to what happened, and I'm just drawing off of the big short fallings that we've seen in the last week. Okay, right? It would have been significantly preferable. Okay, I'm still not saying that this is something to be behind 110%. Because of history, okay? But what would have been significantly preferable is just for us to legally, with the approval of Congress, to go in there, take Maduro, and then install the Nobel laureate. What's her name? Chat, could somebody remind me here? What was her name? It's going to take the chat a second to catch up here. No one knows? Come on. We have 14, the Nobel laureate. Machado. Yeah, there we go. Miss Machado. Her name's not, no, the guest's name is Chloe. No, I'm talking about Machado. So what would have been significantly preferable, is maybe if we legally went in there with the approval of Congress, took out Maduro, then installed Maria Machado, the Nobel laureate. But now we know the reason why Donald Trump doesn't want Maria Machado to lead the country is because she committed the quote-unquote ultimate sin, according to White House insiders, of turning around, right, and telling and accepting the Nobel Peace Prize instead of rejecting it and demanding that it be given to Trump. Okay, but at the end of the day, right, even if that's a preferable view, this doesn't excuse, right, all of the issues that I just listed off about the creation of a permission structure to do this to other countries, and how we're just now seeing the rise of American imperialism again, and the historical negative impact of American imperialism in the past.
Okay, so essentially what I'm trying to pull from you here is I'm just wondering, do you think that it's not even your hate for Trump. That's not even what I'm trying. I'm trying to be serious with you here. What I'm asking you is do you think that the benefit from that these people are seeing from not having this man there, that you think that is better or worse than what actually happened? Do you think that that's beneficial? Do you think that these people should be allowed to celebrate regardless
are you basically
of the
asking
insiders?
Me, all things considered, was it a good thing?
I'm not even asking you to say it's a good thing. I'm just asking you
preferable
whether
thing?
or not you see these people who
Also,
are
by the
celebrating
way,
in the
by the way,
streets.
the regime is still in power. I just want to point that out. Like, his VP is now the acting president, and now Donald Trump is basically threatening to bomb Venezuela again if she doesn't do what they want. And I have very like terrible outlooks for the future because yesterday, the acting president said anybody who helped America should be arrested. Okay, so I think that they may get hit again. They just destabilize it again. The regime's still in power. Of course, like I'm still going to stand with the people celebrating because they went from having Maduro as a dictator to not, right? But I don't think that this excuses like the potential negative outcomes to come in the future. I don't think that this excuses the power vacuum created. I don't think that this excuses the historical outcome that has happened when we take out people like Maduro, like Saddam Hussein, leading a war, leading to just more tyrannical takeovers of more authoritarian regimes, or now Donald Trump turning around and using that as an excuse to like justify an invasion of Greenland.
Okay. But once again, we're talking about a country in which we don't live in. We are seeing all of these people who are so excited and so happy. All of these children who
because
are
they no longer
excited
have
because they are
Maduro.
hold on, Dean. These children, do you know that he suggested in 2020, he suggested that women have 6 children. Do you know why that was?
Why?
Because children are 32% more likely to be prostituted there than anywhere else in the world.
I mean, I'll just take you for face value. You're not going to need to convince me that he was a bad guy. I mean, he was definitely a dictator. Like, fuck him. Like, you're not gonna like, you don't need to convince me that he was a bad guy. Like, I'm not sure if that's something that he said or not, but like, you don't need to convince me that he was terrible.
I'm not trying to, I promise. I'm just telling you that when we look at the grand scheme of things and we look at how these people are celebrating, obviously they know more than us with what's going on there. And if you look at the reasons as to why Donald Trump went and did that, right? We can say we have different
All I'm going to say
reasonings,
is that they
but I'm just
celebrated.
telling you.
They celebrated in Iraq. They celebrated in Afghanistan. They celebrated in Libya. They celebrated in Syria. All of a sudden, Americans are just experiencing this collective sense of historical amnesia and forgetting what has happened every single time we have engaged in regime change. I think that we'll likely see history repeat itself in many senses. Now, I want to ask you a question. So, one of the really big reasons why you support Maduro being thrown out of office, of course, is because he was an illegitimate president that rigged an election, correct?
I mean, I know of that, yes.
Okay, is that like a
And
really
we
big
can talk
reason why
about Trump, and
should
we
be
can
kicked
talk
out of
about the
office?
president, and we can talk about all of this
Is that
stuff.
like a really big
I
reason
know
why
what you're
he should be
doing,
kicked out of
Dean. You're gonna
office?
say, I already know.
Could you just answer my question? Is that or is that not a really good reason to kick him out of office?
He's a dictator.
Right, like an illegitimate president installed himself for a term. That's a really good reason to kick him out of office, right?
I think he should. Yeah, he's gone with the wind.
Yeah. So
So
I
please give me
understand
the times in which Donald Trump rigged the election.
2020.
I'll wait. Did he become president?
No, because
Did he
Mike
become president?
Pence thwarted him.
Yeah. So give me the time in which Donald Trump rigged an election and became president.
Yeah, he tried to do that in 2020.
I'll wait.
He tried
I'll
to.
wait.
We tried to do it in 2020. I'm happy you failed.
I'll wait. Because I'm pretty
I just
sure.
told you.
I'm pretty positive that he won the election in 2024. Correct?
Yeah. But in 2020 he lost, and then he tried to steal it.
He lost and he tried to steal it. Did he become president?
No, because his attempt failed. Do you affirm that he tried to steal it, though?
I don't really think that's what happened, but
Oh, that is. He admitted to it.
well, that's his prerogative. If you really, really think,
But you can't
that
support a
he-
prerogative with that
Let me
prerogative,
ask something.
right?
No,
Chloe, can we agree
let me
that we
ask
shouldn't
something.
support a president
I
with
want
that
the
prerogative?
characteristics in which he portrays that he is a dictator.
1 second. I
I want you to name them.
you just did a prerogative to like steal a free and fair election.
Was he successful?
No, I
With
said
your
this is
claim.
prerogative.
Yeah, he was not successful with your
But
claims.
I don't think
We're
that I
talking
don't
about a
think that he
man.
needs
Hold
to be
on. We're
successful for
talking
that to
about
be
a man
characteristic. Chloe,
in a country
Chloe, you're trying to like
which they
steamroll
don't
here.
have.
Hey,
Hold
Chloe,
on.
Chloe, you're really trying to
I'm not
steamroll here.
steamrolling.
You are. I need to
No.
ask you a question because I just gave you
Okay, yeah,
right.
yeah.
I just gave you like an indication of wannabe dictator. Can we agree that like an individual possessing a prerogative to like RIG the outcome of a free and fair election to install themselves as a leader would definitely be a characteristic of a wannabe dictator? Yes or no?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so then you agree that Donald Trump possesses a characteristic of a wannabe dictator.
Say that one more time.
So then you agree that Donald Trump
Yeah, that's
possesses a characteristic of a wannabe dictator because you agree that he possessed that prerogative in 2020.
That was his prerogative. That's your claim. Yes.
Okay. So
If that's your claim, yes.
well, that was actually.
But it wasn't
your
my claim. I told you I don't think that's what happened.
You said that you thought that was his prerogative. That was your claim.
Yeah, his prerogative.
Exactly. And you just said
If
that
that's
that
the claim that
prerogative is a
you make-
characteristic of a wannabe dictator. I like
If
connect the
that's
dots.
the claim that you are
You
making,
said that he had that prerogative, and then you said this prerogative is a characteristic of a wannabe dictator. Therefore, you think Donald Trump has characteristics of wannabe dictators. It's very simple.
yeah, and it's very simple that I said that that was the claim that you made, and I made the claim that I don't think that's what happened.
Oh, okay.
You thought
so I'll
it's
prove
what
that claim.
had happened.
Okay, I'll
right.
prove that claim. Okay, here's a proof for that claim.
Okay, please do.
Okay, so the proof for that claim would be his own admission. Yeah, so there we go. We just got a live visibility restricted for 10 minutes. So I'm going to need to be very, very careful with my words here, because whenever we talk about RIG in reference to 2020, TikTok auto restricts it because they think that I'm making the other claim, that Biden did it, right?
Well,
And
if you
TikTok
need me to
takes it
drop
as
down,
info.
then I will.
No, it was on this stream. It was on me. It's not on you. So anyways, I'm just going to go ahead and now give you the evidence. So the evidence that was his prerogative in 2020 is the fact that he installed FAKE votes for himself. Votes for himself inside of Congress from 7 states. Now, in all reality, the votes from these 7 states, went to Biden. Biden won the 7 key swing states. Donald Trump didn't like that, so he turned around and he installed FAKE slates of electorates that he then sent to these states to then bring back a FAKE vote from these states to Congress. And then he was pressuring the certifier of the election results on J6, Mike Pence, to certify the FAK votes in as real. And if Mike Pence went along with Donald Trump's plan here, then Donald Trump would have been installed for a second term. Now, of course, the next question is, well, what is my evidence that he sent these FAKE votes? What is my evidence that he installed these fake slates of electorates? And my evidence would be is the fact that he admitted it and inside of his defense in criminal prosecution inside of Congress and then in front of SCOTUS. So his legal argument was to admit to installing these FAKE votes, but then to argue that it was actually a good thing for him to install these FAKE votes because Biden did it first, and then to also simultaneously argue that he can't be criminally prosecuted for installing these FAKE votes because it is the case that he had presidential immunity when he did it.
Okay, so your question is what?
I didn't ask a question. I gave you an argument to confirm and verify the conclusion that Donald Trump possessed a prerogative that is true of wannabe dictators.
Hey, so can I ask you one more question? You can definitely explain this to me. So essentially, Maduro, can we explain that process of stealing elections? I'm just asking a question.
So I just did
Just a
explain.
question.
I did just explain the process. Of how
Right,
Donald
but
Trump
we're
tried
talking
to
about Maduro.
No, we're talking about Trump.
But now I'm talking about Maduro. I'm
So
asking
then
you
you're
a question.
pivoting?
I just want to compare the two.
So you're pivoting.
I'm not pivoting. I'm asking a
You are
question
pivoting, 'cause
in
I'll-
reference
real
to the
quick, Chloe,
conversation we were
Chloe,
having.
I'm gonna explain how you're pivoting, because
Okay.
the goal of my last explanation was to
Mhm.
give you the evidence and justification to prove that Donald Trump possesses a prerogative of a wannabe dictator. Okay, so I at this point either want you to concede and accept that Donald Trump possesses a characteristic of a wannabe dictator, or conjure up some type of counter argument. Not just pivot to Maduro.
It's not pivoting.
It is.
It's
because
literally not.
Because a conversation surrounding Maduro is not conceptually relevant to a conversation surrounding does or does not Trump possess a characteristic that is true of a wannabe dictator. That's specifically why it's a pivot.
But let's break this down, okay? So we're talking about these votes, right?
Yeah.
Can I say that word?
Yeah, just whenever you say RIG, spell it out. Whenever you say FAKE, spell it out, and I think we should be good.
Okay. So when we're talking about these VOTES, we'll just say that. Where we're talking about these whatevers, in reference to that, do you think it was even realistic? Truly, do you think that it was even realistic that that could have even benefited anyone?
What?
Because we can talk about the.
I don't
hold
understand
on.
your question.
We can
What
talk.
are you asking?
Yeah, I'll break it down a little bit more for you. We're talking
No,
about
you
the
just need to
relevance.
clarify because that's gibberish.
I'm trying. We're talking about the relevance, right, with these votes, okay? And we're talking about how that could have benefited him. Do you think that was realistic?
Oh, realistic for him to be successful in his coup? Yeah. He was one man away.
But do you think that it would have actually happened?
Yeah. Very, 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 very plausible. I mean, he was one man away. One singular man away from being successful.
So why didn't it?
Because that one singular man that he was away from being successful in his coup said fuck no, and his name was Mike Pence, a man who spent a lifetime dedicated towards public service of the wrong and the bad and the ugly, but then with that one decision, in my mind, redeemed himself. Okay, not someone I would ever write down on a ballot in a vote, not someone I'd ever vote for, advocate for, or support, but in that moment, he solidified himself, at least in this sense, as going down as a good figure in history, indexed to this one specific action of being the single man that prevented the coup.
Okay, this is where I was going with my question I was asking you earlier. So obviously, we're aware that our government is set up very differently than other countries, correct?
That our government is set up differently than other governments. Yeah. How is this relevant towards you either accepting or
make it
denying that
relevant.
Donald Trump possesses a characteristic of a wannabe dictator? Because keep in mind, the premise that we're debating here is, well, does he or does he not possess characteristics that are true of wannabe dictators?
If that is what we're going to be the determining factor, right, in this conversation, is that what we're talking about? Because essentially what we started conversing about was Maduro and Trump and their similarities in that situation.
So not necessarily, but like at some point in the conversation, one of the subtopics was like my argument that Donald Trump possesses these characteristics of wannabe dictators, and then you denied it, and then I gave you evidence for it, and I now need to know if you accept or deny that evidence. Okay, Chloe just fucking ran away. Get pushed. I don't listen. Okay. All right. Like the opposing team just has no one that they could send up against me and win a debate. And wow, terrible. Honestly, man, like there's just no ground. There's no ground that they could stand on here. It's just like a total destruction. What's up, Autumn? Do you support Trump?
I didn't even mean to join.
No worries. Lane, what's up? Do you support Trump?
I do not, but I just wanted to ask you one question, though.
I'm sorry, man. We're just looking for MAGA. Mac, do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
29. Just turned 29 on December 24th.
Happy late birthday, man. Let me thank a couple people, then I'll pass the mic off to you. F, thank you for the $5, who says today is the U.S. Capitol GOP attack on January 6th anniversary, and that I'm not celebrating. Yeah, that's why we're, talking about it a bit today, but that is unfortunately going to be the last time we talk about it on this live, because we just got like a massive like misinfo censorship because of it. Because the thing is that the TikTok algorithm, when I'm talking about Donald Trump's FAKE elector scheme, the TikTok algorithm is very one-dimensional and thinks that I'm talking about the opposing claim about Biden. And TikTok's been going hard on banning that for years now. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, love listening to Cook These Idiots day in and day out. Love you, Liz in Maine. Dude, shout out to you. Thank you so much, Liz. And then Jessica, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, did you hear how Elon fell for an AI video of Venezuelans celebrating Trump? Oh, no, I didn't hear about that. I totally believe it, though. Thank you so much, Jessica and Liz. As well as Caitlin, thank you so much for the $5. Michael, thank you for the $20. He says, Trump quote Logic 101, if you're not successful at committing a crime, no punishment. Abolish, quote unquote, attempted unaliving. I know, because he wasn't successful, we shouldn't care. Thank you so much for the $20, Michael. Show some love to Michael down below in that chat, everyone. Please, 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 please. As well as Catherine, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. Show some love to Catherine down below. Jason, thank you for the $5. And then Nikki, thank you for the $1. And Samantha, thank you for the $1. Over on PayPal, a couple people to thank you real quick. F, thank you so much for the $10, who says, hi, Dean. You sure are correct. History did repeat itself, like Vietnam was very similar to Afghanistan. Yup. Thank you for the $10, F. Lauren, thank you for the $20 as well. I did thank you earlier, though. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. The handle's also at the top of the phone screen and pinned on my YouTube stream as well. I get 100% of those proceeds. They go straight to me. You could attach a message, and I could even read it out on live. Now, Mac, you're on pause right now. I can't hear you. You will have to come back into the TikTok app if you'd like to tell us why you support Trump as president. The mic and the floor are yours, sir.
Sure. Is it okay if I get my co-host up here as well?
You have a co-host? Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I run my own TikTok lives too. And we always run together.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
All right, cool. Let me get her on here real quick. 1 second.
Okay. Sounds good to me. I'll take it. We'll do it. Let's go. All right, dude. MAGA's throwing the best they got, dude. This is the evil teen. The evil teen. Conservative debater. Pro-MAGA edgelord. I'm about to get cooked. I'm about to get fried. And I better get absolutely destroyed. Completely wrecked.
Okay, it's a page, a rye.
Page a rye. Where is she in the queue? I don't see a page in the queue, my friend. No page in the queue.
All right, 1 second. Hold on.
Okay. I'll keep the queue open. Keeping the queue open. Don't know where Paige is at.
So she's in there. She's texting me.
I'll look one more time. What's her profile picture look like?
She's blonde, curly hair. There she is. What's up, Paige?
Hey, Mac.
Oh, Jaden, thank you. Hey, guys.
Hi, Dean.
So you're both big Trump guys, big Trumpers?
If you want to say that, sure.
Okay, all right. And how old are you both?
I'm 24.
Okay.
I'm 29.
Okay. Do you mind? So you guys like do very similar lives. You host your own little MAGA lives. Do you mind if I just start with a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you guys still support Trump as president if he, like, I don't know, wanted to execute his political opponents with no good reason whatsoever?
Yeah, there's no evidence of that.
Okay, I know, because it's just hypothetical. Trust me, Trump's a good man. He'd never do that. But hypothetically, if he did, would you still support him?
Are you talking about someone like are you talking about like someone, I don't know if you can say specific words on your live, but someone who's like a leader of like a terrorist organization, or are we talking like...
No, just like, I don't know, maybe
Canadian
like a
president.
Democrat in Congress wants to execute them with no good reason. So would you still support him?
No, but that hasn't happened, so...
Yeah, it hasn't happened. You're right. So Paige says no. What about you, Mac?
No, I mean, that hasn't happened, no.
Okay, no, but you wouldn't support him if he did, right?
Sure.
Okay, so both of you guys would stop supporting Trump right now if I could prove that he like wants to execute Democrats in Congress. So
I think I know what you're talking about,
the
but
president
please
of the
give
United
example.
States of America, Donald Trump, is now demanding the Constitution. Then Donald Trump wants you dead. So here's everything that you need to know. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. He responded to a post published by the Washington Examiner titled, "Democratic Veterans in Congress Urge Service Members to Refuse Unspecified Unlawful Orders," by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, "This is seditious behavior, punishable by death." And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, "Hang them, George Washington would." Turns out he has.
I want to really, yeah.
Are you talking about treason? Like, what is the specific example he's giving?
So he wanted to execute Democrats in Congress that told our military if he gives them an unlawful order, they don't have to follow it.
Can you put that tweet back up? Because I think you're making this very exaggerated.
Whoa, where did that video come from? I didn't even mean to play that one. That's crazy.
I want to really, yeah.
Wait, why is it duplicating itself? Wait, this isn't even a troll. Where'd the other video go? The president of the United States of America unlawful. Okay, so here's what the Washington Examiner posted. They posted, "Democratic veterans in Congress urge service members to refuse unspecified unlawful orders." Unlawful orders. By saying, Donald Trump then responded to it and said, "This is bad, dangerous to our country. They can't be allowed to stand. This is seditious behavior from traitors. Lock them up," and that their words cannot be allowed to stand.
Yeah, lock them
He
up
then
for,
followed
yeah,
that up
for
with,
treason.
oh, but then he says it's punishable by death. This is
Right,
seditious
treason
behavior.
is punishable by death.
Okay, so
It's
it's
federal law.
sedition. But guess what? What they did wasn't sedition. It's quote unquote. And then he reposts "hang them." So, yeah.
So what exactly do they say they're not going to do for Trump? That would not be considered sedition.
Oh, so what I don't consider to be sedition that he falsely considers to be sedition is a video that 7 of them release, just straight up saying that if Donald Trump gives you an unlawful order and you're a member of our military, then you don't have to follow it.
Yeah, it would be treasonous for the military to not listen to the commander-in-chief.
No, according to the oath that they take, as well as the UCMJ, they actually aren't supposed to listen to their commander-in-chief if the commander-in-chief is telling them to do something, and which would be in breach of the supremacy clause of the 2nd article of the Constitution, or in other words, in violation of the Constitution.
Sure. So what is it that was against the Constitution that they said they were not going to do?
Well, first and foremost, the video posted was more so just a reminder of their oath. If he does give you an illegal order, you don't have to follow it. So even if he hasn't yet, still yet, their video wouldn't be treason because it's just echoing the oath that they took to uphold the Constitution. But to be more specific, he has given members of the military an illegal order. SCOTUS gave their opinion 2 weeks ago that when he ordered some members of the National Guard to go and be deployed inside of Illinois, that was an illegal order.
But again, that would go back to Article 92, where it would have to be illegal and unconstitutional and criminal.
Yeah, it has to be unconstitutional, precisely. And SCOTUS gave their opinion of his deployment of the National Guard in Illinois as unconstitutional. But keep in mind, all that they were saying is if he does give you an illegal order, you don't have to follow it. So even if, like, SCOTUS reversed that opinion tomorrow, even if you could argue that SCOTUS was wrong, and even if that was not an illegal order to deploy the National Guard inside of Illinois for whatever reason, still yet what they said wouldn't be seditious and or treasonous. So in other words, yeah, he just called for the death with no good reason. Okay, which means that none of y'all should support him as president.
But again, that would be treasonous behavior. If he'd done nothing illegal or unconstitutional, what is your proof that what he did was unconstitutional or illegal?
So I want to clarify in the video. I already gave you that proof.
Okay, I know that. Yeah, I know the video.
But in the video, they just said if he gives you an illegal order, you don't have to follow it.
What illegal
is that
order
seditious to
has
say?
he given?
Okay, does he need... Wait. I'm so sorry. Does he need to give the military an illegal order in order for it to be considered not seditious for members of our government to just remind the military of their oath to uphold the Constitution and to remind them of the fact that if he does give them an illegal order, they don't have to follow it?
You're making a claim that what he did was illegal. What is your proof that what he did was illegal?
So I did make a claim that he did give the military an illegal order by deploying the National Guard inside of Illinois. And my proof for that was the fact that SCOTUS gave a dissenting opinion 2 weeks ago. And I think it was, let's see here, somebody versus Illinois. I think it was maybe Donald J. Trump versus Illinois. And they gave their opinion. They said it was unconstitutional for him to deploy the National Guard there. But like, regardless of SCOTUS's opinion, okay, I've now demonstrated irrefutable proof that it was unconstitutional. Even if I didn't have that proof, still yet, what the members of Congress said in that video wouldn't be seditious. Do you accept or deny that? Do you specifically accept or deny that just members of our Congress urging members of the military to not abide by any unlawful order that the president gives them that is undeniably not seditious or traitorous?
If you say Congress, correct?
Yeah.
Again, you haven't given me an exact example of what they were telling them to do that would make it illegal. I understand
I definitely have, because I did give you the exact example of Donald Trump deploying the National Guard inside of Illinois. And then I give you the exact opinion ruling from SCOTUS 2 weeks ago, where SCOTUS gave their opinion, and their opinion was the fact that it's unconstitutional. I definitely have, but like that, once again, that's not really necessary to prove, although I did, to further this dialogue, because it doesn't matter if Donald Trump has already given the military an illegal order or not, in order for it to not or to be considered seditious for members of our Congress to say what they did. I'm going to ask you a very specific clarifying question here. Is it true or is it not true that it is not seditious to tell the military that they don't have to abide by any illegal order that the president might give them?
If it's illegal, then they can obey. But I've yet to have proof that what
you're
they
not answering my
what he
question.
did was illegal.
I'm not getting an answer to my question. Is it seditious?
I've already said it.
I'd be clear here. Is it seditious for a member of Congress to urge the member to disobey any unlawful order that the president might give them, regardless if the president has or not?
I understand what you're saying, but what I am saying is that...
But that's not an answer. I want an answer. That's a question. There's a question mark at the end. What's the question? What's the answer to the question? What's the answer to the question page?
I'm explaining to you the third time. If what they're being asked to do is illegal, then they can deny it. But what if they're doing is legal, then they have to act by what he's asking them to do.
Okay, that's true. What you just said is true. So in other words, can we agree now that no, what the congressmen and women said was not seditious?
I would have to do more research on that, but because I don't really know. It was back in just late December, correct?
Because you're not familiar with what the congressmen and women said?
No, specifically this deployment in Illinois, not that much.
Okay, we're not even talking about the deployment in Illinois. We're talking about what the congressmen and women said that then led Donald Trump to call for their execution. Because remember, Paige, you said that you would no longer support Trump as president if he'd basically called for the execution.
I mean, there's other things that Trump does that I don't support. It's not just this one issue.
Okay, but see, the thing is that you explicitly told me that if this were true.
Mods kicked apparently, so he's in the box.
1 second. Yeah, if he wants to come back up on this live, he's gonna have to like take down his third video. But anyways, so
What's the third video?
it's just a shorthand abbreviation saying white N-word going hard as fuck. But anyways, so I'm just gonna have you.
WANGAF.
Yeah,
Well,
something like that.
you invited him up here, and then you just like kick him, and then he has to like take down like specific videos. It doesn't seem very
Well,
like,
yeah. So if he
you're,
takes
like
it
kind of
down,
running away from the debate at that point.
well, if I mean,
No,
he wasn't
let
even
him
debating.
speak?
He hasn't even been speaking up the whole time. If he wants to take
I
the
don't
video
think
down,
he was trying to be rude and interrupt either of us.
okay. Well, if he takes the video down, then I'll bring him back up. That's fine.
So it sounds like you're just running from it at this point.
What am I running from? He didn't say anything.
You're concerned about his one video.
Wait. Why do you think I'd be running from him?
You're refusing to bring him up here because I think you're worried about what he's saying because he's debated you before and kind of made you look like
I don't even know who he is.
a little silly. Well, he's debated you before.
I have no clue who he is.
Okay, well that's fine. I'm sure you talked to
So
someone.
if I don't know who he is, why would I be running from him? Yeah, if he wants
Your
to take the video
entire
down.
chat is talking about this third video.
Yeah, if he wants
and
to
like
take it
your
down.
ego
Listen,
is so stricken that you can't do anything.
my ego's not shook. I'm just simply asserting a ground rule. If he wants to take the video down, he can come back up. If not, he doesn't. If not, he can leave the
Again,
video
but
up.
that
He just won't be
seems
back
like
up on
you're
the live.
running, Dean. Like there's people make
Listen,
videos about you
listen,
all
Paige.
the time. I'm sure that you don't like.
Page. If I was running from him, then I would say that he couldn't come back up regardless if he takes it down or not.
You're trying to treat him like a puppet right now. I think that's kind of silly.
No, I
Take
just uphold.
down the video. I won't talk to you. Like,
Hey, Paige, you're crashing out because you're losing the debate and your butt hurt, but I understand that this is also just a deflection away from the topic being debated.
I mean, you need
So point number 1, Paige, yeah, because you're interrupting me. So point number 1, Paige, right, it is the case that you got absolutely destroyed, like it's so far in our conversation. You said that you would stop supporting Trump
well, the
as
video's
president.
down now, so let him up.
Okay, yeah, perfect. That's awesome. We're
Well,
getting
fun.
we're getting Trump
you go.
supporters to delete their super like bad posts. Awesome. That's a whole lot of fun.
So scared.
He took it down. Awesome, dude. He took it down. Awesome. Okay, so anyways.
Anything to get to talk to Dean. Anything.
So anyways,
You're just
Paige,
running away at this point.
he's back on the live. How could I be running away? You idiot.
You're so concerned about a single video that this
Well,
one
all
person
right,
made
well,
that you won't talk to him because like your
Paige,
ego is
Paige,
shut.
that talking point died the moment I let him back up like 10 seconds ago. Pipe down.
No, you're upset over one video that a random person on TikTok made that you're like, I can't talk to him unless he takes down this one video.
Listen, I'm just simply asserting the ground rules. You really sound like a snowflake. Why are you crashing so hard out over
You're
law and order?
muting me,
Listen,
so-
I thought because you're interrupting me. So I thought that the right was like supposed to be right the party of like obedience and adherence to law and order and rule. Listen, I'm just setting the ground rules for this space. And like, honestly, you're just kind of acting like a crazy, like radical leftist communist, if anything. So I'm just going to ask you to like adhere to the rules, stop being a snowflake and, just like try to debate.
Okay, hey Dean, let's start over if we can.
Okay.
Because you asked me,
So-
you asked me when I first came up here.
So
like,
anyways,
reasons why I support Trump.
well, that's not necessarily true because we're in the middle of a conversation. Just real quick, guys. Okay, I want to go back to that. Both of y'all said that you would stop supporting Donald J. Trump as president. Okay, if it was the case, okay, that Donald Trump had called for the execution of his Democratic political opponents in
Which
Congress,
he did
basically.
not. He did not do that.
I have now proved that he had. I showed the screenshots on the screen, okay, where he called.
For treasonous behavior, that's different.
Can I speak without being interrupted? You too?
Go ahead.
Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. So
You're
anyways,
welcome.
to go back to what I was saying. I showed the screenshot on screen. The Washington Examiner posted an article on Truth Social just saying that, Democrats in Congress urged members of our military to disobey any unlawful order that the president may or may not make. Okay, then Donald Trump said that this was seditious and traitorous. And then he followed it up by saying that because it's seditious, it's punishable by death. And then he reposted a statement that said hang them. All right? The only fair way to interpret that is that Donald Trump thinks that they should be hung, thinks that they should be executed because he thinks that they're guilty of committing sedition, when in all reality, they're not guilty of committing sedition, and there's no cogent, feasible defense for the idea that they are.
Right.
Well,
because
if they
he's
were
not
guilty of sedition, then it would be punishable.
Right?
But they were not.
But imagine this. Imagine if I basically asserted that you were a serial killer. And then I said that because the punishment for serial killing is death, I think you should be sentenced to death. Can we agree that that would be me basically calling for your death because I have no evidence that you're actually a serial killer?
Well, if we went to court and proved obviously that I wasn't, then it would be arbitrary.
Well, you're just not answering my question. As it stands, if I truly believed that you were a serial killer, in fact, I said, you, sir, are a serial killer. And, because the punishment for serial killing is death, I then said, right, that, you need to be hung, you need to be executed. because you're a serial killer and
Right.
that's a punishment, can you agree that I would be calling for your execution?
Yeah, you would be, but then we would just go to court and prove that I wasn't.
Okay, so then you
Right,
accept.
so-
So then you accept that Donald Trump, like at the bare minimum, would be calling for the execution of these Democrats in Congress. True?
If they were guilty.
No, not if they were guilty, because you just said even though you're not guilty of serial killing, if I basically accused you of that and I genuinely believe that you were, I would still be calling for your execution, even though you're not truly a serial killer.
You would be calling it on the basis that I was guilty, though. And if we prove that I'm not
But guess
guilty,
what? I'm assuming that basis.
right?
If
so,
I,
mean,
if I
we-
assume that base, okay, right, and then I call for your execution, can you agree that I would be calling for your execution with no good reason, pre-assumed on a false basis?
yeah, and I mean, it's obvious that
Okay,
Donald
okay,
Trump
so then it's
goes
true
online
that
and
Donald
does a bunch
Trump.
of stuff.
Then it's true that Donald Trump is calling for the execution of Democrats in Congress on the pre-assumption of a false base.
I think that what we can deduce is that we should take away Donald Trump's Twitter past 2 a.m. because he posts a lot of crazy things, but he's still a good president.
So the issue here isn't like the fact that he has access to social media. Like obviously the president should have access to social media because that's the way to communicate with like so many millions of people like incredibly easily. Okay, but like we just shouldn't have a president like Trump that then use that social media to call for the execution of his political opponents. I don't want a deflection. I don't want to pivot. In fact, I want every single viewer of this live to be incredibly mindful what their response to this question is. So tracking the last line of dialogue, Mac, can we agree that Donald Trump was calling for the execution of Democrats on the basis of a false assumption with no evidence?
I mean, if they were guilty of that crime, he was calling for them to be punished for it.
Oh, no. So we've already went over this. You've already tried this argument, and it's something that I already defeated. Okay, because remember how I said, if I just basically accused you of being a serial killer, I made it clear that I truly believe that you're a serial killer, and, you know, the punishment for serial killing is death, so then I said that you should be hung. That wouldn't be me calling for your execution if it's true that you're a serial killer. That would be me calling for your execution on the basis of a false assumption that you are a serial killer. Can you acknowledge that?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, you're Dean Withers, though, and this is the commander-in-chief. So if the commander-in-chief is accusing...
So you're basically saying the only reason why this isn't true for Trump is because Trump's a Trump and you're a cult member. So anyways, if it's true, right, that if I were to falsely assume that you're a serial killer and call for your death because of that, okay, I would be calling for your death on the basis of a false assumption, okay? I wouldn't be calling for just punishment if this assumption were to be true. So therefore, Donald Trump, right, is calling for the deaths of Democrats in Congress on the basis of a false assumption, right? Not calling for just punishment if this assumption were to be true. Can you affirm
Is
that?
that the only argument? Like, this is your only example of things that he's done wrong?
No, we could only, because we only have one mouth, we could only talk about one thing at a page time. Crazy, all right? But anyways, Matt, can you affirm that?
Repeat what you want me to affirm exactly, because I mean we've kind of gone around in circles.
Basically, what I want you to affirm is that Donald Trump is calling for the death and execution of Democrats in Congress on the basis of a false assumption that they are guilty of sedition. And the reason why we keep on going around in circles isn't because you're listening to me, okay? Because the circle that's continuing is then you just respond by saying, no, he's basically saying if they were found guilty of this, then this would be the punishment. And I'm refuting that by saying, well, the reason why that's not true is because he believes that they're guilty of it, and because he believes that they're guilty of it, he believes that they should be executed. So in other words, it's not calling for just punishment for this crime if they were to be guilty of it. It's him assuming that they are guilty of it and then calling for their execution.
Sure. So yeah, I mean, he thinks that they're guilty of it. He wants to put them on trial for it.
So does he want them to be executed? Yes or no?
If they were found to be guilty, he does. Yes.
No, but that you're adding that on. Okay, if I were to basically accuse you of being a serial killer and then say that the punishment for serial killing is death, and then I want you to be executed, that's not me saying if you're found guilty, I want you to be executed. That's me saying I want you to be executed because I'm assuming that you are guilty, right?
Right, but that's not how our court systems work.
Wait, so you just said right. Okay, so you just said right. I understand that's not how the court systems work because we're not talking about the court system. We're talking about the beliefs of men, okay? Me and Trump, all right? So you just affirmed that it is right that I'd be calling for your execution on the basis of a false assumption of your guilt. Therefore, Donald Trump is calling for the execution of Democrats in Congress on the basis of a false assumption of their guilt. Yes or no?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Earlier, you said you'd stop supporting Donald Trump if he called for the execution of political opponents baselessly, because there's no basis for the allegation that they committed sedition. Therefore, in accordance and adherence to your own described values, you are no longer a Trump supporter.
But was there seditious behavior? Were they not listening to lawful orders?
If you could prove that there's a basis to the claim that they're engaging in sedition, then my argument would be false. So your only way to like weasel your way out of this corner that you found yourself in is to prove that what they did was seditious. which you can't do. Any other response, okay, unless it's a concession, would just be cope.
I need my laptop because then I have to go on Teacup to look up this information.
Yeah,
obviously,
no, feel free. Just feel free. Any other response than a concession or a legitimate argument to demonstrate that there's a base for the accusation that they committed sedition is pure copium.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess give me like 5 minutes to go find some evidence for you real quick.
Oh yeah, dude, you take it away. Don't leave. Just Teacup. Yeah, go look for that evidence. Hey Jake, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, my cousin is a Capitol Police officer, and on January 8th, 2021, 2 of his buddy in the forces took their own lives. The DOJ listed both of those as deaths in the line of duty. What they're doing is deleting history. They are deleting history today, Jake. Thank you for the $10. Hey, real quick, Paige, can you thank Jake for the $10?
No, thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. No worries. I'd also like to very quickly thank Nicholas for the $20. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Nicholas. Please, chat, show some love to Nicholas down below in the chat for the big 20, as well as Cal. Thank you so much for the $20 as well, who says, if you combine both of these guest IQs, it would still start with a decimal point. I'm a retired veteran. And quote unquote, I was only following orders is not a viable defense. Thank you for the $20, Cal, and the $20, Nick. I want to see 200 Cal W's, K-A-L, and 200 Nick W's, N-I-C-K. Could you thank Cal and Nick?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. Okay, we just have a couple other people to thank, and then we'll get back to the debate. Tom, thank you so much for the $6 over on Venmo. Eli, thank you for the 5. And then Cortland, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Holy shit, that is COURTLAND with $100. He says, 2 tours, an Iraq veteran here. Truthful history matters. We already did this for 20 years for what? Get educated, MAGA. Much love, man. Much love to yourself. Thank you for your service. You're a true goddamn American patriot. Can you thank this true goddamn American patriot, Iraq war vet, Mr. Cortland, for the $100?
Yeah, I'm not repeating myself.
No worries. Okay. Thank you for the $100, Cortland. She must hate the veterans, right? Franco, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, thank you for honoring these people. I appreciate you for that love, Franco. Show some love to Franco. Show some love to Cortland. Show some love to Eli and Tom. Over on PayPal, thank you so much for the $1 art. Elizabeth, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much. And then Derek, thank you so much for the $20. Who says it never gets old watching you destroy the maggots and the Christians. Love what you do, Dean. Derek, thank you for your support for what we do here. Your donation.
Do you think that anyone who do you think every Republican or every conservative is a MAGA, like a Trump supporter, like hardcore Trump supporter, or do you think that you can believe in some things that they do and not others?
Not every Republican.
Very small-minded.
And so not every Republican is MAGA, but every Republican that supports Trump as president is MAGA.
How does that make any sense?
Because I mean, I think in order to support Trump as president, you kind of need to engage in those.
All right. So would a Democrat that voted for Donald Trump be MAGA?
Yes. And they wouldn't be a Democrat.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
The thing that wouldn't make sense is them calling themselves a Democrat.
Because you're bringing it down to just the person that Trump is and not the policy exchange between him and Kamala Harris. There can be Democrats out there that genuinely just do not agree with some things that Kamala Harris says. Or there's one big issue that they do not agree on. Same with Republicans. There's Republicans out there that there's one big issue that they do not agree on where they'll vote for Kamala Harris. That does not mean that they're MAGA or not MAGA.
I don't know, man. I think that you have to deny your rational faculties or engage in willful and obtuse ignorance to support Trump as president. I just don't think that there's any viable defense of him. I think that he's the worst president of your life. I think that he's proven time and time again that he'll just cross the red lines. For everyone in the chat saying that she's running, I mean, he's doing the research. It's okay. I'll talk about something else with Paige in the meantime. What is your argument? Why do you support Trump?
I mean, there's going to be things that I do not agree with him on. There's going to be a lot of things that I do agree with him on. I believe that the Democrats have handled the immigration at the border absolutely terribly. I mean, even Barack Obama did better than the last 4 years under Joe Biden. I think Kamala Harris didn't handle her job at the border. She didn't even go to South America until, I believe, 2022.
Wait. You mean the year after she became VP?
It took you a year to go down to South America to figure out why we're bringing in millions of illegal immigrants every single year? If that's your one main job as vice president, and it took you over a year to go and try and solve the issue with the leaders of those countries.
What city are you from?
Does it matter?
Yeah, it does. Well, I guess I don't want you to.
I'm from South Florida, so I see a lot of illegal immigrants here.
Oh, okay.
Specifically, like watermelon, oranges, sugarcane.
Watermelon, oranges, sugarcane? What does that mean?
They're crop pickers here. It's a big problem.
Are you calling the undocumented immigrants these crops?
No, that's what they pick. We're in South Florida. That's the crops that we grow here.
So you're saying that there's like a lot of undocumented immigrants that work on farms in South Florida?
Absolutely, and they're treated absolutely horribly.
So the next time you make that claim, don't like call them watermelons. Like it's just
No, I was telling you what
so,
they were
yeah,
picking. I shouldn't. That's
Yeah,
context.
you just said it. You just said it weird. Okay, so there's a lot of undocumented immigrants that work in South Florida. On
Yes, and they're
farms.
treated absolutely horribly in the fields here. They're paid
Oh,
probably
hey.
less than $20 a day.
Hey, your buddy left.
Well, he was probably on teacup too long.
Yeah.
So
I have a question. Do you
just
think
look
that
at the
they're
request.
do you think that they're treated better in South Florida or in CCOT?
Do you know? Do you know the people that go to CCOT? They're not the people that are picking crops in South Florida fields.
Actually, according to CBS, NPR, and
CBS. Do you have
NAP,
another source?
I just
CBS
brought
is
up
the
three.
best source we
CBS,
have.
NPR. Well, actually, I mean they're kind of run by the Trump administration right now with their new CEO.
CBS. I mean, except for like
NPR,
Barry,
NAP,
whatever her name is.
and NAP. You actually vast majority of people.
Do you
in
have
CCOT
any
don't have a
other
criminal
source?
record.
You don't have any other source?
I don't think that you have like any attention. I just gave you two other sources, my friend.
You said CBS. What else? Who was the other one?
NAP.
Hold on.
But I still don't think I've gotten an answer to my question. By the way, an example of an undocumented immigrant that was sent to CCOT with no criminal record.
Oh, don't say the Maryland guy.
Yeah, Brigham
You're
Garcia.
smarter than that, Dean.
I'm smarter than what?
Mentioning the Maryland guy.
Yeah, I'm much smarter than you. I know that.
No one's ever said
Yeah,
that.
the Maryland guy that Donald Trump illegally deported, by the way.
He was not legally here. He was an M16 member.
M16? What's M16?
Dean, you know exactly what I'm saying.
I don't know. No, what the fuck is M16?
Okay, are you going to deny that he was illegally here?
Actually, before I answer that question, what's M16?
Dean.
Do you mean to say MS13?
Yes.
Okay, let's just make sure that we're
now,
right.
now, can you answer my question?
Well, for a while he wasn't because he had a withholding order forbidding his removal to anywhere.
For a while, so he was here illegally.
Temporary status. I'm pretty sure by the time his deportation came around, though, according to SCOTUS, he was here illegally. But he did have a withholding order
so
forbidding
he
his
needs to leave.
removal.
He also mentioned he got
had a
kicked.
withholding order forbidding his removal specifically to El
Matt
Salvador.
got kicked.
So do you accept or reject that the administration illegally deported him?
He's currently in the box. Someone kicked him again.
No, he just timed out because he was on teacup mode. So do you accept or reject that he was illegally deported?
You keep running from him, and I don't know why. This is the second time your mods have kicked him.
He wasn't kicked. You said it yourself. He was teacupped.
He just said that he got kicked by one of your mods.
He didn't get kicked
There you
by
go.
any of the mods. He just timed out. Leave it
He
to a
got
Trump
up to
supporter to
5
believe in
minutes and he
delusion.
wasn't on there that long.
Leave it to a Trump supporter to believe in delusion. So anyways,
But you've already admitted that he was here illegally, so I don't understand why you're upset that he was deported.
because even
Unless you believe in that.
undocumented immigrants have constitutional rights.
No, they don't.
How much
What
money do you want to bet?
constitutional right for who?
Oh, definitely. We'll talk about that. How much money do you want to bet?
I'm not betting you any money. You've already made enough.
No, come on. Let's bet some money, Paige.
No thanks, Dan.
How about
Are you talking about the right to due process?
how about you, Mac? Yeah, of course. That's one
The
of them.
only yeah,
Do you want
that's
to put
the
any money on the
only-
line?
Right, they have the right to due process.
Oh shit! Yeah. So Paige, guess what? Your own fucking co-host just refuted and proved you wrong. Oh,
Dean,
feel
we're
great.
obviously
So do you
talking
accept
about
or
when it
reject?
comes to citizenship. We're
Do
obviously
you accept
talking about
what?
that.
No, because
You
then,
like to
then
play
you
with
obviously don't know what
words and, like-
constitutional rights are. So do you accept or reject that
Shouldn't
the Trump
everyone know
administration illegally deported Abrigo Garcia?
No. You said that he was an illegal.
She won't answer this
he
question.
was illegally here.
Paige, I've been
You
asking
already
you this
admitted that I
question
was
for the last
correct.
20 minutes. Do you accept or reject that the Trump administration illegally deported him?
I reject that. He was here illegally. You
How much?
already
Okay,
agreed
put some money
with
on the
me.
line. Put some money on the line.
Dean, you already agreed with me.
Saying that
You
he's-
said,
okay.
yeah, well, technically, when this happened, he was here illegally.
Hold
You
on,
already
Paige.
admitted it.
Okay,
I missed the part of the conversation where are we talking about?
Oh, don't worry. I'll hop back in with you in a second here, Mac. But Paige, so I'm going to ask you to listen very closely to what I'm saying here. So you're attempting to use the fact that he's here as an undocumented immigrant to
Correct.
explain
He's here
it away.
illegally.
Paige, can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, my friend. I'd also recommend just, calm me down a little bit. I think that your cortisol levels are spiking. Just, a
Oh,
suggestion.
you sound like clavicular right now.
Because I know the word
Not as good
cortisol.
looking, but whatever.
Well, yeah, leave it to a MAGA woman to only enjoy men that admit to being on METH.
Nobody liked clav. Let's be real. That was just a joke
Yeah,
at you.
but anyways, just to get back into what I was saying here. Once again, you're attempting to refute the notion that Abrigo Garcia was illegally deported by just simply stating that he is here illegally. So
You agreed with us.
So yeah, so Abrigo Garcia, right, was an undocumented immigrant. He didn't have a legal status of residency or citizenship. That claim is true. Okay, but that doesn't change the fact that still yet there is a process in which undocumented immigrants have to be deported to be in obedience with the Constitution and federal law. And all that I'm saying is I understand that he was an undocumented immigrant. This doesn't change the fact that he was illegally deported.
Do you not think that the United States has a right to get anyone here that is illegally out of the country?
They don't.
Are you like for like?
Because of Article 2 of the Constitution, they only have a right to do it when it's not in breach of the Constitution.
Okay, and what constitutional right does he have that he did not have?
And by the way, everybody, somebody started spamming that she's 16, and then everyone picked up on it. She's not 16.
16.
You guys just don't really fact check what you're saying. But anyways, just real quick, I just want to know, and then I'll explain it. Do you accept or reject that he was deported illegally?
I reject that. He was here illegally. He needs to be deported.
Okay. All right. Awesome. So I want to bet you money on that.
Again, I'm not giving you any money, but you can stake your claim.
You would only give me money if you were wrong. So are you admitting
No, I
that
wouldn't
you were
just.
wrong?
I just wouldn't give you money regardless, and I don't expect you to give me money either.
Okay. All right. Well, I'd say that I have irrefutable and undeniable evidence that he was deported illegally. Do you want to know what it is?
Go right ahead, Dean.
A ruling from the Supreme Court, specifically ruling number 24A949, Nome versus Abrigo Garcia, where all 9 justices explicitly agreed to the fact that his removal to El Salvador was illegal. And of course, this decision was made on April 10th, 2025.
And when was he deported?
He was deported at some point before that. Let's see. April 7th, I think.
So before?
Yeah.
Okay, so he was deported, and then they voted on saying that he was deported illegally. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's kind of how our criminal justice system works. Silly
Okay,
goose.
so
you do something illegal, then a
Silly
court determines
goose.
that it was illegal.
Okay, so again, we're gonna go back to the main issue here is that
Well,
you
after you
believe
concede
that
that you were
people.
wrong.
I'm not conceding anything.
But you were
Again,
wrong.
I'm not.
Yeah, you were.
I think we
Paige,
just have different
Paige.
standards here.
What? So wait, your standard of legality is something other than the Supreme Court?
In our belief system when it comes to illegal immigrants in this country.
Wait. But it's a descriptive fact that is deportation was illegal. Like, you could argue that it shouldn't have been illegal, but it's a descriptive fact that it was because that's what SCOTUS ruled. You have to
All right,
concede.
Since you're saying it was illegal, then what have they done since the last, 8 months to correct that?
Oh, yeah, they fucking forced our government to bring him back. W SCOTUS for once.
He's not back in the United States.
Yeah, he is.
What is it, Kilmar Garcia?
Yeah.
I think that's arbitrary. I think
A SCOTUS ruling is arbitrary. Y'all are getting fucking owned.
So in the pursuit and the ambition of deporting anyone that's illegal in this country, mistakes are going to be made along the line, like in that pursuit.
Okay, so now you're just affirming that your co-host has to concede because you're arguing that he was illegally removed, but it was just a mistake. She's
Again, I'm not
arguing that he wasn't
conceding
illegally
anything.
removed. Mac,
No, I'm
Mac,
asking
can you affirm that it is
questions
the case that at this
on
moment,
dates.
Mac, can you affirm that it is the case that at this moment in time, your co-host has to concede?
I don't actually know any of the facts on this case. It's the first time I've ever heard about this guy. If I'm being completely honest.
Jesus Christ. April 10th, 2025, all 9 justices ruled that his removal was illegal. Okay, you like, dude, I have an Iron Man suit on in this debate right now. I'm indestructible with the arguments that I'm making. You just can't you can't do the gymnastics around like a goddamn SCOTUS ruling.
So even if we granted to you that it was a mistake for him to be deported, that doesn't take away the fact that Donald Trump is doing a good thing by having the ambition to deport illegal undocumented immigrants in this country.
Okay, well, I mean, I definitely disagree that it's a good thing because it doesn't materially benefit America. So you're basically saying even if your co-host were to concede?
It definitely does material benefit America.
Okay, but I just want to clarify. You are just saying,
So, Dean, I have a question. Do you believe that SCOTUS is always correct when it comes to their rulings?
Definitionally speaking, legally they are, right? Because the Constitution gives them the ability. Legally, yes, because the Constitution gives them the ability to act as the law of the land. They're self-justifying. Of course, this is legally.
So look up.
Listen, okay, one moment. Of course, this is legally. So you could argue, right, that like this shouldn't be legal. You could argue that the law should be different. You could argue that you even disagree with the rulings, but like ultimately, the ruling is what legally stands.
Right. So since you believe that they would be correct in all their rulings, and look up Dred Scott versus Stanford.
Oh yeah, in fact, the reason why Dred Scott versus Stanford was legal and was correct is what then warranted us changing the Constitution via the ratification.
But that was
of the
a
14th.
SCOTUS decision,
Yes.
and by your logic, they would have been correct voting that way.
No. By my logic, right? When they made that ruling, that was a law.
That what they're saying would be accurate, and now you're going back on it and saying, well, technically.
No, I'm not going back on anything. What they said was accurate. From that point forward, black individuals did not have birthright citizenship in the United States of America. That was an accurate legal fact. Before 1868 and after the Dred Scott SCOTUS ruling, it was an accurate, confirmed, verifiable fact that black Americans did not have birthright citizenship. And it is, in fact, because of that fact that then warranted the ratification of the 14th Amendment.
It was eventually overturned, though, because it was a bad ruling.
It wasn't like overturned by another SCOTUS decision. It was overturned
by
the
the 13th and 14th Amendment.
It was specifically the 14th, not the 13th for Dred Scott. Know your history.
Both had something to do with it. You should know that. Learn your history.
So Dred Scott ruled that black Americans didn't have citizenship if they're born in the soil. Specifically, the first section of the 14th Amendment is what changed that.
I mean, you can tell me I'm wrong, but like they both have something to do with it. But 14th, we are both correct.
So the 13th Amendment. What did the 13th Amendment do?
Originally abolish slavery and
abolishing
servitude.
So abolishing slavery, did that change the fact that black people born in American soil didn't have birthright citzenship?
No.
So then therefore the 13th Amendment had nothing to do with overturning the Dred Scott decision.
Is this the hill you're going to die on? They both had something to do with the overturning of the amendment. That's what I'm saying.
If we never passed the 14th Amendment, black Americans wouldn't have birthright citizenship. It was specific. Do
you think the 13th and the 14th Amendment have anything similar to each other that they could possibly work together?
The 13th, the 14th, and the 15th Amendment relate to one another, but specifically only the first section and the third section of the 14th Amendment would relate to overturning the Dred Scott decision.
If this is the hill you want to die on, that's completely fine. I think it's just kind of like a very itty-bitty, simple fact.
Even the itty-bitty, bits of misinformation you espouse ought to be corrected. So, but anyways, I want you to concede because let's see. You said that it's absurd for me to believe that like the rulings of SCOTUS are always like legally correct, and then you brought up the Dred Scott decision. I disagree.
Right, that was an example.
Well, that wasn't an example to refute my position. In fact, that just reaffirms it. Do you want me to explain to you how?
No, it doesn't. They originally voted that they don't have birthright citizenship, but you said that you believe that they're always correct, but it ended up being overturned by SCOTUS again.
It wasn't overturned by SCOTUS. It was overturned by Congress. Silly goose. But listen, you're misunderstanding what I mean. So you're equivocating between what I'm saying.
So then they were wrong. If Congress was then they were wrong. Are you going to admit that?
You're equivocating between the ways that you're using the word correct and wrong. Can I explain how?
Go right ahead.
Okay.
You're kind of running now because I think you knew that you used bad terminology.
No, I'm not running at all. I'm not running at all. I'm just explaining why your counter argument is invalid. Are you ready?
Go ahead.
Because when you're using the term correct, you're taking that to mean righteous or just. And when you use the term wrong, you're taking that to mean unrighteous or unjust. Correct?
No, not entirely.
Okay, right. So if you were using it that way, then you'd be equivocating from what I said.
No,
because
the way that you are using it, I am assuming.
So how am I using the word correct? If you don't know, I can explain it.
Not lawfully? Morally.
Oh yeah, lawfully. Yeah. Okay. So then you're not equivocating, and then you're just wrong. Because yes, the way that I'm using the term correct here would be legally correct. Can we agree that after SCOTUS ruled in the Dred Scott decision that black Americans did not have birthright citizenship, that it was a legal fact that black Americans did not have birthright citizenship?
Yes, that's what they voted on.
Thank you for conceding.
I didn't concede anything. I'm proving. Do you think that
You
what they were
just affirmed
doing-
that it was legally correct, that it was legally a fact that they didn't
No,
have
that's not what
birthright
I
citizenship.
said. You asked me if
Yeah,
that's
crash
what
out,
they were
crash
voting
out,
on, and
go,
that's exactly what
Cope,
they
crash
voted
out,
on.
Cope, crash out. Wine and Seethe. I don't know what to tell you.
Dude, you asked me if that's what they were doing when they voted on it. That's exactly what it was about.
Right, so then I'm right. Because it was a legal fact.
No!
After, okay. Specifically, what I'm right about is that when, after SCOTUS made that ruling, it was a legal fact that Black Americans didn't have birthright citizenship. That's all that I'm saying.
Relevancy into what?
Yeah.
Dude, ask her. She's the one that asked the goddamn question. She's the fucking one that asked. I don't know. Ask her. Ask your co-host while she's making irrelevant shitty points and getting burned by
You
somebody with
kept
3
going
times
back
her
to
brains.
SCOTUS, and I was giving you an example, but I don't even know where you came off.
Yes. So I was
SCOTUS.
I was using the fact that SCOTUS ruled that Abrigo Garcia was illegally deported to prove that he was illegally deported. Because ultimately, what SCOTUS says is true. Like, self-implied by the Constitution, SCOTUS holds the ultimate liberty and authority to interpret the Constitution. That's just what they do.
So why can't we move on from this one instance, this one guy that may have been deported wrongfully?
I don't mind moving on. I'll grill y'all wherever. That's fine.
Okay, because I mean, the ambition to deport illegal immigrants is inherently a good thing for this country. Because without that, it sets the precedent that you get rewarded for breaking the law.
You know what really sets the precedent for this idea that you get rewarded when you break the law? Making a 34-count felon, adjudicated rapist, adjudicated fraudster that intentionally concealed classified documents at his estate in Mar-a-Lago, then whined about it when the FBI raided his house, whined about it when E. Jean Carroll was able to hold him liable for her rape, then said that she deserves to be thrown in jail, and then whined about the criminal justice system as a whole, saying that his 34 felony convictions were false, and then turning around and saying that the state of New York is also liberal communistic because they determined that he defrauded his own his own foundation. See, that's what sets a precedent that it's like, okay, you get rewarded when you break the law by rewarding a criminal after breaking the law multiple times in many circumstances, violent and non-violent, with the presidency. And by the way, I just want to make this one clear. If you want to label I don't know, dissemination of factual statements as a crash out, that's fine. But you're just showing me that you value your emotional faculties over your rational ones, because I'm just simply espousing uncontestable fact. And then you're responding by like saying, oh, Dean, you're so emotional. It's very weak.
Well, you can just give us like 20 points at once, but like it's going to be hard to respond to all 20.
Oh, then I'll condense it down to one. That's fine. What really sets this precedent that you get rewarded when you break the law? This is a better example. Is when the president that you support literally rewards people for breaking the law. He rewarded 174 J6 riders that tried to kill cops on the steps of the Capitol with a full and complete presidential pardon, then turned around and labeled them as patriots. That's very ironic. You're cooked. No response. See, sorry, dude. I'd be quiet too if I was in your shoes. There's just literally no way to respond to that.
I can't remember exactly what happened, but the reason why that happened was because they had some sort of law, or they didn't have something like the judicial process where they had to be let go by like a technicality.
Nothing you said made any sense. I'm gonna continue explaining how he literally rewarded criminals. I'll give you an example. So DJ Rodriguez, he showed up to the Capitol in J6, and there's this other guy. His name was Officer Fanone. He was a member of our law enforcement that was protecting the Capitol. And then all the rioters started to like beat him up. So they took metal rods, beat him over his back. They all were screaming, "Grab his gun!" One of the rioters tried to do that.
We're not saying we agree with that at all, by the way.
Well, what I'm saying
know
is
why you're preaching to us.
Condemn that.
I can tell you where this is going. And then one of the rioters like went to grab his gun, so that his attention was focused on like preventing one of the rioters from stealing his gun. But then DJ Rodriguez went up to the other side of his belt, grabbed a stun gun, and drove it into his neck and gave him a heart attack. DJ Rodriguez was obviously then caught on Officer Fanone's body camera footage doing this. And then he turned around, he was arrested by the FBI, he pled guilty, and he was sentenced to 12 years in jail. And then he's also forced to pay some, pittance, back to the state, back to the government for what he did alongside other miscellaneous property damage. 4 years later, Donald Trump didn't condemn them, he rewarded them. 4 years later, Donald Trump gave DJ Rodriguez and 173 other people just like him a full and complete presidential pardon, let them out of jail, wiped their criminal record, all right, they owed no more pittance, no more payback to the government for the property damage that they caused. This is undeniably, categorically, the president of the most powerful country on the face of planet Earth most arguably the most popular man alive, okay, rewarding violent crime. Can you contest that this is an example of the president you support, Donald Trump, rewarding violent crime?
Yeah, so we can condemn everything that him pardoning everyone from Jan 6. I don't agree with him pardoning everybody on Jan 6. But whenever we try to tie that into relevancy on illegal immigrants, we're talking about 10 to 20 million people that were let alone into the country alone during the Harris and Biden campaign. There's roughly like 40 to 50 million undocumented immigrants. So if we're talking about 170,
Crazy.
we're talking about 176 people that were pardoned. We can condemn that, but if we condemn that, we also have to condemn that 50 million people are here and being rewarded with this idea of mass amnesty being given to them.
Well, I'll let you know how this wraps into undocumented immigrants. But first, I just want to see if we can agree here that that was Donald Trump rewarding violent crime, correct?
Rewarding? No. I would say pardoning? Yes. I mean, it's not like they got a reward out of it.
The pardon was a reward.
I wouldn't call that a reward. They didn't get anything out of being pardoned.
Yeah, what they got out of pardon was being let out of jail 8 years early, and on top of having their criminal record wiped, and then they no longer had to cough up the bill of the money they owed back to the government for the property damage they caused. That is absolutely a reward. Freedom was the reward, and then also just like a monetary reward of saving the money that they would have owed to the government otherwise. That's absolutely a reward.
It's not as much of a reward as an undocumented immigrant getting citizenship in this country.
Are you kidding me? Wait. So you don't think that getting let out of jail 8 years early is a bigger reward than an undocumented immigrant getting citizenship? I just seriously question your values. But regardless of that, can we agree that it was a reward, regardless if it was bigger or smaller than citizenship for an undocumented immigrant?
Sure, a small reward.
Okay, so then Donald Trump did indeed reward violent crime?
In a sense.
And then you turned around and you condemned the Biden-Harris administration, and you said that you never vote for Kamala Harris because you think they rewarded a crime because they wanted amnesty. But now you're turning around and supporting Donald Trump as president, even though he rewarded not just any crime, but specifically violent crime committed by domestic terrorists when they raided our Capitol and smeared their shit on the walls inside on one of the darkest days in this country since the Civil War, right? That's very hypocritical.
I wouldn't say it's hypocritical at all, because I'm more worried about our country at this point whenever it affects more people. The 176 people that went into the Capitol on Jan 6 didn't affect the whole country, but undocumented immigrants all over the country do.
Yeah, so what happened on J6 was an attempt to STEAL the election. I have to spell it out because of TikTok to us. Donald Trump installed fake votes for himself in Congress, FAKE, I might get a flag for that, and then pressured Mike Pence into certifying them as real with the additional pressure of the with the violent insurrection. Now, if we want to talk about undocumented immigrants, I think the only reason why you think they have a larger negative impact on this country, right, is because you just probably don't like black and brown people, or you're xenophobic. And I want to give you the chance, because that is a bold claim, to prove me wrong. Because as far as I'm concerned, I can only itemize positive impacts of mass amnesty when contrasted to mass deportation. So I want you to now name the positive impacts of mass deportation on this country when contrasted to mass amnesty. What are they?
It raises wages whenever we don't have undocumented immigrants in this country.
Oh, so that's funny because you actually just named a positive impact of mass amnesty. Unironically, mass amnesty would raise wages because it is the case that it would give, as you said, 40 million people a higher level of bargaining power to hold against their employers to get higher wages. Not to mention that if we just want to look at a little correlation here, wages were exploding under the Biden-Harris administration when you said they were letting more immigrants in and not deporting as many of them. But now the growth rate of real median wages in America since January of 2025 has slowed down significantly after Mr. Trump reduced undocumented entry by 97% and has now deported over 1 million undocumented immigrants.
Yeah, again, it's the precedent that we tell the world that if you break into the country, that we reward you with amnesty.
Well, I think
that's
the precedent.
How it negatively impacts.
Well, I think the reason that we should reward them with amnesty is not only because it materially benefits this country and everybody in it, and there's no material benefit of mass deportation, i.e. you have not been able to name a single material benefit of mass deportation, but then also the culpability that we share for causing that undocumented entry. So what do you want me to go through first? The culpability that the American government shares for causing that undocumented entry? Or I honestly like to rather start with you two, because Paige just went absolutely when I said that y'all can't name any specific positive material impacts of mass deportation.
Yes, there 100% are. I'm like absolutely dumbfounded that you think that there is no negative economic issues of them being here. There was a group of Texas hospitals. It was November of 24, I believe. They did a group of hospitals and they looked at the healthcare costs of people that were here illegally. The number of visits was 31,000, and it cost over $121 million to help and for people here unlawfully in the country. I mean, in Florida, that's where I am. There's over 40,000 children K through 12 that are here illegally. That is public funded education. My taxes are paying for that. I'm getting nothing from them being here.
Well, you're wrong, because undocumented immigrants, according to the American Immigration Council, pay over $100 billion per year in taxes on the local, state,
Do you know
and
how
federal
much
level.
it costs
And then on
us
top of
every
that,
year?
if you're going to allow me to finish speaking here, and on top of that, pay over 1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollars into the GDP. And then I'd also like to respond to your first point. You said, oh, there's 31,000 reported instances of undocumented immigrants going to hospitals, and it costs over $100 million, which
And
is
only a
significantly
small
more,
group of Texas hospitals.
which is significantly more than the average cost of a hospital visit for a citizen. Want to know fucking why? Because in this country, undocumented immigrants only have the ability to go to hospitals for the use of emergency resources in the emergency room in accordance with EMTALA, because in accordance with the Personal Work Orders and Responsibilities Act of 1996, okay, they cannot be granted any public welfare benefits from the federal government. See, the way to solve this is, of course, to offer them residency or citizenship. So not only will they garner higher wages, pay more in taxes, have access to public social safety nets like Medicaid, so then they don't have to go through emergency resources at the hospital, then our government picks up a lower burden insofar as what they have to pay because of how much more expensive emergency care is, okay? But then additionally, on top of that, we're going to have more higher skilled laborers in our economy for a longer period of time. You're just whining and complaining about all the children in the public schooling system in Florida
That's
that
an
you're paying
example.
for through your tax dollars. Well, guess
Absolutely.
what? Donald Trump wants, has to abide by the Constitution because of the Plyer v. Doe ruling in 1979, where SCOTUS upheld that undocumented children have to have access to K through 12 public education because of the third section of the 14th Amendment.
I'm not
Equal
arguing
Protections
that.
Clause.
I'm arguing
But then,
should we have to worry
just
about
listen
that
to what
at
I'm saying
all?
here. Then listen to what I'm saying here. Then you're going to turn around, be forced to spend your taxpayer dollars on their education, and then Donald Trump is going to turn around and deport them before that education is over, before they could join the labor force as a high-skilled worker to then generate an ROI on that original investment into their education. Obviously, it's going to make significantly more sense here to allow them to continue to stay in the country, give them residency, give them citizenship, so then at least at the bare minimum, our government is getting a return on investment on what you and I spend on their education, take K through 12, instead of deporting them the moment they finish that education.
All right, so
and then we lose all
my
of that
takeaway
money,
from that-
and there's no return on the investment.
You genuinely think that we should allow 40,000 people in the education system coming here for free?
Dude, we should allow as many as possible. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
The education
We
system.
already have.
Wait, no, don't
our-
cut me
our
off, Paige.
literacy rate
Paige,
in the
you're not going to fucking cut me off like that. We should allow as many individuals.
all you've done is talk.
We should allow as many individuals to go to public education for free because it generates an ROI. We make more money. Have you ever heard of a business investment? I understand that you're very one-dimensional and unintelligent, but see, the thing is that in many senses, we could invest money and then get a return on that investment. When we fund a high-quality education for a child in this country, no, you're small-minded because you're denying the premise of an ROI. When we give a high-quality education for free to children in this country, right?
It's not high education at all.
Oh, yeah, right, because then Donald Trump is defunding the Federal Department of Education. Got it.
It absolutely does. The amount of how old are you, Gene? Like what, 22, 23?
21.
Okay, when you were back in school 10 years ago, when you were like 7, 8 years old, were you reading above, like, let's just say you were in 3rd grade. Were you reading at like a 10th, 11th grade reading level? I was. A lot of my classmates were also reading far above the grade that they were in. Were you one of those students? I can't think of a single child that was reading below their grade level back in like 2010.
Well, I mean, I definitely can, but that's besides the point.
Now we have children that are in 3rd, 4th grade, and they do not know the difference between there, and there. They do not know about commas and abbreviations. The education system has gone terribly downhill in the last 10 years. If you think it's getting better or it's valuable
and how are you going to blame this on
education-
undocumented immigrants?
Yeah, I was going to piggyback on that. We should be worried more about the kids that are natural born citizens and giving them a good education
Correct.
rather than undocumented immigrants that have, their parents.
Because they're already struggling.
Well,
It's just going to make it harder if there's
So you
more
understand-
and more and more students.
Actually,
we would have 20
actually,
we have
that's
20
not
to
true.
30 kids in a classroom at once. Now it's reaching upwards of 40 kids in a classroom.
So larger schools with more students get more funding from local property tax, so they actually get
It's
higher quality
just
education.
because they get more funding does not mean it's better funding.
Okay, so then your argument is that we shouldn't deport undocumented immigrants, but rather we should reorganize the Federal Department of Education to make it work in
No,
the
what
best
we're
interest
saying
of
is
the
that we
students?
need to worry
Shit,
about
you
the
guys are just
children
getting
that are
fucked. You guys are just
We
getting.
need to worry about natural born citizens and their children before we have to worry about anyone else's problem.
So you mean the
Because
16 million
kids
natural born?
are
Wait, I just
illiterate
want to clarify.
now.
I just want to clarify. You mean the
That would be
16
a better
million?
ROI
I just want to
for
clarify.
All you do is just like to
I just want to
yourself
clarify.
talk, dude.
You guys mean like the 16 natural like million children that were naturally born on American soil that Donald Trump like refused to abide by court order to feed and starved? Those children?
Oh, you're trying to blame that on Trump?
Well, I mean, that
The
was his
SNAP
decision.
benefits in
But then I also
October?
like to clarify. I actually don't think that we should be worrying about one child any more than another child because I don't think that any child should be left behind. And I honestly think that both of you guys are gross
Oh, that's
sadistic.
a bad system
One
because
second.
it's
Let me talk, Paige. You're going on mute. I honestly think that you guys are sick, twisted, and perverted for like arguing, right? That like we
Perverted.
should leave some children behind. It is not to the fault of like a 7-year-old in school that their parents broke the law to come into this country with them. It's not the fault of any unaccompanied, undocumented minor. They're not fucking criminals. They're not bad people, and they deserve the same access to education that any other student does. Because not only does it make our country better in the process, because then we have a higher skilled labor force, but then it also in turn ensures that future generations of more American children, regardless if they're had on that American soil, right, by that undocumented child when they grow up or not, will have a family and a household abundant with more resources to ensure that they have a higher quality of life, but B, then continue to grow and scale generational wealth, which in turn has compounding positive effects on the average socioeconomic standard for individuals in this country. See, your issue is that you place your bigotry and your prejudice and your disdain for people.
all
with
you do
brown or
is
black
talk
skin,
to yourself. You just like
right?
hearing your voice.
Above, right? I mean, I think I like hearing facts, and that's something that you were like reacting to,
No, you just
like the
rant,
Wicked
dude.
Witch
You
of the
have
West
no
when she
idea of
had
real
water
life
thrown at her.
problems.
Yeah, the only
I mean,
person.
I understand exactly what you're trying to say, Dean, but we need to worry about
I'm gonna ask you both to shut up because I was actually in the middle of my sentence, and I'd also like to clarify before I continue my sentence.
just ranting,
Paige,
dude.
That simply interrupting my statement by saying that I don't know anything about real life problems is only demonstrating your own incompetence because I'm talking about real life problems. If you don't think a high quality education access for a 7-year-old in school is a real life problem, then you're fucking incompetent. I don't know what to tell you. If you don't think, right, that ensuring that no child is left behind is a real world problem, then you're a fucking idiot. I don't know what to tell you. If you don't think that increasing and compounding the status of the average American socioeconomic well-being, right, has positive effects on the country as a whole, you, me, and future generations is a real world problem, then you're just simply small-minded, closed-off, and one-dimensional. So which one is it?
Dean, it's the terminology that you like, not what is actually happening. Again, 10, 15 years ago when kids were in school, we were reading above our grade level when it comes to math. We were passing the SAT at a far higher level than we are now. Kids are actually able to function in schools where they are now. You can't even get a 10-year-old to pay attention to someone running on a whiteboard now because of electronics. And you think that the policy of no child left behind, and when you think of it, it sounds like a great mindset to have, but you have no idea how it's actually affecting children, because children that are doing better and they're genuinely just smarter than other kids, we are dumbing them down because of bad parents in the household that are not teaching their children's. And then we do not have enough teachers in the school oh my gosh, valuable teachers in the school districts either. They're not teaching these children to
Wait. Why are you pivoting?
pass their grade. I'm explaining to you why the No Child Left Behind policy doesn't make any sense.
Wait. First and foremost, your explanation.
Because you're forgetting about.
Like, you could like barely speak. But like, I'd like to clarify. I thought that the topic was.
Dude, you're
like,
just muting me.
I thought that the topic was like, what is the negative impact, the positive impact of mass deportation on the country? It doesn't really seem like that's something that.
So now you're pivoting. You wanted to talk about No Child Left Behind, and now you want to talk about something else.
Wait.
Well,
That's not a pivot. That was like literally.
that was the original. That's what we're going back to at this point, right?
Yeah. Even your co-host agrees with me. Come on.
Okay, so it's a better ROI, your term, return on investment, to invest in the children of America that that were supposed to be here, rather than children of undocumented immigrants.
Why?
Because they're gonna be here.
Right? So you're basically saying, right, that we lose an ROI on undocumented children in our schooling program when we deport them, so then we shouldn't deport them.
But that's the whole premise, is that we should deport. Like, we should deport.
Wait. So we lose an ROI?
Yeah, we're losing the ROI because eventually they are going to get deported.
Yeah, exactly. Only when we deport them.
Exactly. But that's the whole thing, is that we should deport them.
Wait. So you're saying that we should make sure that our government loses money in the long term?
No. Well, no, not at all.
But you're the one that's saying that we only lose that ROI if we deport them in the future.
But we're not losing any ROI if we stay concentrated on children that are, natural born citizens.
We're also not losing any ROI if we don't deport them and give them a pathway to residency or citizenship.
Yeah, but that's not like we have to get away from that.
Wait, why do we have to get away from that if it like helps our country economically speaking?
We have to get away from it because, again, going back to deportations, we cannot set the precedent that we're going to allow people to have mass amnesty as a result of breaking the law and entering our country.
What was that?
Why's what?
Why can't we set that precedent?
Because you're rewarding crime. Because we've already went through this thing. You're rewarding crime at that point.
Yeah, I think it's sometimes good. Sometimes it's good to reward crime.
Okay, so
I guess this would be a scenario, right? The reason why I'd say that it's sometimes good to reward crime in this scenario is because I believe that it makes our country as a whole better off, and I believe that our government is culpable for a lot of that quote-unquote crime, because ultimately
Dean,
they're driving the main incentive for undocumented entry by neglecting and making the legal means of entry into this country significantly slower. And by the way, once again, you'd be a hypocrite if then you turn around and argue that we should have Trump as president, even though he's rewarding crime.
Okay, so I've talked to a lot of people about this issue, and I've brought up this point a lot. I've never actually had anyone say that we should reward crime. So I want you to give me another example of a law that could be broken in which it would be good to reward that crime.
Yeah, for sure. Segregation in the 50s.
I'm talking about today, applicable to today. Like, what is a law that you can break today that would be that you should be rewarded for?
Beating somebody up for raping a child.
They wouldn't get arrested for that.
Yeah, because it is illegal to beat people up, just to let you know, even if they're child rapists.
Right, but how would you reward them then in that situation?
By giving them a high five.
I agree. I agree that they should
by starting a GoFundMe. I don't know.
Yeah, but from a law standpoint, how would you reward them?
How'd you reward them? By, I don't know, giving them a pardon? Fuck, I don't know. Let them free.
Right, but in this exact situation, you're going to give someone citizenship as a reward for breaking the law. Where can that be found applicable anywhere else in our judicial system?
So that's not a reward for breaking the law. It's just what's in the best interest of them and us.
But it would be a reward. That best interest would be a reward.
Yeah, it's a reward even though they broke the law, not a reward because they broke the law.
It would be a reward because they broke the law.
No, because we're not giving that to them because they broke the law. We're giving that to them because it's what's best for them in this country. I'm fine with saying it's a reward even though they broke the law, but we're not like giving that to them because they broke the law. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, yeah, tomato, yeah.
No, that's not a tomato. Those are two very different positions. Very much so. I understand that only one word changed, but that one word is very meaningful.
Okay, so give me another example then in our judicial system where someone gets rewarded.
As it stands? Wait, amnesty doesn't exist today. But if you want like another scenario, pardons.
You're wanting to advocate for amnesty.
Yeah, I think that we should have amnesty. It's what's best for you, me, and the country as a whole, and them. So.
Well, we fundamentally disagree.
By the way, do you want another example of rewarding someone when they break the law?
Go ahead.
Donald Trump sexually exploited naked women and girls, boasted about it, then you made him president.
Yeah, but that wasn't a reward. Even if we granted that was true, which I fundamentally disagree with, the reward wasn't you get to be president now.
Oh, shit. Wait, I have a question. Would both of you guys stop supporting Trump as president if he just straight up sexually exploited the naked bodies of women and girls?
I mean, absolutely, yeah, but that hasn't happened.
Oh, geez, this will be really easy. Okay, yeah, hopefully I'll be able to change your minds. What about you, Paige?
You're going to play me a clip from the Howard Stern show?
Of course.
You both would. Awesome. Here, let me thank a couple people.
No, I'm agreeing with you.
Destiny, thank you for the $10. Who says kids in Illinois are learning how to code? Like, where is she from? They don't know how to read. Well, I appreciate you for the $10, Destiny. Show some love to Destiny. Ben, thank you for the €10. Who says, Dean, I worry about the future, but when I hear you talking about the things you do with such passion and intelligence, it gives me hope for the future. Keep it up. Thank you. Well, thank you, Ben. Thank you, you guys. By the way, if you're watching,
just because you talk fast doesn't mean what you're saying is accurate.
I don't think I'm talking fast. I just think that you're listening slow. Now, can you pipe down, shut up, and allow me to finish thanking my donors? Thank you. Ivy, thank you so much for the $25 over at Venmo. I appreciate you for that love. Ivy with the $25 says, as a teacher, this hurts to listen to.
Ivy, let's go.
Yeah. I've worked across my state. Teachers really do care about the students. We go through ESL and equity training. We have to provide accommodations and modifications. This girl made me mad. I appreciate you for the 20.
I want you to be my fan instead, Ivy. Ivy, don't support Dean. Support me.
Oh,
Ivy.
Oh, yeah. I understand that, you may be a little bit jealous about the donations. I don't know if you're going to be able to get them to stop, man. In fact, it's something I've learned is when you complain about the donations, they only send more. Thank you, Ivy, for the $25. Seriously, I really appreciate you. Show some love to Ivy down below. And then Bonnie, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so very much. Who says, wake me up when the Republicans ever pass policy to improve education for American children. Dead Bonnie, you're going to be asleep for a long time. Thank you for the $15, Bonnie, and the $25, Ivy. Shannon, thank you for the 5. Ellie, thank you so much for the 1. Chelsea, thank you for the 5. Michael, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Stacy with the $6. And then, Ellie, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Show some love to Ellie down below in that chat for the massive $50. That is so.
Let's go.
1 second, Mac. That is so incredibly kind of you. Mac, Ellie with a $50 says, I'm a nurse, and the ED seen the repercussions of Trump on healthcare, and I wish it was talked about more. It's burning all nurses and healthcare workers out here and heartbreaking to see with her hands tied. Yeah, it is absolutely terrible. Thank you for the $50, Ellie. That is absolutely insane, and I really appreciate you for the love. And then Maria and Drew, I appreciate both of you for the $20 each. Let's get 200 Maria W's and 200 Drew W's. Who says, quote unquote, Trump represents conservative values. MAGA isn't conservative. It's an incomprehensible mix of radical right and radical right bullshit. Acting against the Constitution is 100% not conservative. I appreciate you for the $20, Drew. And then Maria with the 20 says, I love you, Dean, but I'd also love for you to debate the YouTuber known as Jesse Lee Peterson. Oh, well, I mean, I'd debate him. Thank you for the $20. Kelsey, thank you for the $5, just saying that this girl's insufferable. And then Michael, thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo. Yo, let's see, 1,000 Michael W's in the live chat who says, Donald Trump is a son of an immigrant, a grandson of an immigrant, and married to an immigrant. In fact, 2 of his 3 wives were also immigrants. This proves again that immigrants are willing to do the jobs that even Americans are not willing to do themselves. Thank you for the $100, Michael. Seriously, that is fucking kind of you.
$100 to you, Dean. That's crazy.
Yeah,
what do you do
that is insane. What do I do with it?
How do you know? What do you do with your
I
money?
put it in my bank account, spend it on bills.
Do you like go to like? I saw a video of you like in a car. You were like, "What are y'all doing? I got $2 million." Blah blah blah.
Oh yeah, I take it on the private jet, then I go drop it at LV in LA. And I think that duffel bag was like closer to like $5 trillion. So your ego's a problem. But anyways, thank you for the $100, Michael, as well as a Valkyrie. Thank you so much for the $10. Who says, as a disabled combat vet, MAGA are un-American. Absolutely. Haley, thank you for the $10 as well. Then Jessica with a 5. We're all caught up over on Venmo. Let's just go to quickly catch up over on PayPal real quick. Over on PayPal, thank you so much for the $5, Christopher. Can you thank Christopher for the 5?
Christopher!
Nice. Iris also sent 5. Can you thank Iris for the 5?
Iris!
And then Victoria sent $25. Let's get 250. Victoria W who says, keep it up, Dean. Seeing you live in action is on my bucket list. Well, thank you so much for your kindness, Victoria. I really hope that you're enjoying the stream. Show some love to Victoria down below. And then also Sherry with the $20 who says, W Dean, thank you. No, thank you for the love. Thank you. And then Isaiah, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, debated Paige and Mac on live a few hours ago, and they made fun of me for being gay. Oh, I'm going to keep that in mind, Isaiah. Well, I'm going to talk about that as soon as I'm done thanking my donors. Thank you for the $10. I'd also like to thank Poppy for the 25. Show some love to Poppy down below in that chat for the $25. And then Catalina, thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. Holy crap, who says, how can Congress repealing a literal written law in the UCMJ, be repeating a literal written law, be unconstitutional? It's in the military's law to do what they said. Love you, Dean. You're awesome. Yeah, they're trying to argue that repeating a law is seditious. Insane, right? Thank you for the $100. Seriously, Catalina, I do not deserve that shit. I'm incredibly thankful for you. Thank you.
Really
honestly, obviously, really don't. Thank you to everyone so much. Show some love to all the donors down below. And then Abigail, Anonymous, thank you for the $1 over on Venmo. Richard, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Amanda, thank you for the 10. Emma with the 5.
So funny,
Amy with the $10 who says nothing worse than a woman who supports a rapist. Lisa with the $5. Then Ari with the $10 who says a reward for breaking the law is jury nullification. Yep, thank you for the $10. Thank you. And then over on PayPal, Ella, thank you for the $2 and the 22 cents. Lacey, thank you for the $5 who says, tell Paige it's not our fault that the red states are failing their kids. Mia, thank you for the $20 who says Girly is mad because immigrant children are getting a better education than her. Thank you for the love, Mia. Then Iris with a 5, Cece with a 1, and then Christopher with a 5 as well. And then Ellie, thank you for all the galaxies as well. And then one last one here. Maggie, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo who says, MAGA women are so insufferable. How could you live as a woman in the world and support this man who tries to take our rights away? Peyton with $5. Appreciate you so much. And then one more $100 donation from Cass. Thank you for the $100 super chat. Oh my God! Wait! And Timothy with $100 super chat. What the fuck is going on?
Timothy!
Catherine and Timothy both just sent
money.
because you keep on complaining. Catherine and Timothy, thank you both for the $100 super chat over on YouTube. That is fucking insane. Thank you. Catherine with $100 says, let's get this young lady to get her facts straight about reading in the U.S. Thank you for the love, Catherine. And then Timothy sent the $100 and didn't even attach a message. Holy fuck, you guys. Thank you all so very, very much. You guys are literally going off right now. Well, yeah, you're going to criticize me for saying fuck, but you're not going to criticize Trump for sexually exploiting women and girls. Tip, thank you for the $10 as well, who says Trump rewards criminals with pardons. Ben with the $10 as well. Thank you so much, Ben. Then Abraham with the $10 over on PayPal. Oh my God. Okay, you guys are going crazy right now. What a blitz of donations. Seriously, to all the donors, I'm like eternally grateful for y'all. Dude, oh my God, thank you. I want y'all to show some massive, massive love to all the donors, including Catherine, Timothy with $100 each. Just seriously, I really, really fucking appreciate it. We're going to go and hop back into the debate, but if you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, top of the phone screen with a handle. Get 100% of those proceeds compared to about 30% everywhere else, so it's definitely the right place to go if you do want to support. And then Ellie, thank you for all the galaxies. Now, according to Isaiah, you guys made fun of somebody you debated earlier today for being gay. Do you guys think it's wrong to be gay?
I mean, it's sinful, yeah.
Okay. What about you?
Nobody made fun of him though.
What about
I said that
so
he's
you guys
never
think
felt
it's
the touch
sinful?
of a woman, and you said he was gay, and I said that makes sense.
Yeah,
So
it's sinful.
so you guys think it's sinful?
act.
Okay, got it. So what verse of the Bible explicitly says that it's wrong to be non-straight? I'm not asking you about engaging in non-straight intercourse, but specifically it's wrong to be non-straight.
Do you want me to go get you a Bible verse? Like, it'll probably take me like a 5-second Google search.
Yeah. I want to talk to you all about Donald Trump's sexual exploitation, but I want to address this one first. Hey, Paige. While he's grabbing that verse, I have a question for you.
Oh, go right ahead. I'm so excited.
How many continents are there?
7.
Good job, Paige.
Thanks so much, Dean.
I'm really impressed.
Yeah, I wasn't sure you knew that answer, so I'm glad I gave it to you.
Do you know what their names are?
Doesn't everyone?
Oh, you're saved by the bell because he just came back. Hey, sir.
Romans chapter 1, verse 26 and 27.
Cool. Well, you're already wrong because Romans talks about men laying with men, which I could give
It's
the
also
context.
in Leviticus. It's also in Genesis.
I could give the Greco-Roman context behind Romans 1, but that's just not an answer to the question that I asked you. So you said there's a verse in Leviticus that says that it's like wrong to specifically be gay?
Yeah, it says you shall not lie with the male as with the woman is an abomination.
Oh, is that Leviticus 18:22?
Yes.
Wow, look at me. I know my Bible better than you do. So you accept the book of Leviticus as being accurate about the moral teachings prescribed today?
I believe in all the Bible.
Cool. Do you have a Bible on you?
Not currently. I can get
I
it.
got a Bible. Hold on 1 second.
Because I want to specifically ask you about the book of Leviticus real quick. This will be fun.
Which part?
Oh, don't worry. As soon as someone grabs a Bible, I'll tell you which part.
All right, go ahead. What verse?
Leviticus.
I got the Bible, Dean.
Perfect.
I got it.
So, because you guys, think that the book of Leviticus is accurate in describing moral prescriptions that are true
So
today.
are you saying that you believe in the Bible?
Yeah, no, I'm a good old Orthodox Christian. If I could please have you guys
You're
flip.
Orthodox?
If I
There's no
could
way.
please have you guys flip to Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46
Are you
and read it to
actually
the class. I'd really
Orthodox?
appreciate it.
There's no way. You're.
I'm
I don't know what you're
agnostic. I'm agnostic, and this is an internal critique. So please
Yeah.
share the gospel with me. Someone has an echo? Go ahead and flip to Leviticus 25, verses 44 through 46, and read them all out loud for the class.
Leviticus verse 25.
Not verse 25, book 25.
Chapter 25.
Yeah, chapter 25.
This is
Verses 44 through 46, and read them out loud to the class, please.
As for your male and female slaves whom you may have, you may acquire male and female slaves from the nations that are around you. And also you may acquire from the sons of the foreign residents who sojourn among you, from them and their families who are with you. As for those whom they have begotten in your land, they may also become your possession.
Okay, so if wrong to be gay, then right to own slaves?
No, this is Old Testament Levitical law. This is
Yeah, you guys are the ones that gave me Levitical law to justify that it's wrong to be gay today, so...
I gave you a Romans verse.
Oh, okay. So then I'll just ask this to your friend over your page, because you're the one that specifically cited Leviticus.
I'm
So
not denying any of the Bible.
if wrong to be gay, then right to own slaves?
Again, do you have the context of what that verse is saying?
Yeah, I do. So the context starts with the top of Leviticus 25, where God is speaking to Moses, giving him moral commandments, and then specifically the ancient context to slavery surrounding the Israelites. And what describes verses 44 through 46 is the fact that the Israelites were freed from enslavement inside of Egypt, and then they went back to Israel. And then God basically told them that it is now okay for you to enslave individuals that are not Israeli, but because your brothers went through slavery in Egypt, you can't enslave them.
Sure, yeah. So these slaves
now,
included
real quick,
people
one
who
moment,
Israel
one moment, Mac.
Finish.
So now I just want to ask you the question: do you have the context behind Leviticus 18:22?
Yeah. So the context is that it
No,
was
not
a
you,
humane.
not you, Paige.
Okay.
Do you have the context behind Leviticus?
I wasn't
18:22?
talking.
Do you have the?
You were talking to Mac. Don't tell him to stop talking. If you're talking to him.
No, you asked me what the context was behind Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46, and I gave it to you.
You were specifically talking with Mac, so I'm gonna. It's kind of rude to cut him off when you ask him a question.
No. I was talking to you because you're the one that asked me the question I just answered. Don't run.
Well, I wasn't even listening to what you were saying because Mac was.
Oh, okay. So you asked me a question, then you didn't listen to.
Yeah, I kind of like just zone out what you're saying sometimes.
Okay, I'll just gotta go back to the simple question. So, if wrong to be gay, then right to own slaves?
Am I answering this, or
Yeah,
Paige.
Mac.
But I want Paige to answer this.
He has the Bible open. I do not.
Wait 1 second, because Matt, you're specifically the person that said that you don't follow this because it's Levitical law, and that you quoted me a verse in Romans, and that's when I had my epiphany. Oh yeah, you're right. She's the one that gave me the verse in Leviticus, so it makes sense that she would be the one to answer this question.
Well, again, I don't have my Bible. He has his Bible on him.
Well, I mean, you just
so I don't have the verse in front of me.
But he just read the verses to you.
Because I feel like a lot of people, especially agnostics, like to pick apart the Bible and say like some things like say this when they actually don't have the full context of it. But I'm not going to sit up here and let you tell me that the Bible is saying something when I don't have the Bible in front of me. He has the Bible in front of him. I don't.
What's one last question for you, Paige, then I'll redirect to Mac. Paige, what is the context of Leviticus 18:22? Because you use that verse to justify.
I don't have the Bible in front of me.
Okay, then you can't use that verse to justify that it's wrong to be gay without the context, according to your own.
Then go back
view.
to Romans. Like,
okay, so then you
again,
concede.
I'm not going to deny any
so then
of
you
the
concede.
Bible.
So then you concede.
No, I'm not conceding that.
But you just told me to go back to Romans and go away from the verse that you gave.
I don't have the Bible in front of me, so I'm not going to be talking about specific verses if I cannot look it up.
But you just specifically.
Wait,
brought
I
up,
already read it to you.
But you just specifically. But you specifically
I know
brought
the
up.
verse.
No, Paige. You just
Right, I know what the
specifically.
verse is.
You just
Saying that-
specifically brought up a verse to justify that it's wrong to be gay, even though you don't know the context. Okay, but then when I give you verses in that same book of the Bible, Leviticus 25 verses 44
I've
through
already
46,
read the verse.
that say it's okay to own slaves, all of a sudden you won't accept it because you don't have the context. So the question I want to ask you is, why are you unwilling to accept Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46 because you don't have the context, but you will accept Leviticus 18:22 even though you don't have the context? Isn't that a little bit of a contradiction?
If you're gonna mute me, then there's no point in me being up here. Like, if you're asking me a question, then you're not gonna let me finish. Like,
so I asked.
If I can
it's like you're running away.
If I can just help her out.
I'm sorry. I wanted to answer that question.
I don't have the Bible in front of me, so let Mac
This
go
isn't
ahead
an
and
answer
say
to
what
my
it is.
question. I want both of you to listen to my question.
I've already read you the verse, Dean.
I want both of you to listen to my question. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Are you ready, Paige?
Go ahead.
Paige, this is my question for you. How come you're going to
Leviticus
reject...
18:22 says you shall not lie.
Paige,
with a
I was
man
in the
and with a
middle of
woman.
asking a
It's an
question.
abomination.
I was in the middle of asking a question. Have you lost your goddamn mind?
No, I'm rereading you the verse.
But you just said that you were listening to me.
Didn't hear
okay,
me.
hey Paige, I'm asking a question. I'm sorry they don't have crayon and polka dot paper to write it down on. You're going to have to do your best to just pay
Probably
attention.
crayons for
Projection. Anyways, so here's the thing. Here's the
cortisol
question.
spiking.
Your cortisol is spiking. That is true. Here's the question. So the question is as follows. Okay? Why are you going to reject Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46? Because you don't know the context? But you're willing
No,
to
dude,
accept...
I don't have the verse in front of me at all. I know the verse Leviticus 18:22. I do not know what the other verse is saying, so I'm not going to speak on it when I literally have no idea what it's saying.
Paige?
Mac has the Bible
Paige?
open in front of him. I don't.
Let me.
Okay, I'm
I
gonna
want to talk
need
about the Bible, dude.
I'm gonna need both of y'all to be
Just
quiet.
let him. He has it in front of him. Just let him
No,
finish.
I'm gonna finish what I was saying because you just interrupted me. Can you guys act your age?
Oh my god.
So,
I mean, your chat tried saying when I was 16. So,
well, you're certainly acting like it.
are you gonna let Mac finish? He has the Bible and he's been waiting.
No, I'm gonna finish because I was in the middle of asking
You
a
love
question.
hearing yourself speak.
No, I love finishing my points.
Oh God. You love finishing. Go ahead.
So here's the question: why are you not willing to explicitly accept Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46, even though Matt read them to you, because you don't know the context? But then you're willing to accept Leviticus 18:22, regardless of the fact that you don't know the context.
I don't know what the Bible verse says at all. That's what I'm telling you. He has the verse open in front of him. I do not. I just know what Leviticus 18:22 is saying.
Okay, well then we should just probably like get Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46
He
up on
has
the
it
screen.
open in front of him. He's been trying to read it this whole time.
Yeah. So wait, I'm just gonna go ahead and get it up here.
I'm ready whenever you are, Dean.
Yeah, just one moment. One moment, Mr. Matt.
Mac, like Big Mac, like the Mac truck.
Okay. Sorry, Matt.
Mac.
Okay, so Matt, before you talk, I just really want to finish running this point.
Call me Matt.
I just want to
Run
run
this
this
on purpose.
point
Is he
on
calling me
Earth.
Matt on purpose?
Sorry, dude.
Are you illiterate? MACK.
Spell illiterate.
ILLITERATE.
Hey, Paige. Can you read this?
Didn't we just read that out loud?
Well, she said that she didn't know it.
And the context to that from the John MacArthur Bible is that it was a.
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm going to put you on mute. I'm going to let you go through the context. That's the next conversation. I just don't have both of them at the same time. Like, we're going to have that here shortly. Hey, Paige, if you could just come off of mute real quick and read this for us.
Are you getting another 30 times? You love doing that.
Wait, but you said you didn't know the verse, but now you're saying that it's been read 3 times?
Like every other liberal male I talk to, just very low-key misogynistic.
Why am I misogynistic?
You're the only... you keep muting me, not him for some reason.
I literally just muted him. He just happened to take himself off mute. So can you read this for us?
I mean, I can reach myself, but...
Okay.
I'm
So
not
it's on your
reading it
screen.
out.
So you said that the reason you won't accept Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46 is because you don't know what they
never
are.
said I'm not accept. I literally told you I accept the entirety of the Bible.
Okay.
So don't say that I'm not accepting things.
So
like
therefore,
Bible.
because
And
you're the
if
one.
you're a Christian, you should agree with that.
So therefore, because well, you shouldn't agree with that in whole because in accordance with the gospel, God fulfilled.
You don't
Jesus
agree with the
fulfilled.
entirety of the Bible?
Well, I mean, you're interrupting me, Paige.
You're not a Christian.
I don't think you have a mind. I don't think you have a brain. Not like a very intelligent one.
The Bible says you're agnostic.
But
It's like
anyways,
you're not a-
hey Paige. So you said that you couldn't accept this verse because you didn't know what it was. Now you know what it is because it is on your screen. So is it true that you're arguing in adherence to Leviticus 18:22 to argue that being gay is wrong? Right? You'd also have to adhere to all the moral teachings from the totality of Leviticus that if wrong to be gay, then right to own slaves. Paige.
Can I please help her out just for a second?
You admit that she needs help?
Because I have the Bible in front of me with the footnotes and the
Yeah.
context.
If you could admit that she needs help, I'll let you take over.
Paige, can I help you out?
Well, you can to stop muting me. Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
Okay, so the footnotes to Leviticus 25, 44 through 46 is, regarding slavery. These slaves included people whom Israel was to either drive out or destroy, and that slavery was a humane option at the time, and those who came to Israel in the Exodus from Egypt. So it's not slavery like it is considered today, because in this day, slavery was a humane option, whereas today it is not considered humane.
What made it humane?
I mean, we'd have to read more verses to it, but that's just what the footnotes say as far as Levitical law goes.
But think about it. Can we agree that chattel slavery is inhumane?
I mean, in today's society, absolutely. Like slavery's bad. Yeah, slavery's bad. We can agree on that. But in this day and age, in whenever
But
you know, the Old Testament,
let's just look
This
at the
was
verses.
not chattel
That's-
slavery.
It
This was
definitely
indentured servitude.
So no, this actually wasn't indentured servitude. Because let's just read it together.
100% correct.
It says that your male and your female slaves are to come from the nations around you, and you may buy them slaves. You may also
Right,
buy
because-
some the temporary residents. Just allow me to finish. Living among you and the members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. First and foremost, indentured servants aren't your property. Then verse 46, it says, you can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life. Okay, that phrase right there, can make them slaves for life, is what proves that this is not referencing indentured servitude. Because indentured servitude
Lifelong slavery
would
was
be...
not normal back then.
One moment.
You're wrong.
Shushies. Because indentured servitude would be like practically owning somebody as a slave until they pay off their debt. Okay, but the difference between indentured servitude and chattel slavery is that chattel slavery isn't like enslavement for paying off a debt. It's an enslavement for the rest of your life or until they transfer used property to someone else. And that's actually exactly what this verse in the Bible describes. It says the slaves are to be the property, your property for the rest of your life unless you bequeath them and transfer them as property to your children for the rest of their lives. So in other words, okay, we have now completely ruled out the possibility that Leviticus 25 is describing anything humane, because we could obviously agree that it is inhumane to treat a human as property until the day you die. And we could also rule out that it's describing it as anything but chattel slavery, because it specifically says that you can make them your property for life.
Okay, Dean. This is all in response to why is being gay a sin. Now we referenced Leviticus, and Paige actually referenced Leviticus, and you pointed to verses where slavery was being mentioned, and I gave you the context that at the time it was a humane option. Now that is not applicable to today's society, but if we're going to talk about gay being a sin,
then neither is Leviticus 18:22, right?
Sure, we can just take that out completely because
Okay.
we don't abide by Old Testament anyway. Because it's a lot of ceremonial
Okay. So
law.
let's make sure that we also have that affirmation from the person that said otherwise. Paige.
But I think that we should instead look to the New Testament, like Romans 1.
Well,
26 through
I'm just tell that to Paige real quick.
Well, I think that we should be a little bit more respectful to women, So, and Paige is a woman.
You couldn't. You
I think
can't.
that you're being very misogynistic in the way that you're speaking.
I'm
to her.
I'm being misogynistic by just simply asking her to concede. How so?
It's just the tone of your voice in which you are speaking. Right now.
So wow, snowflake alert. Quite frankly, all that I'm simply asking for here would be a concession. Just simply a statement that one was wrong. See, Paige could be.
You're incorrect about chattel slavery. You have no idea how slavery works back then. I mean, back then I think it's because you're seeing the word slave and you're taking it literal as in the modern day slave. Back then it was indentured servitude. Same way when back then they would say brother and sister when that could have been your second or third cousin.
Hey, what's indentured servitude, Paige?
You know what indentured servitude is.
I do. I just want to make sure that you do.
It is willingness to work for someone, being paid, but it has an end state. It's not a long-term or lifelong slavery.
Do you work a job?
Yeah.
Then in accordance with your definition of indentured servitude, you're an indentured servant.
Are you acting stupid on purpose?
No,
I
I'm just
think that's
simply
a little
applying
bad. That's a little
my
bad
definition of what you
faith.
said.
Obviously, we're comparing Old Testament to today's society.
Wait, one second.
You're stuck on the verbiage. That's your problem. Like
Bruh.
you're taking the verbiage too literal, or you just do not know the full context.
Dude, just listen to the definition you gave. What's wrong? See, Paige.
Same way when back then they would say brother and sister when that could have been your second or third cousin.
Hey, what's indentured servitude, Paige?
You know what indentured servitude is.
I do. I just want to make sure that you do.
You just answered though.
It is willingness to work for someone, being paid. But it has an end state. It's not a long-term or lifelong slavery.
So she defined indentured servitude as a willingness to work for somebody while being paid, and it's not lifelong.
This
Working
is so
for somebody
irrelevant to the
while being
conversation.
paid, not for your whole life, is a job. Why are you calling me stupid?
It's a form of labor. Is that not a job?
So you are calling yourself an indentured servant if you work a job, correct?
No, Dean.
Well, how would that definition not apply? Well, let me ask you 3 questions.
One,
Let me
it's
ask you
going to
3
be-
questions.
Oh my God, dude.
When you work a job, are you
Indentured
demonstrating?
servants, they have a set period of time.
Brethren, this is such a pivot to the conversation. We're talking about homosexuality being a sin in the Bible.
And now he's like stuck on
Mac,
indentured servants.
Mac,
What is this
you
problem?
can't accuse me of pivoting when your co-host Paige brought up.
You're talking about indentured servants and slaves.
You can't accuse me. Both of
I'm
you.
just, dude, Mac,
Both
I
of you.
can't do.
Both of you, hush. You can't accuse me of pivoting when Paige brings up the fact that she does not think that it was chattel slavery, but rather indentured servitude. And then I ask her to define what indentured servitude even is. Basically, all that you're saying here, Mr. Mac, is that if I correct either of you for being wrong on a point, then I'm somehow in the wrong and it's a pivot. This is the propagation of a type of game where it's heads, you win, tails, I lose. And then you just said, well, it's semantic. Fucking of course, Mac. Yeah, it's semantic.
Yeah,
She's saying that we can't refer to this as the semantic word of indentured servitude, or as chattel slavery, because we rather need to refer to it as a semantic phrase of chattel slavery. And honestly, the only reason why I think you're referring to it as irrelevant is because you know that it's a losing point.
No, I'm saying it's irrelevant because the conversation has to do with homosexuality being a sin in the Bible. We're not even the whole point was that we were going to talk about homosexuality being a sin in the Bible. And now we're talking about
Listen, I'm just going to go ahead and the whole homosexuality thing. Okay, I don't think that the Bible says that it's ever sin to possess same-gendered attractions. I think that this whole time y'all have been bringing up verses. One moment, Mac. I think this whole time you've been trying to bring up verses to demonstrate, okay, that same-gendered intercourse is a sin in accordance with the Bible. Now we could go into like the specific sub niche Greco-Roman like societal context to explain maybe what Paul meant when he was writing Romans 1, or like different translations of words like Amalekite throughout the Bible, so on and so forth, insofar as why those verses may be wrong. But remember, the proposition that I'm asking you to challenge, is it just wrong to be gay? And remember, being gay is not an action. Being gay is not engagement. It's not. Being gay is not an action, it's an attraction.
Ooh, that's where we fundamentally disagree, because in order to be gay, you have to have a homosexual act.
Are you straight?
100%, yeah.
Have you always been straight?
Yes.
So you lost your virginity the day you came out the womb?
Well, I didn't have sexual attraction towards anybody when I came out the womb. I didn't have same-sex attraction.
So you haven't always been straight.
Same sex. What the hell?
Okay, so how long have you been straight?
I guess since I hit puberty at 13, 14 years old. I didn't really think about sex whenever I was a child.
Wait, at what age did you lose your virginity?
That's very personal, but I mean, I don't mind answering.
If you don't want to answer, it's okay.
I was 16 years old whenever I lost my virginity.
Okay, so from the age of 13 to 16, okay, you were straight even though you didn't engage in intercourse, meaning that the sexual orientation of being straight is not dependent on engaging in a heterosexual action. So then why is the sexual orientation of being not straight dependent on engaging in a homosexual action?
I would just argue that from the ages of 13 to 16, like from the moment that I started having attraction for the opposite sex, I wasn't necessarily straight or gay yet because I hadn't acted upon any kind of attraction. So at 16 years old, I acted upon that attraction, and I could, at that point, confirm that I was in fact straight because I did in fact like women for sure.
So Jesus wasn't straight because Jesus never fucked?
Yes, Jesus wasn't straight or gay. He didn't have sexual attractions towards anybody because he was pure.
So just to be clear, it's perfect to not be straight?
He lived a life. He lived a life without sin.
Wait. So you're saying that your attractions to women are sinful?
Yeah, it's called lust.
Wait, so you've never not lusted after a woman?
I'm telling you, I am a sinner, and I have lusted after women.
But you've never not lusted against a woman.
I've seen women before that I did not lust after for sure.
Wait, but like not all attraction is like lust, right? Like I love my girlfriend. Okay.
Well, there's also different ways to define attraction. Like I'm
basically what you're describing is that you're a dirty sinner. You're a dirty sinner because you're a dirty sinner, isn't that right, Mac? Listen, okay.
We're all dirty sinners.
Meat on the bone here. Meat on the bone here. You're saying that Jesus was perfect and he didn't possess an attraction to anybody. Do you know what we call it when you don't possess an attraction to anyone?
Is that asexual?
Yeah, and what does the A in LGBTQ plus IA stand for? IA plus?
I'm gonna guess the A stands for asexual.
Yeah, so Jesus was LGBTQIA plus,
He was A. He wasn't LGBTQ.
but he was a part of the LGBTQ plus community.
That's a fallacy because the LGBTQ plus didn't exist whenever Jesus was alive.
Wait, yes, it did because he was a part of it. He was a leader of it. Jesus is the leader. Jesus is the leader of the LGBT IA plus community.
That is blasphemous, Dean. That's
No,
blasphemous.
that's true.
That group did not exist until when, like the 1960s
No,
or
the
something
group
like
is just a description of the people that would contain and fulfill those like orientations.
Yeah, so how about this, Dean? I'll admit that the A in LGBTQIA is the only thing that's acceptable. Like everything else within the LGBT whatever is a sin.
Oh no. Okay, listen.
So let me just ask you this. Dean,
I think it's insane to like argue that sexual orientations are engaging in actions. No, it's your attraction. So just the way that we use the term, you're straight if you're attracted to women, right?
That's not what I admitted.
Wait, are you straight right now?
I am straight because I have a daughter for one.
Wait,
so
but right at this moment, are you straight?
I am straight whenever I had sex with a woman. Right?
But are you straight right now?
Right now, I'm straight, Dean.
Okay, right now, are you engaging in any type of intercourse with a woman?
No.
How could you be straight without engaging in intercourse with a woman under your view?
Oh, because I've already had sex.
Okay, so it's determined the first time you have sex?
Right. So what makes somebody homosexual is if they have committed homosexual acts.
Wait, what if you've like banged a dude and banged a woman? What are you?
That would make you bisexual.
Okay, but then if you banged a dude and what if you bang a dude but you don't like it?
I mean, have you tried that?
No. But what if you were to bang a dude and you really don't like it? Are you still gay because you engaged in the action?
Dang, dude, I don't know. I haven't talked to anybody like that before. Usually you act upon things that you know you're gonna like, right?
I guess a better example would be like a gay man banging a woman and not liking it. Does that make him straight?
That makes him bi.
Wait, no. If he's never engaged in intercourse with a man, okay, he like for his first time he lost his virginity to a woman and really didn't like it, okay, at all. Did not find it pleasurable, enjoyable at all. Are you saying that gay man is now straight?
Well, so that we're operating on the assumption that he's gay. He's never.
Well, yeah. So you're saying that'd be a straight man even though he's attracted to men?
Yeah, that'd be a straight.
Wait, you could be straight. Wait. So you're telling me that you could be straight while only being attracted to other men?
You can. Okay, you're confusing me with all this talk.
Listen, man only attracted to other men, not attracted to women at all, but loses his virginity to a woman and doesn't like it at all. Is that a straight man? No. Answer my question. We have a man that is only attracted to other men. Well, like, oh my God, he is a sinner. Okay, like let me tell you, Mac, let me tell you about this guy. Oh my God, he's a sinner. Oh my God, he just sees a man and he goes whoa, right? Not me. And then, right? Oh, this terrible.
It's not you, Dave?
Well, maybe. Well, I'm sorry.
I saw
dude.
your boyfriend Parker.
I hate to tell you, Mac. I'm off the market. I have a girlfriend. Thanks for the inquirement, though. But listen to what I'm saying here. No, super duper serious. So we have a guy. Oh, and this guy. Oh, he's a lustful sinner. Okay. Oh my God. He's trying to bang a dude so bad. But society tells him that he's supposed to be with women, heteronormativity. So he loses his virginity to a woman because he thinks he might be attracted to women, but it's not too sure. Oh my God. But then he just hates it. Okay. No enjoyment, no pleasure whatsoever. And that just reaffirms how much he wants to bang a dude. Under your view, is this man straight?
Brother, you got to stop talking like that. Are you describing you and Parker's relationship right now?
I'm describing a homoerotic fantasy that you've probably looked into on AO3. Now, under your view, is that man straight?
That is a straight man that has homosexual attractions.
Wait, but I thought that being homosexual was just just completely related to the actions that you engage in. So he's straight. Yes or no? Is he straight?
He's a straight man that has homosexual actions, and he has not acted on those homosexual actions yet. And once he does, then he will become a bisexual man.
So you could be straight if and only if you're attracted to men.
You can.
You could be straight if you're only attracted to men.
What makes somebody straight, heterosexual, if you will, is if you commit a heterosexual act.
Yeah, so then you could be straight while only being attracted to men.
you could be straight while only. I mean, in that specific scenario that you gave me, which was really ridiculous. Yes.
No,
I reckon-
lavender marriages are a thing. Unfortunately, it's actually like it's because of homophobia. It's not like an
Tell me what a
unknown fact.
lavender marriage. Tell me what a lavender marriage is, there, Dean.
What's that?
What is a lavender marriage? I've never heard that before.
A gay man marries a woman.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Okay.
So you could be straight while only being attracted to dudes.
So hold on, I'm really confused about something real quick. Whenever you say dudes and women, and what is a woman?
Well, I'm fine with operating under your definitions just for the ease of conversation. Like, it is like legitimately like so incredibly hard, right? To even like just determine one simple conclusion about one simple fact. For all intents and purposes for this conversation, we could assume a woman to be a female. Okay. Just so like we're not complicating it too much so I don't overwhelm and explode your brain. Now, I want to take this a little bit further because you've already affirmed that you could be a straight man while being only attracted to men. So what about if like you're not acting on that attraction all the way, you're not banging dudes, but like you're low-key on Grindr, all right? But you're not banging any dudes. You're not banging any dudes though. There's no banging going on here. You're just low-key on Grindr, on the DL, right? Are you still straight?
That's a bisexual man.
Wait, how? Because he's not engaging in any homosexual intercourse.
Yeah, but at that point he is, he's seeking it, right? If you're on Grindr, right, you're seeking a homosexual act.
Wait, so now you're revising your definition away from you're gay if you bang a dude to you're gay if you seek to bang a dude.
Okay, so he's not gay. He's not bisexual yet. He will be.
Okay, so if he's not bisexual yet, then he's still straight for the moment being?
For the moment being, yeah.
Okay, so you can be a straight dude while being only attracted to dudes and on Grindr on the DL.
So here's hold on. Dude, I think we know how how sex works, right? We know how sex works.
This is crazy.
You have to be able to get it up in order to have sex with a woman. So to say that he was not attracted to the woman would just be a fallacy, because in order for them to have had sex at all, there would have had to been penetration. He would have had to been attracted to her for his baby to stand up, right? So
when you wake up in the morning with morning wood, does that mean that you're attracted to your pillow or shilling?
So are we saying that this potentially gay man had sex with this woman in the morning?
No. I'm just simply giving you a scenario. I'm just simply giving you a scenario where it is true, right? That you could like get a BO in the ER without necessarily being attracted to your surroundings. Like for instance, like physical stimulus, even if it is not from like somebody that you're attracted to, right? Like can like cause a physical reaction of like a male erection. Really uncomfortable to talk about, but it's like it's important in this scenario, right? Which doesn't necessarily equate towards physical attraction.
Yeah, I would reject that fundamentally, because I've never felt an erection whenever looking at someone I wasn't attracted to.
I mean,
have you?
You
feel that towards me like that?
You get erect. What you're asking me about if my penis is erect, Mac?
I don't know.
Mac?
Like, you're the one.
Mac? If another man asks. I don't want to even take it there. Mac, I just, listen, I think that this has really gotten in the weeds. I think the conclusion that we've learned is that, according to Mac and Paige, you're still straight if you're only attracted to men and you're swiping right on the DL on Grindr.
No, because if you're on Grindr, that means that you are doing...
Okay, you guys have a good one. Sorry, I'm going to go into the conversation there. Only opposite if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. I think I'm finally starting to get why so many people on the right categorize being gay as like specifically engaging in the action. Like I've never really understood why they do that. Like I've never understood it. But I think like the reason why that's propagated is there's probably like a handful of conservative men who have those same-sex attractions. They don't want to call themselves like gay or anything. So then they reclassify what it means to be gay to enacting on those attractions. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest, guys. Only up instead of that cue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald Trump as president. Dude, today's stream has been fucking wild. Okay, let's just keep it real. Today's stream has actually been insane. Only op instead of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, please. We're just looking for maybe like 1 or 2 debates for the night. Hey, Dog Trainer, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube. He says, I have to admit, listening to you twist these goofballs into pretzels in defense of their poor arguments has become one of my favorite hobbies. Dude, they got fried, man. Those last 2 people, they definitely got pretzeled. They got pushed. They got fucking pushed. Show some love to professional Dog Trainer for the $50. Seriously, I really appreciate that. That is incredibly kind of you. What's up, Sport Trump? What's up, I'm just gonna guess based upon the profile picture that they're definitely not a Trump supporter. Here, I think that we just have a handful more people to thank here. Everyone, just do give me a minute while I load up my PayPal and Venmo. There we go. Yo, JC, that is Jacy. Thank you very much for the $50. Sorry, not 50, for the $20 over on PayPal. He says, wait until she hears what the Bible says about women's periods. Yeah, well, thank you so much for the $20, JC. I hope that you're enjoying the stream. Show some love to JC down below in that chat. Same thing with Chelsea. Thank you so much for the $14. Who says, hey, Dean, watching your live right now from Australia. I grew up half my life in the USA, and I love everything that you're doing. Thank you so much, Chelsea. Show some love to Chelsea. And Caesar, thank you for the $100 over on PayPal. Caesar, I really appreciate you so much for your love and kindness. Let's get 1,000 Caesar W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. Caesar with $100. That is just outrageously kind. Says, it's so annoying how Republicans can only insult, deflect, and are generally rude by talking over other people. And then that thinks that they mean they're winning the debate, that they think that they're winning the debate. It all proves how little they actually know because they just repeat the same thing over and over and over again. Oh, absolutely. We come across it every day. That Ellie, thank you for all the galaxies. Show some love to Caesar and Ellie in that chat. And then Alexander, thank you for the $50. Dude, y'all are going crazy today. Alexander with 50 says, Dean for President 2040. Hopefully we're around that long. Definitely got to say, I love what you say. Well, thank you so much for the $50, Alexander. I don't know if I will ever run for president. I don't know what my future holds, but thank you. Seriously, thank you so much for the $50. You are incredible. That is super duper kind of you. And then Josh with the $20, who says, listening to this caller's live must be like getting a root canal. Oh, can you imagine being a viewer of their live? Jeesh. And then Abraham, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you, you guys, over on Venmo. Ivy, thank you for the $10. Who says, here's $10 for the AO3 joke. I needed that laugh. Tip, thank you for the $10. Who says, why are Max sins acceptable but not gays people? Gay individuals, quote unquote, sins. He called himself a sinner. That is called hypocrisy. Deadass Tip, thank you for the 10. Then Blake, thank you for the $10. Who says, it's funny how Mac doesn't let you finish. I can only imagine how his ex-girlfriend feels if this trend is linear. Thank you for the $10. Sonny, thank you for the $10 as well. Tyler, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much, Tyler. And then Mora, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then, oh my God, dude, what the fuck? Michael, you're a madman. Thank you for the $200 donation over on Venmo. Dude, oh my God. Okay, Michael, you have been showing just like such an insane amount of love over the course of the last couple of days. It is incomprehensible. I am so grateful for you, my friend. Thank you to the moon and back for all the love, including this $200 donation. I want to see nonstop W. Michaels flooded in all the live chats with the $200. Michael says, Dean, here's another donation. I'm also a member of the LGBTQ plus community. Thank you for advocating for us. Also, my brother's no longer a Trump supporter because I told him to watch your videos and do some research, and I feel like I have my brother back. Thank you, Dean. I love you. Oh, man, I love you too, and that's awesome to hear about your brother. That is legitimately awesome. Thank you for sharing that with me, and thank you for the $200. You're the fucking man. And then Layla, thank you for the $10, and I'm going to call you A. A, thank you for the $20 who says, hey, Dean, you're pretty amazing. Do you have any advice on how to debate with crazy MAGA family members? No. Honestly not. Thank you for the $20. Family members are hard. You just got to like try to slowly change their mind over the course of like months is my best guess. Allie, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Who says, Paige said that she read at a 10th grade reading level in 3rd grade, yet she speaks at a 5th grade reading level as an adult. Yeah, make that one make sense, right, Allie? And then Mr. Michael, another Michael, thank you for the $30. She says, here's some more money because they were complaining. Dude, they did start complaining. Oh, God, they're always complaining. Thank you for the $30, my friend. I want to see 300 Michael W's on top of the 2,000 Michael W's that are already being spammed for another Michael. Then Tip, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. And it looks like we're all caught up. Or no. Do we have another super chat? Holy shit, we do. Dude! Stephanie! Thank you for the $100 on super chat. Oh my God. Stephanie didn't even attach a message. Just sent the love. Stephanie, you are also one of those names that I see in the live stream like nearly every day. And I'm so incredibly grateful for you. And all of the love, all of the love. It's just insane. Just absolutely insane. Thank you. Thank you for the $100. And then Abigail, thank you for the $25. And Samuel, thank you for the Galaxy Globe. Abigail with the $25 says, love watching you debate Christians. Blind followers are exactly why we have the orange clown as our president. Thank you for all you do. Well, thank you for the $25. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And guess what? If you take a look, we actually have a new guest on the live, Alium. Want to know some crazy shit, dude?
I need to wash my mouth out with soap after listening to that gifting session that just happened. But yeah, go ahead. What do I want to hear?
Well, actually, I have one more thing to do, and then I'm going to tell you what I want to tell you. Because this just came in. Oh my God. Timothy. Dude, thank you so much for the $200 super chat over on YouTube. Timothy, thank you so much for the love, bro. That is insane. Thank you so much, man. Timothy with a $200 says, let's all support Dean and his brilliant mind as best as we can. Dude, Timothy, oh my God. Okay, let me tell you. You could support me by dropping a like. You could support me for dropping a follow. You certainly do not have to take it beyond and above and drop a $200 super chat. Man, it's just insanely kind of you. Thank you. Thank you. Show some fucking love to Timothy down below in that chat. I genuinely appreciate you so fucking much. Thank you. Please, 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 please show some love to Timothy and all the other donors down below in that chat. So actually, before I have...
Were you going to tell me something?
Oh, yeah. Do you want to know what I was going to tell you?
I hope it's important.
Yeah, what I was going to tell you is just that I'm going to kick you. And the only reason why I brought you up here was to waste your time while I was thanking my donors. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up in the box. Moving on to the next guest, we got the Billy Bob tuning in right now. All right. Hey, do you support Trump? Hello? All right, they left. Moving on to the next guest, Mercy. By the way, there's beef there, okay? There's history there, chat. It's justified, I swear. All right, guys, we have 30 minutes left on the stream, which means that we probably have time for around one other debate. Let's try to get that next guest up in here. We got Laura tuning into the live right now. Liam has been making his rounds in other lives. If he's not on mine, he's on someone else's. I just told him that I wouldn't have him back up until he apologized for what he said to Santana. And he can't bring himself to it, so... what's up, Laura? Do you support Trump? Hello, Laura?
Oh.
Nope, Laura's not here. We're going to move on to the next guest. Yeah. I told him that. And, just his ego's too big, so... He can't come back up on the live until he apologizes. Moving back on to our next guest right now. Someone says Paige and Mac took up the whole live. Dude, they were up here for a while. Like, I think that we've only had like a handful of guests today. What's up? Trump is, what's your name? What the fuck? Trump is cooking. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And how old are you?
18.
What year are you born in?
2007, dude.
Okay, and what time is it?
Yeah, what do you think, dude?
Well, I don't know what time it is where you're at. So what time is it?
Yeah, it's 7 o'clock p.m.
So you're in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean?
Yes.
Get out of here.
I was kidding, dude.
Moving on to the next guest. Yeah, it's like 7 p.m. in the Atlantic. Moving on to our next guest, we got MAGA Warrior loading up in. Farm Sim Kid?
Yes, Dean. Hello. Play some fun.
Moving on to the next guest, Jax. Here we go, everyone. It's 7 in Puerto Rico. Ah, well, I guess, where's Puerto Rico? Where's Puerto Rico, right? What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello? Oh my God. Nope, it's just a child. I think the only Trump supporter in the queue is Liam. Low key. I'll try a couple other people. If we can't get a Trump supporter up here in the next couple of guests, then we'll bring Liam back up. If he is humble enough to apologize, then we'll debate him. If he's not, then we'll kick him again. Hello, do you support Trump?
Dean, I'm gay, and I used to be a Republican who was like in ministry school and stuff, used to be Christian. And I just really appreciate you as a gay man for saying everything that you did to those. I guess, were they a couple? I don't know. They were weird as fuck, but it really means a lot that you challenged them. My fiance and I listen to you all the time, and it just everything that you're doing brings. We live in Alabama. We live in fucking Alabama, and it's horrible. So thank you for everything that you do and for actually keeping me and letting me talk and stuff. That means a lot to me.
Hey, listen, I appreciate you for coming up. Those people are crazy. And the terrible thing is that there's others out there that are significantly crazier than they are. I appreciate you for coming up, man. And I hope that you have a great rest of your day, Jordan.
Thank you.
Of course. Bye. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, y'all. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Yeah, right on the queue, it's either Liam or Nick Fuentes America First profile. God. Oh my God. Hello, do you support Trump?
About what?
Hello?
Talk to him.
About what? No, it's just a Chad. Okay. Maybe we're going to try Samantha? We'll try Samantha? I don't know, guys. I'm trying my best. Hello, do you support Trump?
Gabby. Oh, never mind.
Okay. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, wait. Our options have expanded, guys. There's now a third person in the queue that I happen to know is a Trump supporter. Okay. Isabella. Fuck. Wow. So we have Liam, Isabella, and then Nick Fuentes, America First profile. Oh, guys. Fucking hell. Ah! Trump supporters, hop in the queue, dude. Come on. All right. I'm going to try to get I'm going to try a couple more people before I have to make a hard decision. Yeesh. Okay, WeHad's not connecting. All right. I'm not even sure that I'm going to debate him yet. We just need to be sure that he's possible for consideration. Liam, you're up here only to know if it's possible for consideration. Do you apologize for what you said to for what you said to Santana or not?
Yeah, tell me what I said.
Yeah, you were fat shaming him.
I'm what? I was what?
Fat shaming him.
I was fat shaming him.
Do you want me
to apologize to Santana when he's not here? What do you want here, Dean?
Yeah, I just want.
Is that what you're doing?
I want to know that you feel bad. I want to know that you regret it. I want to know that you recognize.
I think if I don't like to hurt people's feelings. If that's what you're asking me, yeah, and I don't have any problem.
So you regret it?
I don't have a problem apologizing to somebody if they're like, "Hey, you fucked up. You shouldn't have said that." To the person that is actually I'm debating.
Okay,
in the moment, yeah, I can say that.
So if
he's not here,
if Santana were here right now, would you give that apology?
I'm sure you're going to manifest him here any second.
No. I'm just sincerely asking. If Santana were here, I'd a genuine question. If Santana were here, right, then would you give?
And
him
he
that
was,
apology?
and Santana was like that. Yeah, that hurt my feelings. I worked really hard on my.
No, not necessarily.
physique.
Regardless if it hurt his feelings or not. Okay, because you shouldn't want to apologize for doing bad things only if those bad things hurt the feelings of one else.
No, and I agree with that. But he said some shit that he needs to apologize for as well.
Okay,
But
so I just need a yes or no.
but you don't care about that.
I just need a yes or no. Okay, I just need to know if you're
I
possible.
said
for
yeah.
consideration.
I said yeah. I mean, I can apologize if I hurt somebody's feelings and it wasn't.
Okay. All right. Thanks for letting me know where you stand. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Isabella.
Hi.
You're still a Trump supporter?
Yeah, did you not just see what he did?
We'll talk about it in a moment, Isabella.
Okay.
Excuse you, do you support Trump?
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flag.
Do you see the type of people that are in my queue, Isabella?
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty bad, huh?
Well, I don't know. I haven't been here long. I just saw.
You're my daddy. I love you.
Sorry, a screaming fetus cut you off. Go ahead.
No, all I've seen is just the last two people that you had up, like towards the end, which was like,
Yeah.
what was his name? Mac,
Yeah.
something.
Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Or, like,
Okay.
Do you see what I'm dealing with here?
Why is your queue all kids?
Because the only people who still support Trump are you and a bunch of 13-year-olds.
Okay, that's not true. What do you mean? You just had like two adults like a few minutes ago.
With the mental acuity of 13-year-olds.
Okay, no, I don't think so. I
So,
think that's just your personal opinion.
so what did you come up here to uniquely debate me on?
No, did you not just see what happened? Like,
Oh,
he
yeah, the
literally-
threat to invade and annex one of our allies with a military?
Oh my god.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that just happen. Fuck yeah, I saw that. What are your thoughts?
How is it a threat? Please educate me on how it's a threat, because he literally had just taken a dictator away, and they're literally celebrating as well. Like,
Okay, so
how are
if you take
gonna say
a
that thing?
dictator away from another country, then it's a good thing to give another country a new dictator.
Okay, no, we're not dictating them.
Wait, no, dude, he literally like wouldn't rule off military
No one
intervention
out.
to
Literally,
take Greenland.
Venezuelans have been talking
No,
about
no. I said, I said it's okay. So you're basically saying that it's okay to, use,
Okay, I never said that. When did I say that?
So what are your thoughts on Donald Trump threatening to invade Greenland?
Okay, when did he say that?
He's been saying this since the beginning of his term. However, they've significantly ramped up in their sentiment since the invasion of Venezuela.
I didn't see that about Greenland.
Oh, yeah. So he said this on Air Force One. I mean, then Stephen Miller went on CNN last night and like explicitly refused to rule off military intervention. The Prime Minister of Denmark condemned him. The leaders of like about a billion.
No, I was here to argue Venezuela because that's a good thing, and even they were talking about how no one had done anything within the last 25 years themselves.
Wait,
So
why are you
they're like-
pivoting to talk about Venezuela? I thought that we're talking about.
Because that's what I came to talk about anyway.
Okay, so you just
said,
don't
why
care.
Did I come
So
up
I just
here
want to
talk-
clarify. You just don't
No,
care
no,
about
no,
him
no.
threatening to invade Greenland.
Okay, no. You asked me what I came up here to talk about, and then I told you that, and then you brought up Greenland.
Well, I mean,
So,
you asked me how do I feel about what
anything-
has happened, and I was like, oh, you mean like the threat to invade Greenland? But no, what do you want to talk about?
I didn't
Whatever.
say how you feel about what's happening.
What do you want? What do you want? What do you want to talk about as well? Come on.
What do you mean? I just told you. Oh, okay.
Would you like to know why I think it was bad to go into Greenland and get
Okay.
Maduro?
Okay, go on. Yes.
I stand with the Venezuelans that are celebrating the rule of Maduro is over, but this doesn't mean that his regime is over. His VP is serving as the acting president to the women in control of Trump, which is no different. It's not a duly elected form of governance. And we know that he doesn't want to have a duly elected form of governance running the country because he's specifically denied to give Maria Machado the reins over the country because she accepted the Nobel Peace Prize instead of rejecting it and demanding that it be given to Trump. But the real big issue is the permission structure that it's creating to then turn around and threaten the same invasion on other countries. He's threatened to do it to Greenland in the last 48 hours. He's threatened to do it to Colombia in the last 48 hours. He's threatened to do similar to Mexico and Cuba in the last 48 hours. Sovereignty matters, especially for countries.
Okay,
that
and
have
how
duly
did he
elected
threaten to
free
do all
governments.
this? What did he exactly say about that?
He said that he wanted to annex or invade Greenland. He said that, we may do the same thing that we did to Venezuela to Colombia to get their president out. We may hit Cuba if their government doesn't fall on their own, and that we may go into Mexico, but they just really need to get their act together.
I don't think so.
Yeah, that's what he said on Air Force One the day before yesterday, Isabella.
I don't think so.
Why is that?
Because I just don't think that's true. Like,
Why-
why hasn't anyone been talking about that then?
We fucking have been.
Okay, well, my news was all filled with the cheers of the Venezuelans and the crying of how they're
because you watch Fox
been done with
News.
the dictator. And KKTV. Let's get that straight.
So what reason do you have to believe he didn't say these things about those other countries?
Because I haven't seen it.
If you haven't seen it, therefore it's not true. I've never seen
Not
your brain,
exactly,
therefore you don't
but-
have one, right?
Okay.
Come on, that follows given your
I-
logic. You know that follows given your logic. It does.
Okay, no, but that's not what I meant. I just meant that, like, I need to go look that up so that I can see where you're coming from. Because it just seems like you guys, like, just hate Trump so much that even if he, like, gets rid of a dictator from another country, that it's still gonna be something bad.
Listen, I'm not saying that I have the position I do because I hate Trump. I'm saying I have the position I do because I understand history. Okay?
But you also do hate Trump.
Like what about, you know, our regime changes in Libya, Syria, Venezuela, well now Venezuela, Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, a fucking like all these countries, man. Like it always destabilizes the region, creates a power vacuum, and leads to the overthrow of a more authoritarian regime. Plus, Venezuela may be free of the dictator Maduro, but they're not free of the dictatorial regime because he didn't install a duly elected candidate. He gave the reins to the VP and then said, if you don't do what I want, I'll bomb the country again.
Yeah, but that's not gonna happen.
Well, as long as she does what he wants, which it doesn't really seem like she is, because now the government is saying that they want to arrest everybody involved with the capture of Maduro. And are you basically saying it's okay for him to like want to do this super bad thing as long as he doesn't do it?
No. When did I say that?
Yeah, your response to my last statement was quote unquote, yeah, but it's not going to happen.
No, I just have hope, and I always believe in the best in people, so that I'm hoping that doesn't happen.
Well, now you're equivocating. There's a difference between hoping something does or doesn't happen and having good reason to believe something will or will not happen. There's a really big difference there. Because hope is wanting to be true.
Well, I just believe that it won't happen because that's like a huge thing.
Oh, look who's in my queue, Isabella. Brock, what do you want? What do you want, Brock?
Hey, buddy, I was just coming.
He's
I was
not
just
real.
coming up
This
here.
is not Brock.
I was just no. This is
This is
100%
not
me.
Brock.
I can turn on my camera and quite literally prove to you it's me. I was just
Bro,
coming
you
up
didn't
here to
put
help
docs to you.
help back up Isabella because Isabella quite literally knows nothing, but she's on the right path and she has the right.
You
right
came
faith,
up
I
here
guess you
just
would
to
say,
say
but-
I know nothing. Are you kidding me?
I came up here to help back you up because you're making a fool out of yourself, Isabella. You know that. Come on.
Okay, then go on. Please take the reins then. Please go on and please say something smart then because
Because what?
no reason at all.
I'm with her on this one, Brock. All right, you know, prove
What?
that you mean what you say. Say something smart.
Captain Giggle Shits over there can't even fucking hold it in. Might as well mute your microphone while you're at it too, Isabella.
Captain
You guys-
Go on and you literally said, "Oh, you're literally making a fool of yourself." Okay, then. So go on and help me then.
I agree with what she's saying. Go on, Brock. Say something
Yeah,
smart.
you guys are talking about Venezuela, right?
Wait. You
Yes.
just asked what we're talking about, so you don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, so
Therefore, you
you're
don't know
talking
if
about
she's making a fool of
Venezuela.
herself. Yeah.
Let me. So basically, Isabella, I know what you're trying to say here, but you just can't quite get the words out. Let me explain something.
Are you
Let me explain it.
mansplaining?
Yes.
No, I'm just
He
letting
totally
you know what you're trying to say. So let me tell you something. Basically, when you look on YouTube or Google or Instagram or TikTok, whatever you want to look on, there's millions of Venezuelans celebrating. So
Hey,
the fact
Brock.
yeah,
You just
yeah, go
repeated
ahead.
what she said.
Well, I'm explaining it in a better
No.
manner.
You repeated her nearly word for word. So
Isabella, is that the only thing you said, or did you say more than that?
Oh, so she said more than that, meaning
She
that she
can't
actually
even
gave a
hold it
more
in over there.
comprehensive
She
view
can't
of the
even hold
position than
it
you
in.
did.
She thinks this is hilarious.
No,
Is this something funny to you, or
embarrass yourself more, Brock.
No,
I'm
I'm
not-
letting
not
you
embarrassing
talk.
myself.
I'm
Yeah,
going
so
silent
basically-
because I'm letting
so
you
they're
go.
celebrating this. Listen, yes, he was a socialist, fascist, dictator, communist piece of shit. So we had to get him out of there.
What?
But in the meantime,
Socialist, fascist, dictator, communist?
listen.
No.
you want me
We need to
explain
go
it,
through
or do you
these
want to
words.
sit there, keep
D-
laughing
wait,
at
wait.
everything I'm
Define
saying?
socialist.
Which one is it?
Define socialist.
Hey, I'm not done with explain. I can help you explain some of these things if you don't understand
You
them
said
when I'm
socialist, fascist,
done.
dictator,
Socialist
communist.
is basically a country where the means of production, everything in the country is basically ran by the people.
So socialism is where the means
That's
of production
overall
are
what
by the workers
socialism
in the
would be.
workplace. Now define fascist. It's your second point right here. Fascist.
Fascist is basically an authoritarian regime, which is basically wanting control over under one group of people, one person, and kind of just doing whatever they want to do. Is that not what Maduro wanted?
So
Is that not what he
consolidation of
was doing?
power. You could
Into one person.
You could.
Yeah,
you
so
could-
I'm
wait,
explaining.
no, okay, so now define what was the third dictator? Well, I won't ask you for for a definition of that.
I said communism.
Now define communist.
It's basically like a place where they don't have money, a moneyless, classless society, and
I
they
was,
don't have
like,
class, they don't have a
spaced
state,
out,
they don't have
but did
anything
you
like
just
that.
say that was
Isabella,
communism?
Sweet Pea, I'm still speaking.
Don't call her Sweet Pea, dude. Okay,
No,
listen. Don't call her. That's just weird. Okay, don't do that.
Why is there everyone up now? What?
Listen, Isabella, seriously, I'm trying to help you out here. I'm really trying to help you out here.
You just
I'm
like
trying to explain what you're explaining,
and mansplained when you first got here?
That's like really like.
Was that bad?
You literally said what basically what she was trying to say was the exact same thing that I'm going to repeat.
Okay, well,
exactly what
I
she said.
apologize, Isabella. I seriously do. I sincerely apologize.
Brock,
And
I'm not
then
gonna
I'm
lie.
gonna tell her how she's making a fool of herself.
Brock,
as well.
I'm not gonna lie. You're
Yeah, Brock,
you're
she's
being,
cooking you right now.
You're being pretty fucking.
We're not even
misogynistic
debating,
right now.
Parker. You come up here talking out your ass for what reason? You're not even a part of this conversation.
You can't take accountability, Brock. That's what it is.
Listen, I'm explaining to you guys. You guys want to cut me off every 5 seconds. You want me to explain it to you? Yes.
Have you talked to
Everyone in
yourself,
Venezuela
Brock?
is celebrating. Everyone in Venezuela is celebrating, but that doesn't mean that maybe we shouldn't have done that. And obviously, we're doing it we want more oil, dude. Come on. You want the oil or no? Which one is it? You want gas prices to keep going back down?
I don't think it's justified to steal oil from other countries, Brock.
Huh?
Brock, do you think it's justified to steal from other countries? Aren't you Christian?
Dude.
Don't you literally believe that that's a sin?
Hey. No. What were they going to do with the oil?
No.
What were no.
Wait. I'm
What
sorry,
were they
would it
gonna
be
do with the
justified
oil?
for me to take all of your money? Because what would you do with the money?
Well, hey, if I wanted to reallocate my money to someone who's going to utilize it better, and maybe we can take their oil and utilize it in a way where we're actually going to help benefit Venezuela themselves. They don't know what to do with the oil. We got to take it and we got to do it, and we can help them out.
What do you mean they don't know what to do with their own oil? What are you talking
Because they just got it sitting around in a rig, not doing shit with it. They got millions of barrels sitting there, not doing anything. What are they doing with all these barrels? They don't even know what to use it all for.
So because they have,
Have
the
you
largest
thought about
reserve,
that? Seriously, dude?
They have a. Wait, by the way, Trump supporters were saying that a large reserve was a good thing when Trump was in office, but whenever Venezuela has a large reserve, that's a reason that we can just take it from them? That makes no sense, Brock.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, you literally just said that.
No,
Well,
Isabella.
that's exactly what Trump's trying to force by literally saying that he's going to bomb them continually if they don't do everything he says explicitly on the oil.
It actually
That's not what he said. That's a lie, Parker. You know you're lying.
Yeah, he did.
See, I literally said that. I said that he didn't say that.
Huh?
I said that too, Brock. I said that he didn't say that.
Because he didn't. He didn't say that. He didn't say they're going to do whatever they want. Yeah, they talked about Greenland. Yeah, they talked about these other things that they might want to do here in the future. Who gives a shit?
Who
Seriously,
gives a
think
shit
it.
about using our military to invade an ally in NATO?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Like what?
are
Do
we
you even know the
invading them?
complications with that, Brock?
Oh, I
Well,
think
yes,
I do.
that's the
Quite
way
a
you know
bit better
they
than
you know in
sir.
order for them
Quite
to
a bit
take
better than
over.
you.
Wait, explain to me how there's any difference with how they control the ability to be able to influence the military within Greenland now versus what there would be under Stephen Miller's plan to own it.
I want to really.
Okay, real quick.
Yeah,
it's so funny, bro.
Look at this. Not
Yeah, I've seen it. I saw it. It
That's
happened
so
yesterday,
bad.
right? Or when did it happen? I've seen it. I've seen it, dude. It's funny. It's a joke to you. You get it. Laugh.
Wait, Dean, is that a real clip?
Yes.
No, it's AI.
That's real. That's a,
No, this is real.
Wait, is it really?
I thought it was AI. I thought that was AI.
That is AI.
When she gets it, and
it is a real thing you did, Isabella. It's a real thing. Are we having a productive
Wait, Dean,
conversation?
I'm
Or do
sorry.
you want to
Is
bring
that
up videos?
AI? There's no way that's real.
No, this is real from the Kennedy.
You can go
Center
look it up,
yesterday.
man. It's a real thing that happened. But
Wait,
you're getting
Dean,
completely
Dean.
sidetracked.
Wait,
with the
stop
fact
talking, Brock. Stop
It's
talking, Brock.
yeah,
Dean, what?
It's
Jeez
actually real.
Louise, these
So
people are immature, Isabella.
This is from the Kennedy
Okay,
Center
Brock,
yesterday.
I don't want to hear from you because why are people DMing me saying you were talking crap about me on
wanna
your
really-
live?
Isabella, they're lying to you.
Dean, that's
wanna really-
crazy. I actually
No,
can't believe
okay,
that's
I
a
don't
real
like that
clip.
you're
Why did
zooming
you
in
do
and that
that?
you're making it the whole screen.
He was talking about dancing, Parker. Have you not seen the whole
she
video? You can go watch it yourself.
No, any context of talking of dancing. What the fuck?
What, can he not express himself in ways that he wants to express himself? Is that not what you guys
Dude,
claim? That you guys want to
it looks like AI. It's so weird.
He's expressing himself.
Of course, expressing himself in a very weird way.
Brock, it's okay.
Can
because we
people
don't
are you
judge. We
okay?
don't
So are you
judge
to be the
'cause
person to
we're
judge
Dude,
if
look
how
at
people
him.
express themselves?
Look at
Yes,
him. Look at
bro.
his face.
Who cares, man? Why are you judging others? I thought the whole gender thing is
I
expression of gender or whatever the
gotta
hell.
show this to
That's
the
not
people
an
on
expression
YouTube.
of gender.
I gotta show this to the people on YouTube too. Here, YouTube. I'm not gonna leave you out of this. Y'all gotta see this shit. God, y'all.
These people are just completely just fools.
Brock,
They're
you should
completely
look in.
childish,
You should look in.
Isabella.
You should
Isabella,
look
they're
into a
completely
mirror, Brock.
childish.
You should look into a
Isabella,
mirror.
Isabella, come join my live later tonight. You can help co-host with me, and we can have a much better live than this shit.
Did you just ask her out on a date?
Oh, I just said she can be my co-host on my
Yeah,
live because Gage is sick.
that sounds
Gage
like.
has been sick. He
Wait, that
couldn't
sounds
co-host
like you
yesterday
just
'cause he's
asked her
been
out
sick.
on a date, bro.
No, I would never date Isabel.
Okay. I already rejected you, but coming at me when I didn't say anything is crazy.
Okay, so we were talking about Venezuela, right? This is getting off track. Isabella wants to talk about shit. You guys want to pull up little meme videos of things you find funny. No one gives a shit, all three of you.
What the?
You want to listen to me speak now about what I was saying?
Yeah, go ahead, Brock.
I want to really.
Well, you kind of made me lose my train of thought. We were talking about
so you don't
Venezuela
have
and why
it,
it's
so
Did you
such a
just
good.
say that
Brock.
I wanted to talk about something else
Isabella,
when I was the one that
I'm
brought up
speaking.
Venezuela?
So what? We were talking about Greenland basically. When he goes over to Greenland, does this like, oh yeah,
Brock,
that was my
Brock
question.
just denies reality. Isabella's now just finally noticing that Brock denies reality.
What do you think Greenland looks like? What does Greenland
Isabella,
look
to
like?
be honest with you, this is exactly what it's like when we're debating you.
Wait, no, seriously.
Any MAGA, to be honest.
They don't want to debate, chat. It's hilarious. Every time I come up here, they run, they hide, they dodge my questions. It's
It
hilarious.
seems like a lot of your guests are like either really crazy and over 50 years old, or either 13 and saying the N-word or something like that. So actually,
Listen, Isabella, when you come up onto the live, you control your emotions better than most guests. When you come up on the live, you don't scream slurs, and you don't like. But when you come up on the live, you just like. I don't think I've ever heard you like admit that Donald Trump has done wrong. I've never.
No, I have. I've said that
I've
he's
never,
a bad person.
I've never heard
I've
you
said
right
that.
like he could almost do anything and you'd still support him. It's like actually crazy, Isabella.
That's not true. I literally said what he could do and that I would stop supporting him if he did that.
Yeah, but like wanting to
Really,
kill your
like
political
what
opponents and all that.
specifically?
I said that if he committed Christian genocide, that would be a lot.
Okay, only explicitly if it's Christian. Like if it
Okay,
was some
no.
other
Well,
group, you'd be okay with it.
not just Christian.
Okay, wait.
but,
So if he
like,
committed genocide at all, then you wouldn't support him, right?
well, I mean, that's like terrible.
Yeah. So like, do you agree that he's like actively engaged in actions that led to the genocide of Yemeni individuals, to people in Gaza?
No.
Right? No, you don't acknowledge that.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, so
what about the Christians in Palestine?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't kill them.
Well, he definitely empowered the administration to kill him. He
Isabel,
said that
you
he's the
called
most
her red herrings. You don't have to
pro-Israel
answer the
president that our
questions.
country's ever had, and that he's willing to do whatever Netanyahu needed, and he just wanted Netanyahu to finish the job. The job was ethnic cleansing.
When did he say that? When did he say those exact words?
Debate with Biden?
He was doing that.
First
Oh
presidential
my gosh,
debate
the
with
debate with Biden, that was how many years ago?
Biden.
Why are we always going back to the past when we should be in the now?
You mean like a year and a half ago, maybe?
Yeah, but why are we
Like
always
the
talking about, like,
last
years
candidacy
ago?
that he just ran on? We're still in the term that he got elected in based upon this debate.
Why are we always going to the past though? Like, why aren't we talking about the present right
see,
now?
everything
That's why
we
I'm
talk
bringing
about
up
happened
Venezuela.
in the everything that's in the past. That happened in the past. Everything we talk about's in the past. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. So why do we keep talking about the past when like we should be talking about right now? Which is why I brought up Venezuela.
Okay.
Isabel,
okay.
they just dodge questions. That's all they do. They're smart ass little kids who just
What
sit up
question
here with
did
their
we
little
dodge,
headsets
Brock?
on. We've been trying to talk about Venezuela, and you're pulling up little videos of Trump sticking his tongue out for bullshit reasons, and you're over here talking about yada yada. We're trying to have a debate.
We've had that
We're trying to have a
conversation. We're
debate.
willing to have that conversation, Brock.
Hey, Brock, mute now. Mute now.
Yeah, mute, please, Brock.
Mute now.
How about we debate?
No, hey, Brock, mute now.
Every time
Mute,
I try to have
Brock.
a talk with you, you just run away.
Hey, Sweet
Brock,
Pea.
mute.
Hey, Sweet
Stop
Pea.
running.
Hey, Brock,
Stop
Sweet Pea.
running.
Sweet Pea, mute
Stop
now.
running.
Mute now, Sweet Pea.
Stop running.
Mute now, Sweet Pea. Sweetheart, mute now. Good boy. Good boy. Go ahead, Isabella.
Well, what? With what?
I didn't even mute.
Oh, Brock. Sweet pea. Mute now.
All right, buddy.
No.
You just
Sweet pea. Mute now. Oh, good boy. Good boy. Good boy. All right, Parker, Isabella, someone was saying something. I don't know. Go ahead.
Isabella.
I wasn't saying anything. I was letting you guys talk.
Oh, no, you were going on about how we shouldn't care that he said this like a year and a half ago. Like, what?
I did not say that we shouldn't care. I said, why are we so focused on everything in the past when it's already happened? We should
Because
focus
you
on what's
asked me to
happening
tell you
now.
when he said this. Like, does he have to say this in the last 24 hours for it to still be true?
I never said that it wasn't true, but I'm just saying, like, we should be focusing on the more important things that are happening,
But you
right
said,
now,
you said
like
that this was
Venezuela.
a super important
Like,
thing
how
that would
he
make
literally
But you said
helped
that this
them.
was a super important thing that would make you stop supporting him as president.
I said if he did genocide, he didn't do that.
Oh my god.
See, this is the thing with Isabella, okay? All right? This is the... There's just no end. There's just no way. You're never going to stop supporting Trump. I just don't get it. I just don't get it because you seem like you could be a reasonable, sensible person, okay? Does it seem like you've just
Because I am.
lost control over all of your, like, cognitive faculties whatsoever? Like, you're not going, like, fucking crazy and losing your shit and crashing out 24/7, okay? You possess the ability to be, like, normal. But you just, like, something's holding
Why are you saying
back.
I'm not normal? I am normal.
You possess. Okay, I'm sorry. I guess I shouldn't have said normal. I should have said sane. Like, you possess the ability to be super sane, okay? Right? But, like, something's holding you back, and I just want to know what it is.
I'm so sane.
Isabella, who won the 2020 election?
Oh, Harris and Biden.
Oh, yeah. So,
Yeah.
yeah. So, do you think that Trump was delusional then?
Why would I think that he was delusional? Oh my gosh, we're gonna go back to the past where he was like, oh, he did this.
Okay, wait.
the
Hold on.
votes
I can't
and
bring
all
that
of
up. I can't bring that up. It's happened in the past. How about this? Let's talk about the future then. Can we talk about the future?
it. Okay.
Donald Trump has literally threatened multiple countries and literally saying that he's going to do the same
I
thing that
don't
he's done
think
with
he was
Venezuela with
threatening
those
them.
particular countries.
I think
Yes,
he
he
was sharing his thoughts.
has. Sharing his thoughts? What were his thoughts?
I think he was just saying like that we're not gonna annex them, but not exactly that, and he didn't really mean that.
Okay, Parker.
What?
I'm gonna let you have fun. I'm gonna go use the bathroom, chat. Long day. Okay, I'll be back. Everyone. Parker.
Okay.
Reins
Oh,
are yours.
she left.
I didn't leave.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'll be back.
Alrighty, okay. All right, so what was the point you were making, Isabella? Go ahead.
I was
Continue.
making the point that I don't think that's what he meant when you guys were saying that, oh, he wants to become a dictator, basically, and that he's basically trying to take over all these countries. I don't think that's what you meant.
I know he's literally threatening to take over them.
I don't think
That's what
he's
I'm saying.
threatening
Like
them.
Stephen Miller couldn't rule out taking Greenland with military intervention. Sorry.
Do we have like a clip of him saying this?
Yes, it's on CNN.
Can I see a clip?
I mean, I'm on my phone right now. I can't like pull up a clip through the phone. Once Dean gets back, he can play it.
Okay, because I just don't think, because then why aren't more people talking about this then? Because that makes no sense, because that's kind of a big deal.
It did just happen. Yeah, this is a big deal. And we've been talking about this. Trump has been saying since the beginning of his administration that he wants to annex Greenland. So what he does is he just says a bunch of different things. He sees the response that people have and then later does it and then doesn't get as much pushback way later when he does it after he's already said all of these things, because you're just like, you think all of the things he's saying, oh, it's just some crazy new thing that Trump said, and then it becomes
Exactly, because
normalized.
he's always just talking like that. Like,
And you're gonna I guarantee if he takes Greenland, you'll still support him.
okay, we're not gonna take Greenland.
If they took Greenland, would you still support him?
That's like terrorist things. Like, no, that's not gonna happen.
Okay, so if they took Greenland, you wouldn't support him.
Well, we're not gonna take Greenland.
Wait, no. Answer the question. If
I
he
plead
took
the
Greenland, you. What do you mean you plead the fifth? This is what we're saying. You'll
That's what I'm
support him no
saying.
matter
I
what.
plead the fifth,
You
so
would
I don't have
support
to
him
answer
even
it.
if they did take Greenland.
No, I said I plead the fifth, so I don't have to answer.
Yeah, you plead the fifth. No, I'm asking you a question. Would you still
At least
support
I know
Trump
my
if they
amendments and
took
my rights.
Greenland? Oh, this is not about incriminate. This doesn't incriminate you.
Yeah, but I'm saying that it's not gonna happen, and then you asked me the question, and I said I plead the fifth.
So I'm asking you, if Donald Trump took Greenland, would you still
That's
support
a
him?
hypothetical. Why am I answering hypothetical?
Oh my gosh, you
Doesn't
can't
happen.
answer hypotheticals?
Why would I
Hey,
answer
Isabella.
non-truth?
So,
Oh gosh.
you answered hypotheticals in 3rd grade. Like, like if you were an apple
Okay,
farmer.
I don't even remember 3rd grade.
Actually, 2 plus 2 equals
Oh
4.
my
What,
God,
wait.
okay.
Wait, what is 3 plus 3 equal?
6. Okay.
Is that not a hypothetical?
That's not a hypothetical. That's an
Well,
equation.
you're supposing that if there were 3 items plus another 3 items, that it would equal 6, correct?
That is not how that works.
Is that a
That's literally
hypothetical?
math.
Is that a hypothetical?
Technically, no.
3 items plus 3 items? What would it equal? 6 items? That is literally.
Number 3.
Wait, I'm sorry. What is a hypothetical?
Hypothetical is something like that could happen, and it's in a scenario.
Yeah, so a scenario that could happen is that there's 3 items and another 3 items. Okay? That is a scenario that could happen, and it's a hypothetical that you're answering when you ask basic questions within math class. So hypotheticals are relevant within our daily lives all the time. The fact that people say that they can't answer hypotheticals is simply just an excuse so that they don't have to answer a specific question that they don't want to have to answer.
Jairus, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jairus. And did you want to hear Stephen Miller saying that on CNN?
Ooh, there's a race car.
Feed below and check this out.
The question about who is now running Venezuela is one that even members of Congress who are big Trump supporters say they're not quite sure about. Senate Majority Leader John Thune told CNN's Manu Raju that he doesn't know what President Trump meant by his assertion that the U.S. is running Venezuela, and he said he needs more information. Can you tell us what the president means when he says, is acting President Delcy Rodriguez in charge? Is she running Venezuela or not?
Well, what the president said is true. The United States of America is running Venezuela. By definition, that's true. Jake, we live in a world in which you can talk all you want about international niceties.
I think I have to skip forward.
And this is from CNN?
Yeah, that's CNN.
Okay, so
he got it from. He's listening to Adam Mockler.
I was
That's how
about
much
to say,
of a
so fake
dipshit this
news.
guy is. The same kid who just got cooked all over Jubilee. This is the guy.
Guys,
who listens to.
Where
It's a
had he get
joke,
cooked?
Isabella.
Guys,
Wait.
He got cooked all over. Did you not hear him get stuck up?
Isabella, you can't just say fake news. Okay?
Well, okay, might be. Let me restate
Right? Because
that.
this is
Okay.
just Stephen Miller talking to the journalist. Like,
Okay,
okay, I
let me
understand that
redo
the journalist is definitely like super big lib.
Your guys' news source. Okay.
For the people of Venezuela. With
this,
let me find this. Stephen Miller, Greenland, CNN. I think I got the wrong clip there. There we go.
Also,
can't
one
take
more
that off the
thing.
table,
By the way,
then.
you answer hypothetical questions within math. That's what I was saying. Like literally 3 items plus 3 items is a hypothetical scenario that you're answering. To answer that, it's 6 items.
Also, guys, yeah,
Sorry.
I'm familiar with Brock's 3rd video. He took it back because of his 2nd video.
The U.S. would use
Wait,
military
what's
force
his
to.
3rd video?
When he stopped supporting Trump for a moment because of the Epstein files, and then
I never stopped supporting him. That's a lie.
No, you literally can't. I remember that's when you said I was bullying you. I remember that day. And then at the end, you were like, "Hey, will you still
The
date me?"
United
And I
States
said,
should have Greenland as part of the United States. There's no need to even think or talk about this in the context
Who said
that
this?
you're asking of a military.
Stephen Miller.
he's saying that. See, that's not Trump saying this.
It is Stephen Miller speaking on behalf of Trump and his administration. Do you know? Do you know who Stephen Miller is and what position he holds?
Not right now.
He's the deputy chief of staff for policy.
Oh, I do.
Like,
I know
dude,
name.
like for policy, right? Like invading another country or something like that. Under Trump, it goes to Stephen Miller.
Military operation. Nobody's going to fight the United States militarily over the future of Greenland.
White House Deputy Chief of Staff.
Oh my God!
Exactly, that is true.
I want to hear a clip. I just want to hear a clip. Come on, guys.
The U.S.
I'm sorry. I'm raging at New York Post.
Government, since the beginning of this administration, frankly, going back into the previous Trump administration, that Greenland should be part of the United States. The president has been very clear about that. That is the formal position of the U.S. government.
Trump's designs on
Basis of their territorial claim. What is their basis of having Greenland as a colony of Denmark? The United States is the power of NATO. For the United States to secure the Arctic region, to protect and defend NATO and NATO interests, obviously Greenland should be part of the United States.
on Monday.
He literally said, obviously, Greenland should be a part of the United States. There is no walking around that. That is clear. That is so clear.
That's another dude. That's Stephen Miller.
Trump says this. Stephen Miller, his policy guy, says this.
speaking on
behalf of
Who
Trump.
else could say this in the
Fucking,
government?
like,
He's
what?
literally like, yeah, this is not a joke This is a serious policy of the Trump administration.
Dude.
And you're like, you know what? That's not
Okay,
their
well
policy.
then let's hear
So
it from
wait,
Trump
wait.
then.
Given that this was their policy, would you not support them?
Wait, say that again.
Given that this was their policy and they took Greenland, would you still support Trump?
I feel sick because it's not gonna happen.
Dude, Isabella's shut down. We've got you cornered. I know. It's just.
I think
wrap it up.
her answer is that she doesn't want to support Trump.
I know.
If that's true,
Yeah.
but just can't admit it.
Yeah, I know.
We're not gonna take over another country. That's
Wrap it
like
up. Wrap it up,
not,
Isabella.
no.
Wrap it up, Isabella.
That's not gonna happen.
It's okay to be wrong.
That's
it's okay to be wrong.
literally what he's saying he's gonna do.
It's okay to be wrong, Isabella. Wrap
Where
it up.
is it that Trump is saying that
Wrap-
out of his own mouth?
Isabella, he's representing the administration. Wrap it up.
Okay, yeah, but I represent many people, and you know what? I'm not a good representation of some people.
And
so
that's
like,
why you'll probably never hold an office in political power, right?
Dude.
Okay, well, you know what? Actually,
Oh, wait, shit. Here you go.
How do you what do you see that role entailing, and is it still your intention that
Well, he
Greenland
called
become
me,
part of
and
the
you know,
U.S.?
he viewed Louisiana, the Louisiana Purchase. He said, "I'm governor of Louisiana," and he said, "I would love." I didn't call him; he called me. He's very proactive. He's a great guy. He's a deal guy. He's a deal maker type guy. And we need it for national protection. We need Greenland for national protection. They have a very small population.
Oh, see,
And I don't
he
know
has
if
reasons.
They say Denmark, but Denmark has spent no money. They have no military protection. If they say that Denmark was there 300 years ago or something with a boat, well, we were there with boats too, I'm sure. So.
Okay, well, now that I see
let
his
me-
reasoning,
wait, can I
it seems
clarify real quick?
way better now that I hear what he's saying.
Oh,
Yeah, so-
as
wait.
long as they say it's in the name of national security, it's okay to
hold up.
overthrow
Well, he's trying to
sovereign
help.
governments. Go ahead, Parker.
Can I prove this point that there's no distinction in national security if we own Greenland versus Greenland being a part of NATO? We can have a closer military
there is. You
relationship,
just don't know
which
what you're
they've
talking about.
wait, listen, they've claimed themselves that they specifically are down for a closer relationship and in allowing for U.S. Involvement within the context of the Arctic to secure it. In terms of NATO. So that's obviously something they've already established they want to do, and they want to have that relation. Just the Trump administration has literally made no effort to do that because they just want to control Greenland.
Parker, buddy, hey Parker, have you ever studied geopolitical warfare? Do you know much about that? Or
Can you
no?
spell
want me to-
geopolitical?
Yeah, GEO, and then political. Fucking idiot, dude. Holy.
How do you spell political?
POLITICAL. Geo.
Did you say EO? Did you say EO?
G.
What the fuck are you?
GEO.
Yeah, GEO. What else?
Political.
Yeah, spell it. Spell political.
EOLI.
EOL?
E?
Yes.
EOL? You think political starts with an E?
I said POL, you stupid idiot.
It sounds like E.
It
Okay, I'm sorry.
sounded
You
like
got a whole
E.
bunch
I
of
heard
earwax
E.
shoved up in them ears. Maybe you should take a little tweezer
Okay,
and
you
pull
need
that
to be
shit out.
nicer. That's mean. You can't be a Christian
These
and
guys are
calling
just
them all these
buffoons.
names.
These guys are little jokers. They don't do
No,
anything.
Brock.
They
but
just
you
sit up
can't
here-
be a Christian and you keep on calling them all these names.
You're not a real,
my,
you're
dude.
not a
I'm
real
done
Christian,
hearing that
Brock.
shit.
You're not a real Christian, Brock.
That's hilarious.
Look at your profile picture and then you're here calling Parker names.
Yeah. You need to fucking sit your ass down.
Do you think?
Snowflake.
Do you think
Brock,
Jesus
Brock,
would have called the
Brock,
devil a name?
wait, Brock, can you repent on live?
Yeah, I repent for my sins on a daily basis. Jesus, please
Turn-
wash my
turn-
sins
turn
away
on-
for whatever
turn-
I may
turn
have
on the
done.
cameras, get down on your knees, and ask God to
Yeah.
forgive your sins.
Yeah, ask God for
No,
forgiveness.
I'm not doing that. Someone's got to send me 15 galaxies if they want to see me get on
What?
my hands and knees and do it.
You need money to
You need
literally
God?
repent?
You need
I'm
money
not
to
turning
repent?
my camera on. I'm not turning my camera on and hopping down on my knees and sending off a
Wait.
little prayer
But if
just
you
for
don't
to
turn your
laugh
camera
at.
on, if you don't turn your camera on, then how will God know that you repented? He has
He
to see
won't
you
do it
somehow.
for God.
Because he's seen
Wait,
me
chat,
do it right
chat,
now.
He would do it for
Moron,
money, but he
smartass.
wouldn't do it for God. He would do it for money,
Listen.
but he wouldn't do it for God.
Yo,
How
you're
dare
such
you,
a-
Brock?
you're such a
How
bad
dare you,
person.
Brock?
You're such a
Let me
You
get
would
my
do it
five-
for money, but you wouldn't do it for God.
Let me get
How
my
dare
5
you?
seconds real quick. Chat.
Michael, thank you for the $80 over on Venmo. Oh my God, this literally just came through. Michael, thank you for the $80 on Venmo.
Who's
He
this name, Michael?
Tell Isabella and
I
Brock
want
that
to
they're.
know.
Go ahead.
I want to know what he does for a living so that I can be like having all this money. What the heck?
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and read his message. Hey, Michael, seriously, thank you for the $80, bro. Let's get 800 Michael W's. Michael
Jeez
says,
Louise, bro.
"Tell Isabella and Brock, their ignorance makes me sick."
Yeah, spell
thank you.
ignorance. Spell it. Spell ignorance. He can't.
It was a fucking, oh my god,
You're a buffoon, bro. You're a
Brock.
buffoon.
It was a Venmo donation. He had to spell it to
Brother,
send the donation.
Brother man. You're
Dude,
reading off
no.
words you don't even know.
You just said, "Oh, spell ignorance." I bet he can't. He had to spell the word ignorance in order to attach that spelled message to the donation.
Oh, first off, I'm telling you to do it. Second off, have you heard of autocorrect on
He's
iOS?
not going to do it when he
Have you
just
heard of
read it off a
autocorrect?
screen.
Have you heard of autocorrect on iOS?
IGNORANCE. Thank you for the $80. Also, Aaron, thank you for the $20 who says, did you see that they updated the j6whitehouse.gov page today? Yeah, it makes me fucking sick, bro. Thank you for the $20, Aaron. And then Aaron with another $10 says, Levitt said this afternoon regarding Greenland that quote-unquote military force remains an option. Yep. Thank you so much for the $10. Courtney, thank you for the $5. And it looks like we're all caught up over there. Would you guys thank my donors real quick, Brock? Could you say thank you?
Nah, bro. Nah. It's just, you guys are jokes.
W donors in the chat, Brock. That's how you do it.
I tried to debate and they started going off topic.
Harry, thank you for the 5. Max with the 5. Alexa with the 5. And Kylie with the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you for so very much. Once again, that is Kylie, Alexa, Max, and Harry. HMAK. Show some love to HMAK. Kylie, Alexa, Mac, Alexa, Harry, and Max, and Alexa, and Kylie,
that's
and
what
Alexa,
he
and
sounded
Max,
like.
and
He
Harry.
sounds like those people that talk at the auctions or whatever that's going super fast.
Auctioneers.
Yes. I was going to say, something just flipped in my brain when I was hearing that. That was super fast. You were thinking
There's not much flickering up there, Isabella.
Brock, you are unironically.
You are one to talk. I know you.
Hey, Brock is 666 right now. Look at this 666. Brock, you're the devil.
I knew you were a real Christian.
You're the devil. 666. 666. Look at that. Look at that. 666.
Notice a little thing, dude.
We're gonna let Isabella own him real quick.
First of all, you won't repent. Second of all, you keep calling them names. And third of all, you keep judging them as well. And then fourth of all, that just showed that you're not a real Christian. And look at your profile picture while you're doing all this.
Oh my gosh.
But I'm not judging.
Oh, the sky's falling, Isabella. The sky's falling.
Who's laughing?
You're crazy. I'm trying to talk about geopolitical warfare up here every single time. They all see it. They notice a pattern every single time I bring up a real serious issue, and I'm trying to have a talk about it. These guys start making little jokes about here. Spell politics, buddy. You don't even know anything about geopolitical warfare. Taking over Greenland, you realize Greenland's practically in the middle of the world, right? You realize we would have
Brock. I think you probably just
Russia.
read
We'd have
geopolitical for the first time, and that's why you just
we would
used
have
it.
a complete advantage over Russia if we had Greenland. Do you realize that, right? I could pull up a map.
You understand?
For you
Greenland's already a part of NATO. There's literally no fucking distinction.
He had this pulled up waiting to show the map.
No.
We
Hey,
know
Isabella, real
where
quick.
the
Isabella, I'm
country
explaining
is.
something right
Brock,
now. So
we know
basically, this is
geography.
us. This is the United States. If we have Greenland, you realize we have advantage right over Russia. We have advantage over Europe. We have advantage
we
over
already
everyone.
have that.
Have you studied
they're a part of NATO.
geopolitical warfare?
Brock,
Yes or no? Have you studied geopolitical
Brock,
warfare?
they are already a part of NATO.
So what does that mean?
We already have that.
Yeah, but so they're our ally?
Yes.
Our ally should become us.
What?
We should become the ally. We are the ally.
Wait, so to clarify, you think we should annex all of our allies?
No, just the ones that we would have strategical locations over compared to other countries, such as Russia, who has an enormous amount of nuclear weapons.
Such as which
right?
countries? Which other countries other than Greenland?
Did you just say you want us
What do
to
you mean?
annex Russia?
Nope. I want us to have complete power over Russia.
I have a question, Brock. So I just pulled up that picture. Are you saying that it'd be really advantageous for us to annex Greenland because Greenland is bigger than America?
Greenland is not bigger than America. That's a lie.
He said strategic advantage, militarily speaking.
Yeah, it's
That's
a
what he's
strategic
saying.
advantage.
So
It just says it's bigger on the map. It just shows that it's bigger on the map.
Hey, Brock, I'm asking you, what specifically, what other countries would you apply this to? Would you apply this to Canada as well?
Not Canada as much because they would have to come through a whole bunch of forests to even be able to ambush us. So Canada would kind of act as our little mesh wall instead. They would have to go through Canada to get through us. And Canada's not going to do shit to us. Canada's already our ally. They're not going to do shit. But we should take over Greenland because we would have.
Wait, couldn't you say the same thing about Greenland then?
I am saying the thing about Greenland. That's what
Greenland
I'm
can act as like a buffer?
No, they wouldn't be the buffer. We would be there, and we would have power because Greenland. What do they have?
We can do that literally right now. They're a part of NATO. We can
send. Greenland have? How many nuclear weapons does Greenland have?
I don't know.
Probably less than fucking 10, buddy. Probably
does that
less
matter?
Than 10. Yeah, it does. They can't do nothing, bro. They're still using sticks and stones over there. They don't even have a good army.
Did you just call them cavemen?
Also, we can literally send stuff over to them right at any point in time. Trump's just choosing not to.
How long is that going to take, dude? Say you
What,
got
literally
the
a
alarms
fucking
start
day
going
or
off.
two?
The bombs are dropping. The bombs are dropping. The alarms are going off. Do you think we got time to put something on a ship and send it
What,
over to
Trump could have
Greenland?
already done it
Seriously,
by
dude.
now. He could have already
Everyone
done it
knows
by
I'm
now.
right. I'm seeing people in the chat saying, "Holy, Brock's actually smart." Geez, Brock. Geez, he's
Where
actually
is
smart.
this
Brock,
coming
literally
from?
where?
I'm
Understands
looking at
political
the
warfare.
chat.
You got to scroll up a little bit. I just saw a whole bunch of comments. They actually think I know what
I'm
I'm saying
seeing
about
Brock is
geopolitical warfare.
ridiculous at Brock laughing emoji times
That's
100.
hilarious. That's hilarious. Wait.
Brock
Do you guys know the
L.
board game Risk? Do you know the board game Risk? Have you played that before? No, of course you haven't. Of course.
I would
It's
children, and
basically
I've never heard
like
of that game in my life.
Yeah, I know you haven't because you don't understand anything about geopolitics.
I just said I literally.
Wait, are you saying that you understand geopolitics because you played a
Bro,
board
you
game about
learned
sinking
the word
battleships?
geopolitics, and now you're just
No, it's not.
using
It's
it
not
within
sinking
every
battleships.
sentence.
Brock, can I ask you a question?
Warfare. It's a board game about
Hey, Brock, can I ask you a
warfare.
question
Played a
about
fucking board
geopolitics?
game. He knows.
I'm gonna ask you about geopolitical history. Hey, Brock, real question. When did
I'm
World
not claiming
War...
much know about the history. I'm
hey,
claiming
Brock.
much to know about the strategical
Brock.
advantages of certain locations.
When did
Smartass.
Pearl Harbor... What was the date of Pearl Harbor?
I'm not claiming to know a whole bunch of dates about certain dates. All right. So
You don't know the date in which Pearl Harbor happened?
1947.
you know?
No.
Wait. What
Wait,
time
that
did
was,
it happen
what's it
at?
called?
Did it happen in the mornings or did it happen at night? Specifically,
that was
what
the
time
end
did it
of
happen
World
at?
War II.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
no.
asking-
I
would you like to
want
answer
the
the question?
time of day. Was it 9:42 a.m. or what time was it?
Okay, he's not going to answer the question, Brock. You don't know, do you?
Oh, so you don't know things either.
It's,
it's called
December
human error, bro.
7th,
We all don't know things.
Brock, you
1941.
can just say you don't know. That's all you have to do.
Yeah,
instead
I
of
don't know the day it
saying you
happened. I
don't
quite
know.
clearly, literally said that already. Are you not
You
listening to
literally
me? Are
just
you
came
are you
back at
listening to me
Parker saying,
literally,
"You
or are you
don't know
listening to me
things either."
hypothetically?
So, Brock, you just said that you don't know dates about dates. What does this sentence mean?
What does a sentence mean?
No, what does that sentence mean? You said that you don't know dates about dates. What does that sentence mean?
I didn't say that. That's a lie.
You did.
Dude, you have to lie to make things up about me to make me seem like a bad person when in
Do it for
reality
God.
everyone
No,
knows
you're
I'm a
you,
good
Brock.
person. The alarms are going off. Do you think we got time to put something on a ship and send it
What,
over
Trump
to
could have
Greenland?
already done it by
Seriously,
now. He could have already done it.
Is
Brock,
dude. They actually
times up.
can I
it's
ask you a
tactical
question?
warfare. It's a board game about
Hey, Brock, can I ask you a
warfare.
question
Played a
about
fucking board
geopolitics?
game. He knows.
I'm going to ask you about geopolitical history. Hey, Brock, real question. When did
I'm
World
not
War...
claiming much know about
Hey,
the history. I'm
hey,
claiming
Brock.
much to know about the strategical
Brock.
advantages of certain locations.
When did
Smartass.
Pearl Harbor... What was the date of Pearl Harbor?
I'm not claiming to know a whole bunch of dates about certain dates. All right.
The date of Pearl Harbor.
Oh,
my
bad. No, you asked. Sorry, my bad. I
dates
misunderstood about certain dates. I'm not claiming to know a whole bunch of dates about certain dates. I'm not claiming to know a whole bunch of dates about certain dates. Yeah, okay, I hear it. You don't have to keep replaying it. So yeah, my bad, Parker. My bad, Parker. I
Slow it
completely
down a little
misunderstood
bit
you.
more.
Yes, you were asking me about the date that the attack on Pearl Harbor happened. Yeah, that happened December 7th, 1941.
Did you just look that up? Because you just
I
said that you didn't
I
know.
said that already, by the way. I
that's
already
why.
answered the
Okay, I was
question.
going to say that you just said you didn't know.
Brock,
For sure.
what year
Listen,
did World
Parker,
War
you're not
II
smart, bro.
happen?
Huh?
What year did World War II occur? Like the beginning of it.
Can you repeat that again?
What was the beginning of World War II? What year?
Oh shit! It was like 1939, 39, something like that. It depends what year you want to know. What year did it start, or what year did America get involved?
Oh, that was the year it started. Now, what year did America get involved?
1941.
No.
Yeah, it took us till...
No, fuck! I thought I could
Dude.
give it some otherwise.
No, you
I
can't because I actually know things.
I wanted to know if he knew that we got involved
Dean.
after we were struck by Japan or not.
Dean. Listen, dude. You guys keep sitting up here making little jokes, playing fucking patty cake, whatever you guys want to do all day. When a real guy like me comes up with real information and real knowledge, and I'm trying to help educate you guys on actual geopolitical strategies, like locations where we can have strategical advantage over other countries that also are nuclear threats. Russia's a nuclear threat. China's a nuclear threat. We need to have strategical advantages over these
Hey, Brock,
countries.
can I ask you
And
a question?
Greenland would do just that. So
What
I
is
don't
the
think you
relevant
understand-
difference between Greenland being a part of America and being a part of NATO that increases
Oh,
our
dude,
ability
I
to
just
have
explained this to
strategic
you.
advantage?
I'll run it through you again, okay? Let me explain to you. So when we have control over something and it is ours, right? It's America. We have the say of what goes there. It is us, right? But when they're an ally, we have to send notes back and forth. We have to send messages. We got to call them. Hey, are you okay with this? Are you okay with this? Hey, we're going to send you support. We're going to do this. But no, if it was ours, we would do what the fuck we wanted to do, buddy.
You could do
You
that
understand how-
anyway.
you
Like
understand the
you
difference of that?
literally, in terms of the military, you could do
sound
it.
so fucking mad. Here, 1 second.
I know.
Allie,
right?
I'm
thank
not
you,
mad,
thank
it's
you.
just liberals
Shut up.
piss me the
Hey,
hell
hey,
off.
hey, mute now, sweet pea. Mute now, sweet pea. Hey, Allie, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Who says Isabella usually annoys me, but I'm loving how she's cooking Brock. Lol. Ivan, thank you so
Cooking
much
Brock.
for
She hasn't said one thing smart at all.
She's
literally.
fried. She's fried your ass, sweet pea.
Okay, yeah.
You're so
We'll talk about that
rude.
after. Keep reading off your little donos there,
You know
bud. We'll talk
what?
about that
God's
after.
looking at you, and
Yeah, he is. Good one,
yeah,
Isabella. He
and
is.
you're not being nice. I'll tell you that one.
Oh.
Don't call yourself a Christian with that cross in your freaking PFP, and then be judging everyone and calling everyone names and cussing 24/7.
Yeah, good one, Isabella. Good one.
It's not a good one. It's
I mean,
just
she's
facts.
literally frying you right now.
She's literally not frying anything.
She's
It's
frying.
literally just saying facts.
Yeah,
That's it.
she's frying your bitch ass, Brock.
She's literally just frying that little tiny brain of hers and that little skull that she has on her.
No,
on her neck.
actually, this is like the least I've had to think all day.
The least you've had to think. What the hell did you just say? Do you even know what you just said? You don't even know what you just said.
Bro,
Dean, keep reading off
I
your
don't
little
want to hear
donos
from
there,
you
pal.
when you were saying, I don't know dates about dates. Let's slow it down again. I don't know dates about dates.
Yeah, and for people who have half a brain, that actually means something. I don't know dates, okay? Yeah, I don't know dates about dates. So if you're asking me dates for certain things, I don't understand the dates for those dates. Do you realize how that actually makes grammatically sense?
Sorry, I wasn't listening to you. I was listening to what you said.
know a whole bunch of dates about certain dates. Real funny. Real funny. It's called human error. Have you ever heard of human error? People make mistakes. People aren't perfect.
Oh,
I realize
so
that
when
I'm probably the
I do
closest
it,
guy
I
to
get
perfection
blamed
up
by
here on this
you.
panel. But yeah,
It's
people
okay
make
if
mistakes.
you do
Even
it,
me.
but not
Even me.
me.
I make mistakes. I can admit it. I make mistakes.
You
A lot
do
less
not
than you
admit
guys do,
that.
though. A lot less than you, especially Isabella. Holy.
What about me?
Nothing. I'm just saying you make probably an astronomically larger amount of
Austin,
mistakes
thank you for the
compared to me.
$10 over on Venmo. Says joining a bit late today in the midst of this convo, and it is absolute cinema, dude. Honestly, I've just been live for over 4 hours already, so my brain's just fucking fried. Sean, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo.
Oh, so just like Brock.
Appreciate you. Yeah, exactly. Appreciate you for the $15, Sean. Victoria, thank you for the $20. Who says Brock doesn't know how to let women finish. Thank you for the love,
That's
Victoria.
true.
I appreciate
That's
you for the $20.
hilarious,
Show some love to
dude. That's
Victoria down below
hilarious.
that chat.
If only you knew me, buddy.
Wait, sweet pea.
Love you, Victoria!
Yeah, sweet pea. Pipe down, Brock. Pipe down, sweet pea. Michael, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Oh my God. Thank you, Michael, who says, Dean, here's some more money simply because you could sit there and listen to Brock's absolute nonsense with a straight face. Dude, I'm clowning on him in my head. I'd also like to thank Michelle for the $10 over on PayPal, who says, L Brock. Clayton with the $10, who says, Brock's profile picture makes me sick. Another false Christian defending the orange skinned demon. Appreciate you both. I'd also like to thank Miss Stephanie for the $100 super chat over on YouTube. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Stephanie. Let's get 1,000 Stephanie W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so fucking much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Show some love to Stephanie down below. In fact, Brock, can you thank Stephanie? Come on, sweet
Sorry,
pea.
what's up, buddy?
Say thank you, Stephanie, sweet pea.
Nah, it's okay.
No. Say
You're
it.
good, bro.
No, say it.
Nah,
No,
you're good, bro.
Come on, say it, sweet pea.
Yeah, thanks, Brock, for actually being smart, being the only smart person up here talking in normal sense. Thanks, Brock.
What does IQ stand for?
Individual intelligence. Or individual. Let me look it up. I don't know that one too. I'll be honest when I don't know things. Like I'm pretty open about that.
You
It
are
stands
not
for
open when you
intelligence-
not know things. You literally just tried to come at them.
Yeah, you're
when
funny, Isabel.
you were-
You're funny. It stands for intelligence quotient.
Good boy, Brock.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, so
Are we talking about geopolitics, or do you want to keep doing whatever the fuck you're doing? Like, I mean, seriously, guys, this is embarrassing. I tried to come up here to help back up Isabella because she quite literally didn't
Back
understand
me
a single
up. You
thing she was
started
even saying.
mansplaining.
Isabella, I'm not done speaking yet.
can
Remember,
you
Isabella, remember what you told me? If I'm still speaking, I should ask you nicely, like, "Hey, please, can I finish?" So I'm gonna do that. Hey, please, can I finish my conversation, Isabella? Please. Yeah. So I came
Oh,
up here
sorry,
trying
I
to help
totally
you.
spaced
Hey,
about what you were just talking about.
hey.
Hey, Brock, I understand that you have
Are
a
you a
problem with...
misogynist?
Like, dude, don't worry,
I love
Isabella.
women. Women love.
Don't worry, Isabella. You are not the only woman Brock struggles to let finish. So,
Dude,
if
that's
you could,
hilarious. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Do you want me to turn my camera on and show you something real quick, bud?
No, we really don't want you to show us anything, actually.
what the fuck does that mean?
I don't know.
Brock,
I don't know. Okay.
what are you threatening to do?
I didn't threaten anyone. I didn't threaten to do anything. I was trying to have a real debate up here about
You've actually
geopolitical
threatened me
warfare and
before, which is
strategies.
kind of funny.
Oh my gosh!
Hey, Brock, could you
Isabella.
please let Isabella finish? You're interrupting her.
No, I was the one speaking.
No,
but
no,
yeah, I'll let
you
you finish. Go
interrupted
ahead,
her.
Isabella. Go ahead,
You've
Isabella.
interrupted me like 500 times, but now I'm done. I'm done talking, so you can go ahead now and finish your non-existent thoughts.
Oh, I muted him. Don't worry. Go for it.
Oh, I forgot what I was saying.
This is what I mean. L Brock in the comment section. L Brock, dude. This is crazy.
Bro, they just said Brock 666.
Yeah, that's because Brock is the devil. Hey, Brock, do you wanna unmute your microphone, bro? Or he can't figure that one out.
Yeah, hey man, I would have a conversation with you, but you guys are too busy doing whatever you guys.
So you're
wanna
gonna
do.
run?
Just
I was
no,
letting
man.
you go talk.
I was thinking about hopping off, yeah, but every time
Bye.
I try to talk to you guys, it's like people say, "Hey, I want to see a real debate. Hey, I want to see a real debate." So I come up here with statistical information and data, and you just don't want to hear any of it. You just want to.
You didn't do that, Brock.
Yeah, you didn't do that, Brock.
You didn't do that at all.
How so?
You literally didn't provide that.
You literally didn't say anything smart. So how about that? How about that?
Did you
How
say that about
I
yourself?
showed you a map. I showed you a
Are you
map of
saying
where
that about yourself
Greenland
right
is
now?
on the planet. I
Hey,
showed you a
Brock,
map of where
are
Greenland
you
is
saying
in
that
the-
about yourself right now, Brock?
Am I saying what about myself?
You said that about yourself, that you had nothing.
No,
and you just
I
didn't say
showed you a
anything
map
smart.
of the strategical
That's your
advantages of
statistics?
Greenland.
Is
that
a
we would
map
have.
of where Greenland is?
No, I brought up other statistics about how Isabella should shut the hell up when I'm speaking. I brought up other things about
Whoa,
how
you should. How about you should shut the
You
hell
know
up
what?
instead of
Like I
actually saying some
said,
dumb shit?
I'm not gonna say anything, but God's looking over you.
Yeah, he is, and I promise you, I'm going to be the first one getting into heaven before you. He's actually probably going to give me a little VIP ticket
You're gonna
straight
be
ahead, like you're at
smited before
Disneyland.
that freaking
You're at
happens.
Disneyland
You're
getting.
just lying out of your
Dude,
arse
Brock
right
is
now,
gonna
bro.
get smited by
Bro,
God right
that's some
now.
that's some fucking blasphemy. Did you just say that?
How is that
did
blasphemy,
you just
bro?
say that God is going to give you a Disneyland
VIP
fast pass
ticket.
to heaven?
He thinks he's gonna get the flash pass.
Over Isabella. Yeah.
I have not,
Why?
guys. I have not made
Because
fun
I
of them.
actually
have not called
get down on
anyone
my
names.
fucking knees
I
every
have been
single
so
night right next to my
kind.
bed, and I pray to Jesus every single night, and I repent to my sins every single night, and I
Brock,
guarantee
show
you
us.
Isabella is going out and she's
You wouldn't show
drinking,
us on the
and she's
live
partying, and
unless you
she's
got
going to
paid for it, Brock. You are of the material world, of the devil. You're not of God. You're not of the spiritual, because you wouldn't do it for God, but you would do it for money.
You just cut me off, buddy.
Yeah,
I
you
guarantee
deserve-
you,
you
if we
deserve
were
to
having
be
a
cut
debate
off.
in person, you would be scared to cut me off.
No,
in
I wouldn't,
person.
buddy. No, I wouldn't, buddy. What do you mean I'd be scared? What are you talking about?
That's
Brock, turn
right.
your camera on.
buddy. IRL, you would be scared to speak over me. Do you understand
No,
me?
I wouldn't,
Do you
Brock.
understand me,
What
kid?
are you-
I
Hey,
wouldn't,
kid.
Brock.
What are you going to do, Brock? Are you going to show him your big lips?
No, he's
Or the
gonna
hunter
pull out
Real
his
funny.
dogs again.
Or
He's gonna
yeah,
pull out
or
his dogs.
yeah, or the hunter
His literal
eyes.
toes.
The big lips or the
hunter
hunter
eyes?
eyes?
Well, yeah, so my lips
Or
are
are you gonna show your
bigger and
shoulder
sexier
again?
than all of
Oh
yours.
yeah,
My
he's
hands
gonna
are bigger
he's
than
gonna
all of
he's
yours.
gonna
My feet
flex
are bigger
his
than all
strap,
of yours.
Parker.
My eyebrows are nicer.
He's gonna flex
my
his
eyebrows
strap.
are nicer. My jawline is more Giga Chad compared to all of yours.
More
I have
Giga
bigger
Chad.
pectoral
My
muscles.
jaw,
I have
I'm
bigger
not
deltoid
meant
muscles.
like
I have bigger
you.
biceps
No.
and triceps. My
Hey,
quads are
Brock,
massive.
Brock, do you consider yourself a looks maxer?
Nope. I
No?
actually have never done any of
I've
that type
actually
of
been
bullshit
told
in
I
my
have a
life.
great
But
maxilla,
hey,
so
that is
yeah,
something
Brock.
funny because I've seen some of that looks maxing stuff and putting peptides in your face to get your jawline even more chiseled. And let me tell you something, buddy. If I started doing looks maxing, I promise you, and I picked up a little camera and did those IRL looks maxing streams on Twitch and Kick and whatever, I would be overpowered
Okay,
as shit.
calm down. Why are you so serious? And why do you
Dude,
sound
that's so
so
cringe.
mad? Like, why are you raging right now?
Hey, I'm not mad. I'm not mad.
You always
I'm just
sound
having a
so
discussion with a couple
mad.
buddies up here on TikTok, right?
Brock, when you say that, how do you not like viscerally cringe? Like seriously, how do you get that out without fucking cringing, dude?
Cringing
Jesus
for
Christ.
what? What did I say that was so cringe? The fact that yes, I would be overpowered if I started looks maxing compared to you. Do you realize that? You think it's funny? It's not, and I'm not saying I do it because I don't. I've never looks
Brock,
maxed in my life.
I'm a significantly more attractive man than you.
Dude.
Oh,
That
Brock,
is
how does that feel?
hilarious. It's so
Hey, Brock,
funny.
Brock,
It's so
he
funny.
just said that he mogged you, brother.
Yeah.
I literally
Hey, Brock,
couldn't laugh.
Brock,
That's
he
how funny
literally
it was.
just said that he mogged you. How do you feel?
I mog you.
I don't care. People
I'm
say
not-
that to me all the time, man.
You're
Look,
not
you
a-
see, when I just got back from
you're
the
not
gym,
a
I was in the
mogger.
gym earlier today,
Hey,
and
Brock,
I walked.
you're not
Yeah,
a mogger.
go ahead, speak.
Sit down, sub 5. You're not a mogger.
Oh,
You can,
Brock,
dude,
you gonna take that? You gonna take
listen,
that?
I'm a believer in freedom of speech, and I let people say whatever they want. I don't care. But the fact is, when I just got back from the gym a little bit ago, and when I walked into the gym, and every single person looked at me, and they tucked their heads real low. They started walking slower. They were getting nervous. I could smell the fear off their bodies.
Ball, bro.
Why is it just his eye?
So you
Seriously,
just heard Dean say all
no,
of that,
this is
and
not a
you
joke. Seriously,
decided to show
look
your
at my
eyeball.
Wait, everyone put their eyes up. Look at my eye real quick. Look at the eyebrow.
Oh
Do you
my
see how thick my
God.
eyebrow is?
Not this
Oh
again.
God, Brock.
Wait. Do you see how long my eyelashes are?
Hey, Brock.
Wait, do you
Hey,
see how
Brock.
thick my eyebrow is?
Look, he's
Buddy,
666
that's what
again,
I'm
Brock.
saying.
You're
When I'm not trying to
666
be
again.
cringe, but I'm saying when if I were to start doing this, if I were to go to the waxing parlor and get my
I'm
eyebrows
glad
threaded,
you
and I
realize
were
that
to
you're
start
being
putting on
cringe
some
right now. Because why are you talking about what you look like and your eyebrows like you're a
because
girl? Bro,
because I'm actually the definition
you
of
want
gay
to go
control,
get your
and
freaking lips done and your freaking brows done? Like, bro.
I've never got my lips done, never got my brows done, never gotten anything
To be
done.
fair,
I just pump fucking iron at the gym.
okay. You could be a man and do those things too.
You can, but
Yeah,
he's gonna dog on my stuff and then be like, "Oh, look at my."
I'm not dogging on you, Isabella. I'm just
Look
saying
at
I'm all
my
natural
lips.
and I look
You,
good.
I literally saw the live where you were dogging on me and told everyone, "Oh, go to
What'd I
Isabella's
say?
page and look at her lips."
I never said that. That's disgusting. I would
He
never
was
do that.
literally
Seriously.
on the live with Santana. I saw that.
Is it clipped? I never said go to. Dude, that's horrible. I would never tell someone to go look at someone else's account and look
You
at how
literally,
bad
I
they
have
look.
DMs of you apologizing.
Show it. Go ahead.
Oh, you want us to
You're
do this
lying.
again?
You're just lying. You that's all you know how to do, Isabella, is lie. And I'm trying to be nice to you because we're on the
Oh,
same
I'm
team
not
here.
a sinner
And that's why I
like
came
you,
up here.
so
I came
I
up
don't
here.
lie.
Oh, you're
If
not a
anything,
sinner?
I'm too honest.
That's hilarious. When I hear someone
That's
say I'm
why
not
I
a sinner,
got
you've never
flagged
sinned
on Matt's
before? You
live
don't
last
sin?
time because I was
That's
too
hilarious.
honest.
Wait, you're not a sinner? You realize Jesus would spit in your face if he heard you say that,
Jesus
right?
Christ, dude.
You are not getting no fast pass to heaven, buddy. I'll tell you that right now.
Hey, Beta Brock, can you turn your camera on, or we're just gonna keep calling you Beta Brock?
Hey, you want to see my eyes again? And what do
No,
you
no,
want,
not your
over there?
eyes. Like show your whole face, bro.
Yeah, come on, Beta Brock.
Come on, Beta Brock.
Come on, Beta Brock.
Oh, hold on. Let me find some good lighting.
I gotta put a face to the name, or to face to the name and the voice. Brock, something other than your hunter eyes and your recessed maxilla.
Oh, so you're admitting I have hunter
So
eyes.
that you actually DM'd me when I first got on the live.
What did he say?
Wait, hold up. Wait. Can
You're
everyone see
lying
this
to
real
you,
quick?
Isabella. You should let me debate instead. You know nothing.
Yeah, no,
Hey,
that's true.
Brock is-
That's why I
Brock
came up
is-
here, is because you
Hey,
were making
Beta
a fool out
Brock,
of yourself.
what
You're making a
happened-
fool out of the conservative party. So I gotta try to come
Oh,
up here
God.
and back it a little bit.
I'm sorry for being mean. I'm sorry for talking about your lips. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's what I thought.
This guy said hashtag getting bricked for Brock. That's the type of vibe that's going on right now. I'm just letting you guys know.
Hashtag bricked
So
for Brock.
why are you making up things?
Brock has hit
Oh,
Brock
no,
bottom.
you want me to
Brock
screenshot?
bottom.
I don't see
He's
any.
He's hit Brock bottom. Brock bottom. Like the bikini bottom. Actually.
Yeah. Come on, Trump supporters. You guys got to start spamming hashtag bricked for Brock if you really want to prove your MAGA patriotism and support for the Trump supporter on the
Please
left.
don't.
Brock,
Please don't.
stop wiggling that. Brock? That's very.
Yeah, I'm
bad.
just letting you guys know I have complete control over my whole body. I can move my eyebrows however I want. Every single inch of my muscles are all controlled by me. And I'm one of the most athletic specimens you've ever came across. And this isn't some fucking joke. Maybe in the future I'll turn on my video and I'll show you. I'll do a front flip, back flip, 180 fucking flip out in my backyard. I'll show you this
How
shit
are you
on video.
real,
I can do
Brock?
back
How
flips.
the fuck
No,
are
hey,
you
hey,
real?
hey. Parker, I'm not done speaking. I
Like,
can do
I
back flips,
genuinely
I can do
do not
side flips,
understand.
I can do
Like-
front flips. I can do all this on the ground. You don't believe me? Have you ever seen someone 6
How do
foot,
you say these
235
things
pounds
without
do a
laughing at
backflip?
yourself?
Yeah,
Because it's
seriously,
not a
like,
joke, Isabella.
genuinely,
This
like,
ain't some
how
joke.
does he do
You think
this?
life is some joke?
This isn't a joke. Like, you're being 100% like for real. Like
Dean,
time
like Dean,
where you
say-
like ran into a
let's
wall.
say this guy's
Like
trolling.
you're being
How
that
the
serious.
fuck does he keep staying in character?
I don't
like
know.
at all points of time, never fucking folds. Not a single damn time has he ever folded. One fucking character.
Because this isn't
There's
some
no
character.
way.
This is real life. This is real life.
Real
This
life,
is
like
real life.
when you ran through that wall.
Wait, yeah, that happened. Yeah. And guess what? Have you ever seen someone who's 6 foot, 235 pounds, who can do a backflip and land on the balls of their feet? I don't even land flat-footed when I do it.
Do you
I land on
mean
my
the
fucking
palms
toes.
of your feet?
Nope, the ball of your
The
foot. If you're an
balls?
athlete,
You said
yes, the
Is it?
balls.
ball of your foot. The ball of
Oh
your
my
foot. You know what
god.
that is? Do you want me to do some kinesiology with you too?
Can you actually like show us how you ran through the wall?
Yeah, show us. I actually want to see
If,
this.
if
I
you're
want to see a
truly
video.
the most athletic specimen that has ever joined this live, you will turn your camera on and run through another wall right now.
That is the ball of your foot, Isabella,
Bro,
right
I
there.
didn't
No,
ask
Brock,
for
Brock,
the ball
seriously,
of
turn
the
the camera
foot.
on and literally run through the wall. Do it. Do it, Brock.
Do it, Brock.
Yeah, bro. So funny, bro.
Prove that
So
you're
funny,
You,
bro.
prove that
you
you're
said
athletic.
you ran through
Prove
the
yourself,
wall.
Brock. Prove
I'll let
yourself
you guys
right
take care now.
now.
You guys take care.
No,
Have a
don't
nice
run,
day. Keep
Brock.
laughing at yourselves
Don't
up here.
run, Brock.
It's okay.
Don't run, but if you do
have a
run,
nice
run through
day.
the wall, Brock, please.
So funny, bro. So funny.
Here, I'm gonna
This
thank
is
a
what
couple
happens.
people.
I come up here just to get made fun.
Jody, thank you for the $25 over at Venmo, who says, I love listening to you. You're amazing. You're wicked smart. Thank you so much, Jody. You are so kind. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'd also like to
Jody, I
quickly
am
thank
wicked
Alec
smart.
for the $5. I'd like to thank Junior for the $2, Nina with the $2, Rachel with the $5. Thank you so much. He says, Brock is such a middle school bully. Isabel rejected him, and now he's being mean as fuck to her. Yup. Yo, Coda, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo, saying, I wonder who pissed in Sweet Peas Cheerios this morning. We'd have to ask, the man himself. And then Michael, thank you so much for the $80 over on Venmo. Yo, I appreciate you so much, Michael. I think your message might violate TikTok TOS, so I don't think I could read it out loud. But thank you, man, for the $80. That is so incredibly kind of you. Same thing with Tom. Thank you so much for the $15. Who says, what's the geopolitical advantage of making enemies with the other 31 countries in NATO? Great question. Andrew, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you for the love, Andrew. Christina and Mike, appreciate you both for the $5. Then Kat with a $20 who says, quote unquote, statistical data brings up a board game. Yeah. Then thank you so much for the $5. Victoria, I appreciate that. Jessica, thank you for the $5 who says, Brock has reached Brock bottom. Ali, thank you for the $10. Who says, I've said it before and I'll say it again, Brock oozes LDE, in quotation marks, little PP. Carter, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Who says Alaska is closer to Russia. Also, does Brock think Trump is incapable of diplomacy with Russia if we need it? The Jojo, thank you for the $5. Delaney with a 2. Kat with a 5. We're all caught up over on Venmo. Let me go and thank a couple people here on PayPal. On PayPal, thank you so much. Mel with a 5. Sam with a 10, who says, what did I just walk in on? An absolute shit show. Olivia, thank you for the 2. Taylor, thank you for the 7. Callie with a 5. Cody with a 5. Then Kristen, thank you for the $10. She says, notice Brock wanted Isabella as a quote-unquote computer host. I don't know what that's referring to. Then 2 minutes later was saying that she's unintelligent.
Me co-hosting tonight with him. That's what he asked me to do.
Oh,
on
really?
live. Did you not hear him say, "Oh,
Yeah,
Isabella,
I remember that.
let's go live tonight, and you can come co-host with me."
Yeah,
like,
I remember that.
Terrible.
And then Parker was like, "Did you just ask go on a date?" And I was like,
And then one more here, Soul. Thank you for the $15. I appreciate you for that love, man. And then for everyone over on Super Chat, I appreciate y'all too. Thank you all so much for the love. Actually, at this point, guys, we are actually 40 minutes over how long I'm supposed to be streaming. So I'm going to go ahead and hop off here. Parker, are you going to go live?
Yeah, I'm about to hop on right now.
Take care,
"Good
Isabel.
night."
All right, Parker is going to go live. So, guys, if you're still in the mood for some debates, head over to @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok, @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube. He's going to be doing debates for the next 4 hours. At this point in time, I am going to go head off so I could grab some dinner. But as always, I'll see you all tomorrow. If you're watching on YouTube, once the stream ends, make sure to drop a like and drop a comment on the VOD. If you're watching on TikTok, drop a follow. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace and love, guys. Good night and goodbye. Bye, Parker.
All right, peace out, bro. I'm starting the live right now. Just give me 1 second. Literally, it's loading right now. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Oh shit, no, load. No, load.
That's okay.
Load.
We have a moment.
Okay,
to
it's
You went live. All right. Love you guys. Good night and goodbye.